Going live. We're live. Hi guys. Sorry I was late. Can everybody hear me? I was late. I was late because look at what Paolo sent me. Look, it's one of those fancy little cat mugs and it has the top and the little spoon in there that looks like a paw. And I wanted to make hot chocolate to have in it. So that's why I was late. And we had to super boil our water because Georgia got a little bit cold and now Atlanta we have to boil our water for like a minute before we can drink it. But anyway, how is everybody doing? Trying to pull up my chat so that I can see it on my phone like I usually do. Oh my goodness. It is... Oh, still hooked up to the Bluetooth. It's not what I wanted to do. Turn off the Bluetooth. Sorry, Bluetooth. You can turn off now. I have thought about using it to play, like, jazz music. Hey, Rachel. Hey, Boots. Hope you had a good Christmas. I did! I hope you had a good Christmas, too. We're starting. Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I was late because hot chocolate. I can't even blame that one on the tech ghosts. One could be allergic to potatoes. That feels like, I guess anything is possible, but that would be awful. Stream on our TV tonight. We got both cats cuddled up with us. Hi, Amy and boyfriend. Or best friend. I've been told that sometimes I read that wrong. Welcome back, everybody. Who remembers where we left off? Hey, Ellery, good to see you. Heidi points, so that's good. That is good, Adriel. Congratulations. What am I, cauldron witches? Oh, you fixed the mechanism on the cauldron witch. That's amazing, Darth. Good for you. I'm actually well rested for once. That's great, Ellery. It's almost like human beings need days off every once in a while. I know, crazy, right? Paulo, thank you so much for the mug. I had to go make hot chocolate for it, so that's what I did. I'm very excited. Thank you. Fun with Baby Wing. Hi, welcome. Welcome everybody to chat. I'm on time for stream and I'm not emotionally drained from work. What a win. That is a win. That's a huge win. Hey, Basilius. Right. Hopefully it warms up in Georgia soon. It's so funny because it's not even like we got like a dusting of snow. Like my brother, I come down the stairs and my brother's like, you missed the great snowstorm of 2022, and there's just like, it looks like barely any snow out there. And like, I guess that was because it's been so cold. I don't know if that was the last straw, like overnight or whatever, but like, we're under a water boil advisory, so it's like, yay, can't drink our water. Hey, Toonie. Yeah, we've all missed you, Paolo. I saw no snow on the ground this morning. I saw just a tiniest bit of, like, it looked like powdered sugar. It didn't even look like snow. It was like the tiniest little bit of snow. I'm staying in Mississippi longer. I don't hate my family, but I want to be home. Oh, I know that feeling. I'm lucky to have pretty good family, but I know the feeling of just being like, I'm tired. I'd like to be home. The wind was the worst. The wind was where I am, we were supposed to get half a foot of snow, but only got about half of that. The wind was the worst. I mean, Georgia has shut down over 2 inches of snow, 1 inch in some areas, so God knows we're not used to handling cold weather. We still have snow on the ground and the pond is iced over. We drove by an iced over pond and my mom was like, it's so pretty, I want to go skating. It's not probably iced over enough to go skating on it though. I'm based in Atlanta, so Atlanta doesn't really get a whole lot of snow. Please ignore my roots. I'm gonna dye my hair tomorrow. You guys might be seeing me for the last time for a little while with the red hair. I'm going straight up amethyst purple. We're gonna see how that works out. Wants to stay longer and also has bad planning because we're leaving Thursday or Friday now. Ooh. Got so cold here. I've been driving the same icy road since Thursday. Oof. Oh, you live in Georgia, Baby Wing? That's cool. Southwest is canceling lots of flights. It's crazy. Yeah, it's like this, like, Anton texted me and was like, it looks like Atlanta's having the same weather as like the same temperatures as Toronto, and I was like, that's so unfair. You're gonna leave Wednesday. Oh, that's different. Purple is such a fun hair color. I'm so excited. I used to have purple hair like ages ago. I think I was still in high school. I think I was still in like my late teen years when I finally ditched the purple, but I'm excited to have it back. It's going to be more purple than I used to have it too, hopefully, if it comes out right. So we'll see. If not, we can all laugh tomorrow night on stream together about how bad my hair looks. I'm more mostly underground apartment. Got stuck with my parents this weekend because windstorm was in the 50s in the living room. Ooh, I'm so sorry. Oh, you sent 2 sketches. I'm going to check them out as soon as I can. Actually, let me check them out in just a minute. Only stay till 8. It's game night. I'm watching with my dad. Oh, I'll have fun. I hope you have fun, Paolo. So last night, Paolo, and anybody else who wasn't here last night, we read about 100 pages, which is just under half of this book. Oh, good. The desk cam works. I didn't test run it tonight, so I was hoping that it just worked, and it does. That's good. It's a Nancy Drew and Hardy Boys super mystery. You know, they wrote all those books in the 80s and 90s where Nancy Drew and Hardy Boys crossed over officially. Oh, excuse me. This is a crime for Christmas. I decided to read this one, obviously, because it's holiday time. There's also a New Year's Eve one, which I think we're going to read soon, too. But yeah, for anybody who wasn't here, Nancy and the Hardy Boys and Bess are in New York City trying to catch a ring of cat burglars who they think is also trying to abduct a crown prince who is dating Bess. It's very complicated. The character of the crown prince is a lot. He is a handful. Using cheap salt here. Normal salt stops working when the temps get below 10 degrees. Ooh. We don't even... What is my favorite video I've ever done? We don't even have... We have, like, I think it's something like 2 snowplows or 4 snowplows or something, because we never get snow. So, like, the city's just not equipped to handling it. My favorite video I've ever done. I mean, I'm lucky to look back. Like, there's no one video that I look back and I'm like, ugh. Like, I'm proud of... to the extent I'm proud of all the videos I've done, even the ones that are the ones I did early on that... you know, weren't as good because it was the best that I could do at that point. So, I don't know. The Scamilton video's been blowing up for a second round, and it's up to, like, almost 30,000 views, so I'm pretty proud of that, because that's, like, a whole, like, hour and 13-minute deep dive on that whole situation. I don't do too many things that are that in-depth, so that one was fun. Some of the stream last night still... until wrestling came on. Cool. I was glad to see you last night, Chris. Stay, but I don't, because last year we stayed 8 months after a storm. Oh, wow. That's quite a long stay. TLDR, Crown Prince is a crazy person, and I both love him and want to shake him aggressively. That's very true, Ellery. He's a very likable character, but he gives me anxiety at the same time, because he's just so much. If that makes any sense. Like, he literally climbs the side of buildings because he can, and he's trying to evade his bodyguards who are being paid to keep him alive. I had enough staying in Mississippi. Yeah, Mississippi, I haven't ever lived in Mississippi, but just... I haven't even visited Mississippi properly, but just, like, driving through it, it's a lot. Matt and Jeff. I wish I understood the wrestling joke. You stream tomorrow night, I'll be on for the whole thing. I'm planning on streaming tonight. Unless something comes up, I'll stream tonight. I'd dye my hair if I had color. It's very expensive. When I did it at home, I feel like I'd end up dyeing one of the cats accidentally. I mean, I use, I think I use L'Oreal. It's like cheap, like it's like $3 or $4 a bottle. And, it strangely works better than all the expensive hair dyes. So I'd look into that if you really want to dye your hair. Hey Jay, it's going. How are you doing? Love the Beauty and the Beast video too. Oh, the Beauty and the Beast, the church that did the same one. Yeah, that is, the Scamilton is currently the most watched video on the channel, and the Beauty and the Beast one is the second most watched video on the channel. So those 2 videos are doing pretty well. Thank you. This is my Loki hoodie that my dad gave me last year for Christmas. I don't know what the purple hair will look like. I've been liking the red. Oh, thank you. I like the red too. I don't know. I just was like, I've had the red for like 6 months. I'm gonna change it. Is YouTube a full-time job? I mean, YouTube is YouTube, and so I freelance edit for other YouTubers and do stuff like that, and then I also make money off of this YouTube channel. So yeah, for right now I'm working from home, and basically everything I do is related to this blasted platform, light, love it or hate it. The man is charming as hell, but holy fuck, he makes bad life choices. He does. Paulo got the wrestling joke. I'm glad Paulo is here to appreciate it. I'm glad we have wrestling fans to understand the joke. I apologize for my lack of wrestling knowledge. So yeah. So that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be reading the second half of this book. So far it's a pretty good, like I've enjoyed I always enjoy when we read Nancy Drew Hardy Boys books, but this one so far has been pretty fun. Last we left off at the end of chapter 10, and Nancy and Frank were running out on the ice because they saw Joe fighting with somebody who they recognized as one of the prior kidnappers that had gotten away, because of course they did. So they run out there to help him, and then someone grabbed Nancy's arm and began pulling her violently in the other direction, and that's where we left off. Sketches with Perry cosplaying. Ooh, yes. Let me look at that real quick. Toonie has been commissioned to do some Perry sketches for merch purposes, and I'm very... Oh my gosh! No, this is so cute! I love this so much, Toonie. It will look much better later. It's so cute! Oh my god. I love how you caught her personality. It's adorable. I love how the paw in the face is very it's very on par. I love it a lot. I love it so much. This book has kidnappers in it. Yeah, a lot of Nancy Drew books tended to have kidnapping and jewel heists because they were like dramatic enough without being murder, except the Nancy Drew Files. They were very big on murder. That was in the 80s when they were like, we're gonna make Nancy Drew super badass and cool. I missed the last stream, so I'm behind. So yeah, there's a lot of kidnappings, because kidnapping is basically a way for them to have the same high intensity of, like, lives are at stake. Nancy needs to solve the crime without anybody actually being murdered in the end, so you see a lot of that in Nancy Drew. A lot happens, yeah. Hi, Laser. Also horse napping. Yes, the horses got horse napped, but then the Hardy Boys saved them. So if I disappear from chat at any point, I'm still listening but FF7R... Final Fantasy 7... Final Fantasy 7? I think that's Final Fantasy 7. If I'm reading that wrong, I'm sorry. It's finished downloading on my laptop. Yes, I appreciate and understand. So yes, I love those, Toonie. Those look super adorable. I knew your art style would be super great. Actually wanted to ask you about it before you volunteered yesterday. I was like, oh, this is perfect. Sure. Okay, I'm correct. The white box next to the mug. The white... Oh, yeah. So I was showing this last night. My mom got me this little Bluetooth speaker that looks like an old-timey radio, because she knows I love listening to, like, Late Late Horror Show and all those, like, old cataloged radio shows and stuff to fall asleep to. So I have this, and I might at some point just play some old jazzy something noir music if we want to have that vibe going on for the read stream. But yeah. Oh, you got the white one too, Toonie. The white one's really pretty. I really love it. So yeah, that's what that is. My sister has red. Cute. Never seen an old mini radio. Yeah, it's super cute. I love it. I love the design of it because it's just super nice, and it sounds really great too. For this little tiny speaker, it's super, like, it's very loud. It has a great sound, so it's perfect. Just bought them today. You're gonna love them, Toonie. I love mine. So yeah. So let's pick up where we left off. Imagine if there's a book where Nancy defeated the drug cartels. I mean, she did straight up go after the head of a drug cartel the last time we read a Nancy Drew book. We read Secrets Can Kill, which the PC game was based off of, and yeah, that was a lot. That was a whole lot. So yeah, there definitely are books where she, and also Hardy Boys books where the Hardy Boys take down cartels. Yes, I'm on TikTok. I don't post there as much as I post here on YouTube. I've been trying to be better about it, but it's Avery Talks About Stuff, but like talks TOKS, like TikTok instead of talk. Like, you get it. But yeah, that's my handle over there. Feel free to look me up over there. All right. I should go back to those old streams. Sounds awesome. Yeah, it really was. And like, I think we've decided as a group that we want to like replay the Nancy Drew games, like the whole series of them, maybe annually. So we will definitely do play the games live again. Nancy Drew and drug cartels. What? Oh yeah, because think about it. For a long time they didn't want murder in Nancy Drew books until the 80s when they did. So when you couldn't do that, this book came out in 88, by the way. So Nancy Drew tends to solve a lot of like drug-related crimes, especially during like the Dare era, because it was like, now we can teach kids how bad drugs are, because Nancy hates the drug dealers. And then there's like kidnapping, so that it's like lives are at stake, but nobody dies in the end, because they always like save the kidnapped person. And then there's like, you know, jewel heists and things like that sound very dramatic. I love the old PC Nancy Drew games. I do too. We've streamed all of them over the summer. That was like it wasn't my first stream, but it was my first like consistent period of streaming. We streamed through all of them and it was really fun, and we already know we want to do it again. Minus a couple of games, they were fun. Yeah, there are a couple games in the series that are not good games, but even the bad ones we had fun playing, I think, or at least I did. Oh, Sephiroth kicked my ass. Yeah, if anybody wants to go back and send me or send me, you know, just timestamps of their favorite parts of the stream, I think I'm gonna put together a little 1-minute short. Since we're next week we're going to start the next Kingdom Hearts game. We're starting Chain of Memories. So for anybody who's been watching along with us in Kingdom Hearts, feel free to go back and send me your favorite clips from that whole endeavor. I'm going to cut them together in some shorts to remind people that we're going into another game. Pooh. First met Torrid. Discovering a lost Nancy Drew book. Oh, it's cute. I was so sad. I didn't get to do I'm not gonna get to do Winnie the Pooh Christmas. I still have like Jingle All the Way and stuff that I need to do. Annabelle's Wish. So I've made Darby and Nancy Drew fan. Nice. Avery in Deep Jungle with the Cursed Vines and Hippos. That was a lot. May Hades torture the mastermind behind Ransom of the Seven Ships for Eternity in Tartarus. The Ransom of the Seven Ships is easily the worst game they ever made. It's just not a fun game. It's just hard, but not in like a, wow, that's a clever puzzle, I feel accomplished for beating it. It's hard in like a, no reasonable person would figure out how to do this on their own for the first time. And the sewer level, that was hell. That was not fun. I was dreading that ever since we started, and then when we got there I was like, this is worse than I could have imagined. But yeah, let's get back into this, I almost said game, book. Yeah, so Nancy, Frank, and Joe are out on the ice in Rockefeller Center. Nancy is being accosted. Sent you a follow on TikTok just so you know. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chris. I've been trying to go back and follow everybody back, but I'm honestly like really bad about actually being active on TikTok, so it might be a couple days before you see me, but I will follow you back. All right. Let's see. Chapter 11. Help! Frank! Nancy screams. She was... Oh, yeah, and by the way, there's a ton of Nancy and Frank shipping in this game, or in this book, which I absolutely love, because everybody knows I'm a Francie shipper for life. Anyway. Nancy screamed. She was speeding along on the ice, almost out of control. Someone had a crushingly strong grip on her arm. She tried to pull loose, but it was impossible. Her skates made a skish. I don't know how to make that sound as they cut an edge through the ice. Skaters scattered as she approached. She looked up to see the wall of the rink rushing closer. She'd crash into it. But at the last second, she was yanked away from the wall, her arm feeling longer by 2 inches. Only then did Nancy realize what was happening. A long chain of people were stretched across the rink, all holding hands. Nancy's half of the chain was facing one way. The other half was facing the opposite way. The line was moving in a circle, like a pinwheel, so that the last people had to skate furiously to keep up with the movement. Or momentum, sorry. Snap the whip, Nancy thought with relief. It was a game she'd played in River Heights as a little girl. It's not a mortal threat. That's good. A shrill whistle pierced the air, and the rink guard shouted, "Break it up! You can't do that here!" There were a few groans. Ugh, get out of my room, Dad. But in a second, the line had broken up. The guy who'd been holding Nancy's arm smiled at her as he skated off. As the quote-unquote whip dispersed, Frank skated to Nancy's side. "Come on," he said, taking her hand himself. The two of them, you can't just grab onto a stranger and just pull them away on skates. You could get hurt that way. "Come on," he said, taking her hand herself. This is Frank we're talking about now. The two of them skated away at top speed, but when they got to the spot where Joe had been, no one was there. Nancy stared blankly around the rink. Joe, Fiona, and the chestnut vendor. That's the kidnapper, the chestnut vendor. Were nowhere to be seen. Frank's face was taut with anxiety. Nancy knew that the same thing was on both their minds. Could Joe have been taken by the kidnapper? "Let's get rid of our skates," Frank said abruptly. Poor Joe has already been knocked unconscious once. The poor guy is just, he just gets the short end of the stick every time. Seconds later, and he's heartbroken because he has a crush on Bess, and Bess is dating this crazy person, Crown Prince. Seconds later, they were back at the skate rental counter, where the woman was methodically putting skates away. "Did you see those people just leave?" Frank asked breathlessly. "Oh my god, I'm so sorry." A blonde guy and an auburn-haired girl about 18, with a kind of tough-looking older guy. Oh yeah, this is what Nancy, Frank, and Joe look like in this book, apparently. Joe is like Nancy, where he toggles between being blonde and redhead. Apparently he's blonde in this one, and he looks very serious. Look at that serious face. "Oh, so you're the brother," she said, a smile of faint recognition creasing her face as she scrutinized Frank. "You mean you saw him?" Frank broke in. "Yeah, he told me you'd be looking for him. He and his girlfriend left in kind of a hurry. She looked upset. I didn't notice any older guy, though." "Did he say anything else to you?" Frank pressed. "Did he mention where he was going?" He told me to tell you something." She scrunched her face up, trying to remember. "He said he'd meet you in an hour at, I forget." "Thank you, that's very helpful." Nancy could see that Frank was about to explode. "Was it a street corner, a building?" she cut in. "Did he give you an address?" No, the woman tapped her fingers on the counter. "It was some store. I think Macy's, Bloomingdale's, Saks, something like..." "Saks, of course," Nancy said. "That's where Bess wanted to go after skating." "Yeah, Saks, that was it," the woman agreed, her face brightening. "Thanks a lot," Frank said. "He didn't say where he was going in the meantime, did he?" "No, but as they headed out the door, he was saying something about seeing the sights. If you ask me, they probably just wanted to run around the city a little." She grinned. "Nice couple." Nancy and Frank went back to the side of the rink. Bess and Jean-Claude whizzed by, and Bess waved merrily. "Look at it this way, Frank," Nancy said. "Jean-Claude is safe for the time being. One kidnapper at least is out of sight, and the others wouldn't dare pull anything here in a broad daylight." Frank made a little half bow for Nancy to enter. "I guess that means I have an hour to show you a little something about skating." Oh, we'll see about that, Nancy said, her feet sliding around in her oversized skates with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. She took off onto the ice, Frank right behind her. I still think TikTok is a new clockmaker. 7 ships is a game entirely comprised of sewer levels, even if you ignore the several problematic plot points. Oh yeah. There's just blackface. It's low key, but it's there. Yeah. I lurked in the shadows because I'm making dinner. Hi, Texas. What are you making for dinner? Out of curiosity. I missed that stream and feel lucky for it. Yes, you should feel lucky. I mean, we all missed you, Paolo, but you did not miss. You missed out on quite a bit of sadness. Avery and Atlantica, aside from Maddie having a laughing fit, and yeah, that was fun too. Sounds like you're playing a very unusual game of Clue. Yeah, it does. Avery in Atlantica. With the, and then it's just all the weapons are the same, so it's just still like with the candlestick, and you're like, what? Or is it Cladu where you live? White people tacos, nice. I want it Cladu on Christmas and still feel on top of the world. Nice. We played on my birthday and I did not win, and I was very sad to not win. My cousin, who I grew up with, she's basically my sister, and we're really, really competitive. Like, in a friendly way. We're both very serious about Clue. We love Clue. Alright. It's absolutely remarkable how you've transformed this bathroom, Fiona Fox said, staring in amazement at the gadgets and trays that Joe had set up on folding tables. You must be a professional photographer. Joe flashed a cocky smile. No, not exactly. Let's just say I'm a jack of all trades. Anyway, I figured that if you need photos developed in a hurry, okay, you've got to do them yourself. Fiona laughed. I suppose so, although I'd think one of those 24-hour photo labs would be perfectly adequate. Perfectly adequate. If Joe had heard anyone else his age use those words, he would immediately have thought total nerd. But don't be judgy, Joe. But somehow it sounded unbelievably sexy in that British accent and soft, deep voice. Not to mention those incredible flashing eyes. And that hair. He had a new mission now, to make Fiona think he was the most exciting man she had ever met, and to do it before Jean-Claude noticed her. Perfectly adequate. He's like, I don't want to lose a second girlfriend to this guy in a week. Perfectly adequate, Joe scoffed. Not if you only photograph subjects of the utmost beauty and complexity, the way I do. Ugh. Not bad, Joe said to himself, surprised at his choice of words. Well, Fiona said with a throaty laugh. Then she tossed her hair back. It fell into perfect lustrous waves. I guess you'll have to show me one of the beautiful, complex subjects. Joe led her out into the bedroom. Fortunately, she's really lucky Joe is not a sketchy guy. She just went back to this guy's room and she barely knows him. It feels like it could be a Dateline episode starting. Maybe I'm just overly cautious. Fortunately, Bess had put the photos back on top of his dresser before going to the rink. He searched through a stack. Let's see, he said, pulling one out. I think you'll recognize this person in this one. He'd only managed to take one photo of Fiona, but it was a beauty. There she was. Hey, Miss Firing. There she was, leaning over the balcony, surveying the grand lobby of the Winslow as if she owned it. All the guests around her, both men and women, seemed to be staring at her. Oh, that's lovely, Fiona exclaimed. She laughed and immediately added, if I do say so myself, what a wonderful, candid photographer you are. Joe felt incredibly pleased with himself. Well, I think photography is more instinctive than anything else. Of course, the lighting must be sure excellent contours and depth, Fiona bubbled on. I suspect such excellent contours and depth, Fiona bubbled on. I suspect you were using ambient light and a rather fast film, ASA for 400 at least. And yet the grain is so fine. Yes, that's right. Joe was floored. She knows more about this stuff than I do, he thought. Women. That's not what Joe means, but it is funny. He's like, "Ah, shit, I don't know that much about computers, about cameras." Which is, by the way, is how I feel every time I get into a conversation with like a professional filmmaker over camera stuff, because I'm like, I don't know that much about it. I know how to do what I do, which is very minimalist. Same thing with editing. Interesting interplay between the horizontals and verticals. Good deep depth of field. Oh, I hope this isn't your only copy. I'd love to keep it. Well, it is my only copy, Joe smiled warmly, trying to seem as if he hadn't been flustered by Fiona's expertise. But I meant it for you. Oh, thank you, Fiona said excitedly. I can't wait to show my father. I'm sure he'll want one. He'll want one too. Joe could sense opportunity knocking loudly. Really? Hey, no problem, he said. I'll make him one right now in the dark room. Would you like to join me? May I? I've never actually been in a dark room before. That sounded a little strange coming from someone who knew so much about photography, but Joe wasn't about to argue. His plan was working perfectly. Well, it'll be a little crowded, but why not? Joe pulled a negative out of an envelope and held it up to the light. There were 6 images on it. One of them was a picture of Fiona holding it carefully by the edges. He walked to the bathroom and opened the door. Was the picture of Fiona, I should say. If you'll just step all the way in, I'll close the door. We need total darkness for this. Oh, how exciting, Fiona replied with a little shiver. Joe's got moves, question mark? Joe turned off the overhead light. Now only a dim red light shone in the room. A so-called safe light. The kind that wouldn't disturb the developing pictures. The kind that, Dieter von Schwesterkrank did not have when we played Danger by Design. That son of a bitch. It bathed the room in a soft, romantic red glow. Perfect. Quickly, Joe mapped out the strategy in his head. First, he would develop the photo, impressing Fiona with his darkroom know-how. The last step was a 10-minute quote-unquote bath for the print in a pan of water. For that 10 minutes, they'd have nothing to do. In the dark, quiet, intimate room with the soft red light. Foolproof. Yeah, foolproof, Joe. Cringe. This is so creepy if it wasn't Joe. Joe flicked on the enlarger nonchalantly. An image of the picture beamed down onto the photographic paper for a few seconds. That looks dreadful, Fiona said. It's the negative image, Joe replied. Watch what happens when I put it in this developer. He took the paper and immersed it in a pan full of clear liquid. Slowly, the photograph began to emerge. Wow, my brain is reading faster than I can. Ooh, sexy tension. Texas, you were missing out on the Frank and Nancy shipping that was going on hardcore last night. I hope we get more of that. I'm having flashbacks to Danger by Design and that god-awful puzzle. In the dead silence of the room, Joe could hear Fiona breathing. The only other sound was the steady pounding of his heart, which boomed louder by the second. Alright. But then there was another sound, a tiny, muted click outside the darkroom door. That's just fascinating, Joe. Joe cut her off. Did you hear that? What? Click. There it was again. It was coming from the door to the suite. Someone's trying to get in, he whispered. Just stay here and don't make a sound. He moved to the darkroom door and listened. The clicking got quicker and louder before long he could hear the squeak of the door opening. My old cat burglar friend, Joe thought. I'll be the one to surprise him this time. He waited until he heard the door swing shut until the intruder was completely inside the front foyer. Joe, be careful, Fiona called in a frightened voice. There was no waiting now. The intruder must have heard the voice. With lightning-quick reflexes, Joe flung the door open. Jesus. But the man had been warned. He had the foyer light out and had broken away to run out the front door. Joe raced after him into the hallway and followed him down the emergency stairwell. Great job, Fiona. The sound of their footsteps echoed loudly against the rough concrete walls and treads. As Joe spiraled downward, his eyes caught the floor numbers, painted in red on the gray walls. 4, 3, 2... Yeah, blood red light does not sound very romantic. It sounds creepy. Yeah, run. Run now. That doesn't sound romantic at all. Suddenly, the stairwell became silent. Joe cautiously took to the stairs, 2 at a time, to the first floor. He turned to go down the basement. Stopping on the first floor landing, Joe dove to the floor just as a cloud of white foam burst up at him from the basement. A fire extinguisher, Joe realized. The guy wasn't stupid. There was a clanking sound and the blast stopped. Joe grabbed onto the railing and lowered himself carefully down the slick, foam-coated treads of the basement floor. By the time Joe got there, the man was long gone. Joe stared through the door into the long, empty hallways of the Winslow basement. Then, with a long sigh, he turned and trudged back up to the 5th floor. As he walked along, he wiped off the traces of fire extinguisher fluid from the bottom of his pants. Luckily, he jumped away in time to avoid being doused, but that was the only lucky thing about all this. The suite door was ajar. When Joe returned, he pushed it open glumly, half expecting Fiona to be gone. And he was right. Great, he thought. I scared her away just when things were, "Help! Joe, is that you?" The muffled voice was Fiona's. Joe ran into the bedroom. "I'm in the closet. Please help me." Joe grabbed the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. The key! Where was the closet key? He ran to the dresser and looked under the stacks of paper, photos, souvenirs, no key. He looked back at the closet door, trying to figure out how he could break it. That's when he saw the key. It was lying on the carpet by the closet door in plain sight. Joe scooped it up and opened the door. Fiona practically fell out into his arms. "Oh, Joe," she gasped. Carefully, eye roll, pause for eye roll. Carefully, Joe picked her up and set her down on the bed. "Are you all right?" he asked. "As soon as you left," Fiona said breathlessly, "a man came into the darkroom. I screamed. He threw me in the closet." "Oh, I'm so glad you came back." Into the darkroom? He couldn't let himself think about that yet. "You just lie back and relax, Fiona. You'll be all right," Joe said reassuringly. He quickly punched a number on the hotel phone. "Hello, Dr. Fox? This is Joe Hardy. Please come over right away. Fiona's been a little shaken up." He hung up and turned to Fiona. "He'll be right over," he told her. Then he rushed into the darkroom. The first thing he noticed was the photo he'd been developing. It had been exposed to the light and was now pitch black. Then Joe noticed the negatives were gone. Uh-oh. Come and check out my darkroom. Used to be a line full of journalists. Used to pick up girls. This would be creepy if it wasn't Joe. I'm just screaming internally because this is also 100% the dynamic he had with Ned when he was fixing his car in that one game. We're all so sad about the Ned-Joe dynamic being broken. Number 1 in all plot-relevant hallways. Survey was conducted from 30 Kingdom Hearts hallways. Joe Hardy with the mildly stalkery behavior with everyone he's been attracted to in canon, and also Ned for some inexplicable reason. I know, right? It's not even like Joe is like a creepy dude. I think he just does not know how to flirt with girls, and he's just like completely useless. If you're the boss versus the boss in Monstro, oh god, that was awful. Romance. Ew, 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 ew. Well, sorry about just a warning for this era of Nancy Drew. There is quite a little bit of romance. Nothing like super intense, but definitely like Nancy having feelings for Frank, other guys having feelings for Nancy, Joe having feelings for everybody he ever meets. Cluedo! So it is Cluedo in Australia. Ned with the loveless relationship in the Nancy Drew novel. Yes. Oh yeah. No. Like there's hardcore like Nancy and Frank moments where like they're just straight up having feelings for each other, and then Nancy's like, "Nah, what about Ned?" It's like, what about Ned? Dump his ass. Damn autocorrect. Wait. Oh, I see. Forget Ned. Yeah, Nancy, you can't tell me that Nancy and Frank don't end up together. Who would have thought Joe's idea of a date would fail so epically? I'm shocked. I know, right? Joe deserved better, but it's canon that the man has the worst taste, so I still kind of ship it, LMAO. I still think Henry Bolet and Grigor, who are from two different games and never canonically meet up, who we decided in our headcanon are going to be the most adorable couple ever. I think that I think that this just sounds so unhinged talking about it. I think that they're gonna help Joe find somebody who's actually good for him. They'll be a better influence on Joe and his relationship habits. Sounds like I've missed some true shenanigans. Oh yeah. I think what Laser in Misfiring are referencing the shenanigans on Kingdom Hearts, which have been a lot. We actually finished the first Kingdom Hearts stream in the last. We didn't stream yesterday, but last Monday we finished the first Kingdom Hearts game. And then this coming Monday, we're going to start Chain of Memories. My husband and I have been making Christmas happen and slowly losing our minds. Oof. Yeah, we all got to like Christmas dinner. And we were all just like so exhausted, and we all ended up going to bed kind of early. Avery versus Antisora. Yeah, that wasn't my fault. The screen just completely cut out and was just like, nope, you don't get to play anymore. Your sister's coming Friday because if we staying longer. Oh, it's good that you're at least close with like your sister and some of your family. Sounds like. All right, let's see if my hot chocolate is cool enough. Oh, guys, I'm gonna put you on share stream for 2 seconds. I have to show you the finishing touch. I'll be right back. Your youngest is loudly summoning me to the table. Oh, Mom! I'll be right back, guys. Okay, so I'm back, guys. I had to show you guys. Woo! The mug comes with its own cat coaster. This is also, Paolo also sent a keychain with a little rooster, a little Portuguese rooster keychain, which I love because I kept losing I really just have my my P.O. Box key on it right now, but I was losing all of my keys because I didn't have a keychain, so now I do, and I'm very excited. Maybe Joe, like me, just needs a good wingman, right? Joe just needs somebody to just be like, hey, it's okay, chill out, just like take it back like 6 different notches. Fully expect Perry to just pop up and overtake the stream whenever Avery leaves. Oh yeah, no, she would if she was. I think she's on the other side of the house right now. To be honest, I think she doesn't realize we're streaming yet, and then when she does, she'll feel very offended. Paulo also sent us a Nancy Drew comic book, which I'm really excited to read sometime. That's gonna be really, really fun. I've actually never owned a Nancy Drew comic book, and it just has such great artwork. So anyway, yeah, I wanted to nerd out about that, so. To take off, I'm going to have to get caught up with these books, lol. Bye, Basilius, see you later. It's 8 o'clock, I hear the cuckoo clock and the bird clock going off downstairs. In chorus, in surround sound. Bum, 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 bum. Didn't know if you had one of those. Was hoping you didn't. No, I didn't have a keychain, period, and I really needed one. And I've been like, I need a keychain, and I just couldn't find one that I liked, and I love this one. So now I'm using it, and he's my son, and I love him. Joe needs to give up and let the people come to him because half the problem seems to be dating people who find stalker behavior sexy. Yeah, it's definitely Joe ends up being the person who, like, tries too hard, and then, like, the other person doesn't put in any effort for him, so then he's just always the person putting in all of the effort, and Joe deserves better than that. Our boy can do better. He just needs, like, a pep talk and a wingman, like Paulo said. Alright. I love this mug. I'm gonna move my... I don't know what got all over this. I think it probably happened during the charity stream. Most likely. But, you know. Move the little... Oh yeah, and I've never owned... The thing with Nancy Drew is there's so much Nancy Drew. Even though I own quite a few Nancy Drew, I by no means own, like, even a majority of the books. So, like... And stuff like this, especially when, like, oh, look, there's a thing for White Wolf of Icicle Creek in the back of this. It's always nice to see, like, new forms of Nancy Drew media that I haven't seen yet. I don't think we've done a comic book read stream yet. I'll have to log that onto Goodreads. I meant the comic book. Other cultures have rats or elephants or tigers. We got stuck with roosters. I like the roosters. One of my neighbors is 100% harboring a rooster because of it. I hear it every single morning, and it's honestly kind of charming. I love roosters. They're cute. But no, I didn't have the Nancy Drew book either. I was very excited for that. So... The Monstro, I said that wrong, Monstro boss fight was really bad. Oh, and if you see this, don't be alarmed. I kind of sort of cut myself on the tape dispenser when I was wrapping presents on Christmas Eve, and it still hasn't healed. That's why it looks kind of gnarly. Alright, chapter 12. Also got some of my pre-boiled but now cold water. So it's not a drinking hazard. Okay, chapter 12. There, love. Just sit back and sip this. Dr. Fox held a cup of hot tea to his daughter's lips. At least it's her dad saying that, and not the new, not even boyfriend. I love Joe, but I'm glad that he didn't go in that hard. I'm fine, Father, Fiona said. Should I start doing my corny accent? I'm fine, Father. Fiona said, sitting up on the edge of the bed. Really? Would you like me to order something else from room service? Joe asked. Juice, some lunch. No, thank you, Fiona answered firmly. I think I'd just like to leave now and go to my room. This one time, I gave blood at DragonCon, and then I got nauseous and lightheaded, and I threw up a little bit afterwards because I did too much. I was just kind of walking, around the hotel like an old person walking around the mall, but apparently that was still too much, and I got sick and I threw up, and so a security guard came rushing over and like handed me a thing of juice, and I was like, thank you, and I was like taking sips of it, because you know, like when you're sick and you don't really want to like chug something down, and he was just like, he was not taking no for an answer. He wanted me to chug that entire juice down. I was about to say, why the heck were you drinking boiled water, and then I remembered what you said at the beginning of the stream. Yeah. At least in my county, I think it's most of Atlanta right now, because something the water pipe, the pipes are struggling because it's been so cold and have been somehow damaged, and we're all supposed to be boiling water. We're on a water advisory right now. So yeah. 7 p.m. and I'm planning on giving my nameless cat a bath. Or my nanny's cat. I was like, nameless cat? Why doesn't the cat have a name? Nanny's cat a bath. Cute. I adore Joe Hardy, but he's vaguely insane, and I think she's perfectly valid in wanting to be literally anywhere else. Oh yeah, bless Joe, but he's coming on way too strong. Joe nodded. Of course, I understand. Just what I needed, he thought. I finally meet the girl of my dreams. He says that about every person he meets. And I have to drag her into this ridiculous case. Come, darling, Dr. Fox said. I don't know why I'm not doing a British accent for Dr. Fox, just for his daughter. Putting his arm around Fiona's shoulder to help her up, the two of them walked haltingly to the door. Goodbye, Joe. I'll see you around, I'm sure, Fiona said, without looking back at him. As the door closed behind them, Joe slumped down onto the bed. He felt as if the whole world had fallen apart. All the photos of possible suspects were gone. How was he going to explain it to Frank and Nancy? But that wasn't the worst part. Worst of all was losing Fiona Fox. That wasn't the worst part, Joe. Definitely letting the murderer get away is definitely the worst part than losing a date. It's gonna be okay. There will be other dates. Just as things were starting to happen between them, how could life get worse? Lights flickering again. I don't like that. Hi, tech ghosts, or any ghost present. Just sit over there and don't touch anything, please. You're welcome to stay. All it took was a glance at his watch to find the answer. It was 10 minutes to 2. He was supposed to have met Frank and Nancy 20 minutes earlier. Grabbing his coat, Joe dashed out the door, slamming it behind him. Silver bells, it's Christmas time in the city. I can sing better than that, but I just don't have the energy to care that much right now. Thankfully, she has a cat thing to put her in. Oh, that's cute. My cats do not enjoy baths. I don't know about... Well, we have one cat that genuinely loves the water. All the other ones are like normal cats and they hate water. They really should replace all the water pipes in the US. I can't imagine how old and rusty they must be. Oh yeah, infrastructure. It really needs to get on that. She's the girl of my dreams, Frank. The girl of your dreams is any girl with a pulse. And Nancy's boyfriend. Ned was the girl of your dreams too, dude. The carol blared from speakers overhead as Nancy, Jean-Claude, and Bess peered into the store window. Miniature motorized men in top hats. Miniature motorized men. Sounds like a name of a band. I don't know if it's a good name of a band. And women in bustles walked choppily back and forth along a 19th century city street, holding presents and waving to each other. A sign above them said Christmas on 5th Avenue, 1890. Nancy turned and peered through the crowds in search of Frank. Finally, she saw him standing by the curb near a skinny man in a Santa suit, wearing a beard that looked like cotton candy. Frank, come see this window. It's great, Nancy called out. Frank smiled wanly, and nodded. I will, he called back in a dispirited voice. I will, but he just brushed the falling snowflakes from his face and looked up and down the street. With a slow, rhythmic clop, 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 2 horse-drawn carriages pulled up to the front of the store, just past the crowd. Coach rides? Coach rides through the park, anyone? Called one of the drivers. Ah, Jean-Claude said, our coachmen are waiting. He took Bess's hand, fluttered a quick wave to his bodyguards, and pushed through the crowd toward the horses. Come on, guys, Bess called. This'll be fun. Nancy's face lit up. Oh, let's go, Frank, she begged, walking up to him. It'll only take a few minutes. No. You go ahead with them, Frank said, looking at his watch. I'm going to stick around and wait for Joe. He was supposed to be here half an hour ago. Don't worry, Nancy said. I'm sure he and Fiona are off in their own world somewhere. Right about now, they're probably realizing how late they are. A grin inched its way across Frank's face as he spotted something down the street. I guess you're right, he said. Nancy turned and followed his glance. About a block away, Joe was sprinting towards them, dodging in and out of shoppers like a fullback. Frank, Nancy, Joe called. He ran up to them, panting. Listen, I'm sorry I'm late, but save it for the ride, Joe, Frank said. Judging from the look on the horses, we're going to have plenty of time. What? Frank gestured over to where Jean-Claude and Bess had been standing. I still don't get it, Frank. Frank turned around. Jean-Claude and Bess were gone. Where are... he began. Slowly, one of the carriages pulled away from the curb. Jean-Claude's head popped out of the side. Joe! You're here, he called out. Get in the other carriage with Nancy and Frank and tell my guards I'll be right back. Last one to Central Park gets coal in his stocking, Bess added as their horse entered the lane of traffic. Come on, let's go, Frank said, blocking the bodyguards so they couldn't get in the last carriage. I don't want them out of our sight. The 3 of them climbed in and told the driver to follow that horse. Solemn-faced joggers and speeding taxis passed by as the horse trotted leisurely through the park. The sound of tinkling music from a carousel mixed with the squeals of children playing in the snow nearby. but Nancy snuggled down deep into 2 plaid blankets, barely noticing their surroundings. Joe was telling his story, and that was all she could think about. Well, I guess it's pretty obvious who would be interested in getting those negatives, Frank said, after a long, discouraged silence with Joe had finished talking. Joe nodded. The burglars, he said glumly. They must have been tipped off that I was taking photos. I just don't understand it, though, Nancy said. I mean, yes, the burglars must have broken into your room just now. But what about the other 2 break-ins? First, they ransacked our room. Why would they have been looking for the photos in there if they knew Joe was the photographer? Good question, Frank said. And when they did break into our room last night, why didn't they take the photos and negatives then? Everything was in plain sight on the dresser. But today must have been the first time the burglars broke in, Nancy said. What? I don't follow, Frank said. Well, didn't we decide that there are 2 groups? The cat burglars are after the jewels, and someone else is trying to kidnap Jean-Claude. Maybe the kidnappers are the ones who broke in those other times. They may be trying to send us a message to stay clear of Jean-Claude. That makes sense, Frank said. If the kidnappers tracked us to the underground, they could easily have tracked us to the hotel. But who are these guys, and how are they able to keep such close tabs on us, Nancy asked. If they just wanted to give us a warning, why did they go through all our drawers and closets? She stopped to think about that. That's the big question. We must have something that they need. If only we could figure out what, we might be able to break this case wide open. At least one of them. Nancy stared at Frank. Frank stared at Joe. Joe shrugged. I'm still stuck on the whole cat burglars. On who the cat burglars are. He shook his head, deep in thought. I could have sworn none of those father-son teams noticed me. The carriage fell silent except for the bells on the horse's harness. Nancy shivered with cold as they passed a secluded area of cement chess tables. I cannot stop yawning. Oh my god, why? Sorry, guys. Cement chess tables and attached benches. Abandoned in the freezing cold, the tables stood silent watch, encrusted with snow and icicles. Suddenly, the answer was too clear to ignore. It had been nagging at her for a while, but she kept dismissing it, and she knew Joe wouldn't want to hear it. There was one team that noticed you, Joe, she said quietly. You said you gave Fiona the photo you took of her, Nancy went on. Was that the only copy you had? Yes, a cloud seemed to pass across Joe's eyes, and he slumped back against the seat. And then she asked you to get the negatives out and make another copy? No, Joe answered. I volunteered to do it myself. So the father-son team is actually a father-daughter team. Yay, feminism! Nancy said. Fiona and Dr. Fox must have staged the theft of the negatives. Locking Fiona in the closet was a smokescreen, a way for them to appear innocent. Joe shook his head. I don't know, Nancy. That's gotta be it. You didn't see what happened after you left the Winslow reading lounge last night, Joe, Nancy said. Dr. Fox left right after you, and he was within earshot of the whole time. We were talking about the case beforehand. Joe shook his head. First of all, the guy who mugged me didn't have Fox's voice. He said, second, why didn't Dr. Fox take photos then? Why did he stick around? Because he was planning to break in, but the kidnappers got there first, Nancy said excitedly. It was convenient. It was a convenient coincidence for him. He probably waited for them to leave and went in after to take the photos. Then we showed up, and he covered by flipping into his kindly doctor routine, Frank said. Joe's blue eyes were flashing with rage. When I get my hands on... Frank pounded the side of the carriage in frustration. We've got to get back right away. Fiona and her father must have known that we'd figure all this out eventually. I wouldn't be surprised if they're checking out right now. Sir, Nancy said to the driver, leaning forward in her seat, we've got to get to the Winslow Hotel immediately. Can you signal the other carriage? She pointed up the road. What other carriage? The driver replied. Nancy's eyes opened in shock. Jean-Claude and Bess's carriage had disappeared. They were just in front of us, she cried. I see them, Joe said, way up ahead on that hill. In the distance, Nancy saw the other horse pulling the carriage up the hill at a gallop. What's going on? Is this one of Jean-Claude's crazy ideas? We've got to catch up to them. Lady, I'll do the best I can, the driver answered in a monotone. He pulled the reins. The horse shifted into a lazy canter. Hey, it's been a long time since the Kentucky Derby, the driver said with a chuckle. She can't handle the occasional patches of ice. Never mind, stop the carriage, please, Nancy said, handing the driver his fee. Come on, guys, we're going to have to do this on foot. The three of them tossed off their blankets, jumped out, and raced up the road. Today is the case of Joe versus the bad taste in significant others. The case of Joe's disastrous dating life. The tragedy of Joe's dating life. Nancy felt every sinew in her body stretch and contract as her legs pounded the freshly plowed blacktop. Her lungs felt as if they were on fire, about to burst. Ahead of them, Jean-Claude's carriage approached a bend in the road. Honk! I like doing the honk sounds. Instinctively, Nancy jumped to the right. With a sickening squeal of tires, a black limousine swerved around her from behind, its horn blaring. From behind, its horn blaring. There we go. The comma. I put the comma in the wrong place in my brain. Swerved around her from behind, comma, its horn blaring. Neither she nor the Hardy brothers broke stride, except when their feet skidded. Ahead of them, the horse slowed down to take the bend. We're going to catch them, Joe yelled, but he had spoken too soon. The black limousine streaked past the carriage and then screeched to a stop in front of it. Its pathway blocked, the terrified horse shied and reared up on its hind legs. Hey, shouted the driver, trying desperately to bring the horse under control. Then the doors of the limousine opened. No, Bess screamed. Nancy watched in horror as three men in dark coats with revolvers burst out of the car. White-faced, Jean-Claude and Bess climbed down from the carriage, their hands in the air. Stop, Nancy shouted desperately. Her cry was blown back by the chill wind. Not one of the men showed any sign of hearing her as Jean-Claude and Bess were roughly shoved into the back seat of the limo. By the time Nancy and the Hardy brothers had reached the carriage, the limo was 100 yards away, fishtailing on a patch of ice at top speed. Wow, that was a lot. Hey, Cameron. I really hope the AI art fades out like NFTs. Unfortunately, I literally saw 2 different NFTs advertised during the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, and it was just like a wild thing to be like, oh, I forget, like, not everybody hates NFTs, I guess. Hi, Patrick. I'm fashionably late. I was fashionably late, too. I was making hot chocolate. She's a cat that doesn't like water. Yeah, most of them don't. 1850. What is this? Time travel? It was 1890. And they were just looking at shop windows. Hey, Anton. Welcome, guys. We are about 120 pages into this book. Someone tried to get me to join an NFT pyramid scheme in my Twitter DMs yesterday. Oh, I've gotten that too. My favorite thing to do when people send me those, like, pyramid scheme things on Instagram, or the ones that are just like, hey, those scams that are like, hey, you want a sugar daddy? I like to mess with the scammers by just when they start trying to, like, ask you for information about yourself, you just give them the plot of, like, some movie from Hallmark. You start giving the life story of, like, a Hallmark movie heroine. It's very funny. For a minute, I feel like Kit Boga, like I'm doing something with my life. Hate how they think referring to an artist as human AI is a compliment. Oh, I haven't heard that one yet. Avery versus Chernobyl. Tinkerbell proves that she's broken for healing with almost no effort. Oh yeah, Tinkerbell is the best part of that. Once you get Tinkerbell unlocked, that is a very nice strategy. Because Tinkerbell kicks ass. Alright, chapter 13. Oh, by the way, guys, I've decided one of the designs I'm working on for the merch store is, it says nice weirdos. It's gonna say nice weirdos. It's not done yet. But, like, you know the Muppets? Like, the logo is, like, the Muppets, and it's got, like, the little line, and then it's the, and then Muppets is kind of like this, like, kind of at a curve. It's gonna say, like, nice weirdos. And instead of having Kermit's silhouette, I'm thinking of putting Perry's silhouette behind it. Don't get me started on AI art. As a photographer without any media on canvas, skill photography is the only thing I have. I know. I usually go for modern translations of Jane Austen characters' backstories if I get those sugar daddy schemes. That's a good one too. Oh, that's always great. One of these days we'll do a Pride and Prejudice stream because Pride and Prejudice is one of my favorite books of all time. Problem with AI art is more about how art used in the AI models wasn't given royalties nor credit. Yeah, I definitely, speaking of dark rooms, yeah, I definitely, I do think there is a way to, like, utilize AI art, but definitely not the way of, like, hey, put somebody else's art in there and then have it AI generated. It's like, that's not good. Don't do that. Question, is Santa a sugar daddy? Life is Strange when? Oh god. So Life is Strange, I love Life is Strange, but it made me absolutely sob the last time I played it, so it'll happen probably, but give me time. Is Santa a sugar daddy? I mean, if the song Santa Baby is to believed, I definitely get that vibe, don't you? unless you're listening to the very cursed Michael Bublé version, Santa Buddy. And that's obviously the worst version. Like a random thought. Yeah, I haven't been following the whole AI art thing more than just, like, on surface level. All I know is, like, hey, don't steal somebody else's art and then have with a computer, please. Don't do that. Do you plan on covering Ice Age? I do. I don't know when. I still have, like, straight up Christmas themed things that I need. Pride and Prejudice and Zombies, so you can compare it to the original. I have a copy of Pride and Prejudice and Zombies. I absolutely do. We could do a reading of that, and I could probably do a video of the movie too. I don't know when I'm gonna get to Ice Age because I have, like, just straight up Disney or Christmas movies that I need to get, and at this point it's gonna go up in January. So yeah, that's gonna be a lot, but I'll get there. Hate the AI stuff. Some call it collaborative effort. That's just such bullshit. Oh yeah, that's totally bullshit. I mean, the idea of the American canon of Santa is already very strange, yes. Apparently some AI quote-unquote artist created slur for artists, apparently. I'm so confused. I saw somebody post, it's like, isn't it interesting how we used to think, wow, one of these days we're gonna AI generate all of the hard work so that humans can just focus on, like, the arts and things like that, and now in real life we're just like, hey, we've created a way to AI generate art, so we don't need to make art anymore, and we're all like, what? Ice Age is also 20 years ago. Fuck, I'm old. Oh god. Yeah, and the industry is already competitive enough without literal AI art being a problem for creators, so yeah, it's a lot. Blue Sky Entertainment, right? Huh. Very strange. Yeah, the whole AI art thing is just a rabbit hole that I haven't had the emotional or mental energy to deal with. It seems like a whole lot. We're still dealing with NFTs, like, there's a lot of stuff going on. Although the people that are like, let's do NFTs for charity to take money from the crypto bros and give it to charity, I think that's actually kind of funny. It's like, well, if the NFT bros are not going to stop buying NFTs, let's just take their money and give it to charity. Apparently hands are still a hill AI art has yet to cross over. Oh, that's funny. Oh, the AI created a new slur. That's so cursed. That's super cursed. I'm gonna get back to the book. Hey, Patrick. The whole talk about AI is just making me have an existential crisis. I'm going back to good old Nancy Drew and Hardy Boys. Alright. Let me sit up so I can actually see, and that you guys can see what I'm reading. I don't think that's a slur. It's probably a bad comeback. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a whole lot. Anyway, let's get back to this, chapter 13. I don't have a way to segue from the dystopian world of AI art to Nancy Drew book, but I'm just gonna go for it. Chapter 13. Come on, Frank, we've at least got to try to get the license number, Joe yelled. He and Frank took off after the car, their feet skidding every so often, but the limo would be skidding too, they knew. Nancy's attention was caught by a moving figure off to her right, the carriage driver stomping his way through the new fallen snow off the road. She jumped over a snowbank and chased after him. The snow on the lawn was deep and wet. It clung to her shoes. The wintry air made her breath rasp in her throat after her jog to catch the carriage. It was almost impossible to summon any speed. In seconds, a man was at a low wall. He vaulted over without stopping. He landed on the other side facing Nancy for a second, and that was the first time she got a good look at his face. It was the chestnut vendor. Curse you, chestnut vendor. AI ML based, is that considered taking... I mean... Other VFX artists, more opportunities to create. Well, that's the thing, is like there's a whole conversation that needs to be had about like, because the technology could be implemented to aid artists, but the way that it's been used has been in a very hindering artists way. So there's just like, it's a big conversation about like, as far as I understand, and I don't know that much about it, it's a big conversation about like, there must be a way to actually make this be something that makes artists' lives better, but right now it's just making it worse. In other news, should I make an OC for Joe Hardy to date when Nancy and the Hardy Boys eventually enter public domain that doesn't suck because he deserves better? Yes. I was sure it was the butler. I mean, you can tell those people who made the Winnie the Pooh horror movie were waiting for it to land in the public domain. Oh, yeah. I was joking. Oh, they were waiting. They were, like, counting down the days. And then they were like, guys, it's happening. By the way, when Nancy Drew and or the Hardy Boys go into the public domain, I will be a menace to society, more so than I already am. That damn chestnut vendor. It was the chestnut vendor. He stood frozen for a minute with the shock of being recognized. Look, we're on to you. We've got your name, Nancy called out. You might as well talk to me now. It was a lie, but if it might work, or at least stall him. She was only 20 yards from him and gaining. The man's face was contorted in an angry snarl. You can tell your prince friend I'm gonna collect, he shouted. Then he dropped down below the wall that separated them. When he came back up, he drew back his right hand and hurled something at Nancy's face. Nancy lurched to the right as a ball of solid ice whooshed by her. She had landed face down in the snow. I'm just picturing that scene from Elf where he hits the guy with the snowball from like 100 yards away or whatever. By the time she'd staggered to her feet, the man had disappeared into one of the side streets off the park. Nancy brushed off the snow and trudged back toward the abandoned carriage. An image was etched in mind, the nightmarish sight of Bess shaking with fear as she was herded at gunpoint into the limo. If only I could have tried harder, run faster, something. It's not your fault, Nancy thought. My friend has been kidnapped. Poor Bess, what's happening to you now? Poor Bess gets kidnapped a lot. Frank and Joe were back at the carriage when Nancy got there. Find anything? Joe asked. Nancy nodded. I sure did. The driver was our friend, the chestnut vendor. What? Frank said. Why didn't Jean-Claude recognize him as soon as he got into the carriage? Nancy shrugged. Who knows? Too wrapped up in Bess, I guess? So to speak, Joe muttered. The vendor said something strange, something about collecting from Jean-Claude, Nancy continued. Maybe he wants Jean-Claude to pay him for the horse ride, but that doesn't explain much, does it? Frank scratched his chin in thought. Maybe he means collecting on a bet. Maybe that's why those guys are after Jean-Claude. Could be, Nancy said. How about you two? Did you get a plate number for the limo? Too far away, Joe said. Besides, it looked as though they'd covered it with mud. But we didn't find this on the road. But we did find this on the road. Frank held up a small sheet of spiral notebook paper. It was right between the carriage and the limo. I can't make anything of it. Nancy looked at it. It had in hastily scribbled pen marks was the notation 2340-2 equals 117 plus 22. At the bottom was a circle with the number 139 inside. Chestnut. I remember I went to a nature preserve when I was like 6 or 7, and I bought this little stuffed animal squirrel who I named Chester the squirrel, and I loved Chester, and I'm sure my mom still has him somewhere. Once I get the speaker, I'll be playing your streams through that. Ooh, I feel so lucky. Where did our unhinged prince friend get himself into that needs to be collected upon? I don't know, Ellery, but I'm worried. I wrote a review on Nancy Drew notebook Trouble at Camp Treehouse. Oh, that's the one that you sent me. We haven't read that one yet on stream. Leaky Bill in the books was brown, like gray, then. What are your Santa headcanons? My Santa headcanons. Let's think. Is it me or is there no sound? Oh, did the sound leave? Oh, hang on. Oh, shit. Yes. I was sure. Hang on. Can you guys hear me? Did my sound cut out? Yes. I was sure. Hang on. Can you guys hear me? What's happening? Yes, we can hear you. Okay. Sorry, I was just like, oh god, what's happening? Did my sound cut out? Alright, there we go. Sorry, don't want you to get you reverb. There you go. Funny how the phrase my, how the turntables has replaced the original phrase. How the tables have turned, and now it's the one now it is the one that sounds off. Yes, it's true. I think that's the one you sent. You sent me a couple of Nancy Drew notebook books, and then I found one. But yeah, we haven't read any of the Nancy Drew notebooks yet. Definitely this year we'll have to, because this is only the 3rd Nancy Drew book we've ever read on stream, and I think it's only the first. Is it the first one straight up with the Hardy? It's the first Hardy Boys book, technically. So we gotta read more of these types of things this year. For sure. Alright. Santa headcanons. I definitely think Santa is a terrible boss and takes way too much credit for what his team probably does. Also, when I was little, I swear my parents had written a story for me and my brother that was like about Mrs. Claus being, like, the real brains behind the operation, and then just kind of giving Santa a list and sending him out, like, on an errand run, and then him getting all the credit. It was me, my headphones cut out. Okay, no worries. I'm glad, thank you for bringing it to my attention, because if it had cut out, it has happened where I've just straight up been reading for like 3 pages and then people have been like, we can't hear shit. A Year Without Santa. Yes. I'm going to do that Year Without Santa video if it comes out January the 10th. I don't care. I'm about to, once I finish uploading the batch of videos that we've already filmed, I'm going to clear space off my drives and, what was I gonna say? Clear space off my drives and then batch record a bunch of those Christmas videos that I didn't get to do. Yes, Nevergirls will be fun. Mrs. Claus seems to be in charge. Yeah, I've always gotten that vibe, for sure. Oh, I wanted to do the Angela Lansbury Mrs. Claus movie. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to do that now. I'll have to get to it eventually. We'll figure it out. I assume Santa does the paperwork. Did you say Elmo saves... I'm going to do Elmo Saves Christmas. It'll be obviously late, but I'm still gonna do it. Checking the list and all. Yeah, he probably does the paperwork. Although in Arthur Christmas, which is one of my favorite and also one of the most underrated Christmas movies in existence, Santa doesn't reply to or even receive his own mail. His son Arthur does that. In his tiny, cramped little office. Also the song where she sings about her being Santa. Yes, it's such a cute movie. And I used to, before Pushing Up Roses covered it, I thought it was a fever dream. Okay, where did I last leave off? Right, okay, so I found the note. Oh my god, why? We don't know for sure that it means anything, Nancy commented. Some third grader might have dropped an assignment earlier. We thought of that too, Joe said, but it snowed outside for hours, and yet the paper is dry and the pen marks are almost completely legible. It couldn't have been out in the snow for more than a few seconds. Nancy examined the paper again, perplexed. They took 2,340, crossed out the last digit, divided it by 2, and added 22. It must mean something. Divided it by 2 and then added 22. 222. Well, these guys don't work for free, Joe suggested. Maybe they were figuring out how to split their fee. Great, another fabulous lead. Nancy frowned and put the paper in her pocket. Now, what do we do now? Who knows where they'll take Bess? Renaud is bound to get a ransom note. Soon. That's what we might be able to pick up some clues. Nancy winced. How could Joe sound so calm about all this? Frank gave Nancy a sympathy, because Joe's been knocked unconscious and kidnapped like so many times. I want the world to know there's a Mrs. Santa Claus. Yes. They would clean the teeth is another good one. Yeah. I haven't seen that one in forever. I like it. Like, yeah, she can be Santa. Yeah, it's a cute movie. I'm surprised we haven't gotten more movies about, like, girl Santas. Right? Like, that feels like it's right there. Like, it feels like I'm waiting for that movie to be made. And no, Santa Girl I don't think counts. Frank gave Nancy a sympathetic look. Joe's right. We'll notify Renaud and then call the police. Meanwhile, we'll try to find Fiona and her father. Gently, he put his hand on Nancy's arm. It's the best we can do. Nancy nodded. The lump in her throat made talking painful. Bess would be scared out of her mind in the clutches of kidnappers who didn't care whether she lived or died. Suddenly, not much seemed to matter. The Crown Jewels, Jean-Claude, the burglars. As long as Bess was missing, Nancy knew she wouldn't be able to think about anything else. Nancy, Frank, and Joe pushed through the revolving Winslow doors. They darted across the lobby to the reservation desk. A curly-haired man in a uniform looked up from his computer terminal. Yes, may I help you? He asked politely. I'm picturing Tim Curry in Home Alone 2. We're looking for Dr. Fox, Nancy said. Is he still a guest? The man punched a few keys on the terminal. No, he said, shaking his head. He checked out earlier today. Terrific, Joe shouted in frustration, pounding the marble countertop. The reservation's clerk jumped back and gave Joe a hard look. "I'm sorry, sir," he said, "but it's not my fault." "You're right. Sorry," Joe tossed back over his shoulder as he ran straight for the elevator, followed by Frank and Nancy. They pressed the button for Count Renaud's floor. "I'm not looking forward to telling the news to Renaud," Joe said as the elevator ascended. "He's going to hit the ceiling. He's probably already having a fit about Jean-Claude, the way he shook off his bodyguards." Nancy and Frank nodded. "Some bodyguards we are," Nancy said. "That's what he'll think, anyway." They got off at the third floor and walked nervously toward Renaud's suite. They could hear the muffled sounds of his voice from all the way down the hall. As they got closer, the words became clearer. "Lexington, you intellectual incompetent. You're the wrong side of town." "I hate to interrupt the intimate conversation," Joe remarked. He squared his shoulders and rapped sharply on the door. "Hang on," Renaud said. The door swung open. "Yes, what is it?" Renaud did a double take. "Come in, I was just on the phone." They followed him in. When he returned to the phone, his voice had taken on a strained politeness. "Do you have that?" "That's right. Bloomingdale's is on Lexington Avenue. Yes, you're welcome. Goodbye." He slammed down the phone and looked impatiently at the three detectives. That's not what he was talking about. He should have let him keep talking. "Well, how are Jean-Claude's new bodyguards? His old ones are so happy to have had the afternoon to do their own holiday shopping." His voice was laced with sarcasm. Suddenly, Nancy felt very uncomfortable. "Not so well, I'm afraid," she said. Well, we seem to have lost him and Bess." Renaud's pen clattered on the desk. "You lost him?" he repeated furiously. "How could you possibly? I suppose Santa Claus swooped down from the skies a few weeks early and took him away." "Well, no," Nancy replied. "Actually, it was Black Limousine, and whoever it was took Bess, too." Renaud threw up his arms. "A black limousine! Wonderful!" He began pacing the room. "You realize the UN gala is tonight." "Oh, this has gotten out of hand. Kindly walk out of this suite and never return." "Not so fast," Frank said. "We're in this too deeply to back out now. I'd suggest you think hard about your response to a ransom note, which I'm sure is on the way. I think the police will need to know." Renaud's face suddenly went slack. "Police? Good heavens, they are the last people we should involve." "Count Renaud," Nancy persisted. "The police will be a big help at this point." "You and I both know that the police are never a big help, Nancy." "What if the police once helped you, Nancy? They have the staff and the know-how to deal with kidnappings." "Never did I think this sort of thing would happen." Renaud stood up from his desk. Your naivete astounds me. Police involvement would result in an instant press coverage. Screaming banner headlines. I can just see it now. This event will become a circus, a disgrace to Jean-Claude Sarconne and myself. He pointed an accusing finger at Nancy. "I agreed to let you three help with protecting Jean-Claude, and look what has happened. I forbid the police, and I forbid any further involvement with you three from now on, and I and my staff shall handle this." Then he yanked the door open and said curtly, "Thank you for your visit. Good day." "But," Joe began. "Come on, Joe," Frank said, taking Nancy's arm. "Let's go." Nancy, Frank, and Joe went up to Nancy and Bess's room. "Have a seat," Nancy said in a dull voice. She was too upset to sit down herself. All she could do was pace. "Renaud is right about the publicity, you know," Joe said. "Of course," Nancy replied, standing still for a second. "But what's more important? Bad publicity for Sarconne or Bess's life? Sure, they won't—" I love how she doesn't care about Jean-Claude at all. "Sure, they won't harm Jean-Claude, but what if they use Bess as a bargaining chip? What if they threaten to kill her if the ransom isn't met? Count Renaud wouldn't care." Just then there was a dull bumping noise at the door, and as if something heavy had been pushed against it. "What was that?" Nancy said. She began walking toward the door. "Careful," Frank warned. He and Joe jumped to their feet and stood behind her, ready for action. A low moaning sound came from the hallway. Cautiously, Nancy turned the knob. The door flew open and into the room fell a body. Nancy gasped. It was Jean-Claude. God damn it, Jean-Claude. Not to blame the victim, but what the hell, Jean-Claude? What are you doing? I want Queen Latifah to make another Christmas movie. I grew up with Queen Latifah movies. That was an era for sure. I think there was one with Whoopi Goldberg becoming Santa. That, scratches the very back of my brain. I'll have to look into that for next year. Call Me Claus. Nice. A female Santa Claus. The feminists are taking over. I'm an adult virgin. Oh, so funny. Intellectual incompetent. Did you plan on covering the Twilight Zone episode Night of the Meek? I plan on covering as many episodes of Twilight Zone as I possibly can. How many have we done? 5? We did the one where the guy goes to, he doesn't know why he's in the good place, then he realizes he's in the bad place. And then we covered the sentient gambling slot machine one-armed bandit thing, and then we covered the one with all the mannequins, and then we covered the talking Tina doll one, and then we covered the one with William Shatner on the airplane. That's 5. I think those are all the ones we covered. New York Minute with Mary-Kate and Ashley on Netflix. Yes! I loved New York Minute. I think Santa and Bess may be dead. Oh well. Oh no. Okay, but concept. The Claus family as a royal archfey lineage, with Santa being the title of whoever the current matriarch and patriarch. In, like, having a whole massive line of Santas. Yes, I like this idea. No one should care about Jean-Claude. This motherfucker brought this on himself. Bess is the worst. Patrick, I don't hate, I love Bess. She's just making really bad life choices right now. But I do love Bess. Poor Bess. To be fair to her, who among us wouldn't be totally into it if this really gorgeous prince was like, hello? Or princess, if you're into not guys. If a royal came up and was like, hey, I'm into you, we would all be like, okay. There was a 2000s movie, TV series called Santa Brothers. That also sounds very familiar to me. Read Camp Treehouse and tell me you like her. I mean, I will, but also they're little kids in that one, so I'm sure they all do annoying things. I'd go for it regardless. A royal is a royal. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta cut Bess some slack. We'd all be a little bit blinded by the light with a Jean-Claude type being like, hey, you want to go on a horse-drawn carriage ride? Round the Twist episode Lucky Lips, because my god, that one hasn't aged well, along with another episode, Ice Maiden. Probably had a guess while watching the show. The next Round the Twist idea will probably be the one with the Book of Love, because it was referenced in the doll one that we did. How many episodes of Round the Twist have we covered? 3, right? There was the pilot. The pilot with the skeleton on the dunny, and then the scarecrow clown monstrosity. And the scary doll episode, right? Three and 2 nearing 3 years. We need to do more Round the Twist for sure. I don't like summer camp. Then why did you go? Has anyone tried? Ooh, that sounds good. I don't think I've tried that toonie, but that sounds good. I love garlic pickles are my favorite. No, Cameron, do you not want to be more traumatized by Round the Twist? We just posted the video that I just posted, the second one with Anton that I did. That's the 220th video. And that doesn't count any of the live streams or anything like that. No as in no to the pickles. Ah, I see. Alright. Grab a sip of my hot chocolate with my full pan so I don't spill it. Not my cup of tea. I mean, dill pickles are either a love it or hate it thing, so that's fair. Ever seen Beastly with Vanessa? Oh, when I tell you I can't wait to be able to do a Beastly video. We're doing Fairy Tale February this month, so maybe I'll get to do it in February. I also need to cover the new Beauty and the Beast live musical that they just did over the holiday season. Nancy knelt down and tried to take in Jean-Claude's disheveled figure. His clothes were dirty and torn. I'm reading the book again now. Sorry, that was abrupt. His clothes were dirty and torn, his leather shoes scuffed and ripped, and his face covered with grime. But his shoulders did begin heaving violently as he watched. Relief flooded Nancy. He was alive. Where is Bess, sir? Are you all right? Frank asked, kneeling down too. Jean-Claude nodded, his face flushed with exertion. Out of breath, that's all. Please, may I come in? He pushed himself to his knees. Of course, Frank helped Jean-Claude to his feet and led him in, followed by Nancy and Joe. Jean-Claude slumped down onto Bess's bed. His hands were shaking. They kidnapped me, he stammered. They truly kidnapped me. And Bess, where's Bess? Nancy asked. I don't know, Jean-Claude's voice wavered. He ran a shaky hand across his eyes. Nancy sat next to Jean-Claude on the bed and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Who are they, Jean-Claude? What happened? The prince gulped and pushed back a lock of hair away from his forehead. I don't know, he said. 4 men with masks dressed in dark coats. I thought they might be. He cut himself off. I'd never seen them before. They took us to a building somewhere. They wanted to hurt me. Who did you think they might be, Jean-Claude? Nancy pressed. Joe had been pacing up and down the room. Finally, he wheeled around and stared furiously at Jean-Claude. They kidnapped you. They wanted to hurt you. What about Bess, Jean-Claude? Where's Bess? Joe is not taking any of this guy's shit. Jean-Claude hung his head. I really don't know. They were holding her in a different room. A different room where? Joe continued. I couldn't tell. After they first took us, they blindfolded us and tied our hands. Then they seemed to drive around in circles. 2 of them were having an argument in the front seat, but I couldn't hear what it was about. Finally, one of them made a call on a phone in the car, and the next thing I knew, we were taken to some building, pushed up some stairs, and put in separate rooms. They gave me a chair to sit on and began tying my arms. They stopped when Bess's screaming became too loud in the other room. Screaming? Nancy paled. What, were they hurting her? No, I don't think so. Jean-Claude's eyes misted over. She was screaming my name over and over. Well, that guy's gonna have trauma. The kidnappers were nervous about the noise, so they left to go to her room. That's when I realized my hands had been tied very well. I managed to untie myself and climb down the fire escape. Nancy stared at him in disbelief. And you just left Bess there, alone, screaming for help? What could I do? There were at least 3 of them. So you ran away, Joe said furiously. They wouldn't have done anything to you, Jean-Claude. You're worth a lot to them alive. It's Bess they don't care about. It's Bess whose life means nothing to them. And just as I thought, it means nothing to you, either. You spoiled, worthless coward. Tell him, Joe. Joe lunged for Jean-Claude, but Frank grabbed his arm from behind. Stop it, Joe, he snapped. That's not going to help Bess. Jean-Claude had bowed his head sadly. He didn't even flinch at Joe's attack. Joe looked as if he were boiling with rage. He wrenched himself away from Frank and stormed out of the other side of the room. He stood looking out the window, fists clenched, while Nancy turned to Jean-Claude. Now think hard, she said, fighting to stay calm. When you left this building, where they'd brought you, you must have caught the name of the street, right? No, Jean-Claude said softly. I was so afraid they were following me, I just ran and ran. It was a shabby place, old buildings, some of them totally abandoned. I thought I'd never get out until I realized I was near an elevated train. An elevated train? What stop was it? Again, I don't know, but it was heading downtown. And after a while, it went underground, and it let me off right behind the Winslow. Nancy's face brightened a little. She dug a subway map out of her purse. Okay, that narrows it down. Let's see. The only subway that stops here is the Lexington Avenue train, which goes down the east side. Now, how many stops? Suddenly, Nancy was interrupted by a booming voice from the doorway. Young lady, I must speak to you at once. Jean-Claude groaned. Cousin Renaud. He muttered, oh, please, send him away. But Frank went to the door and opened it. Count Renaud burst in. His eyes were wide with disbelief and anger. Mon Dieu, Jean-Claude, what are you doing here? He exclaimed in a strange, high-pitched shriek. Does anybody remember that movie Monte Cristo? With Selena Gomez playing lookalikes, one princess or one aristocrat and one a normal girl from Texas. He exclaimed in a strange, high-pitched shriek. Right this moment? So we all think that Count Renaud has been behind the kidnapping the whole time, right? Right this moment, I'm wishing you and your soothing voice were far, far away, Jean-Claude answered. Count Renaud stared at him for a moment, open-mouthed. Then he walked up to Frank and faced him practically nose to nose. I demand to know why you did not notify me immediately when you found Jean-Claude. Well, Count Renaud, Frank answered. He just arrived a few moments ago, and of course we were about to. Renaud turned away and walked right up to Jean-Claude. He shooed Nancy away with his hand and sat on the bed. Oh, my dearest cousin, he said. Are you all right? Couldn't be better, Jean-Claude said dryly. I've just taken a marvelous new no-frills tour of Upper Manhattan. It's great fun. You wear a blindfold and you listen to the tour guides get lost. Ever the jokester, even in times of stress, Renaud said, his brow furrowed with concern. I've been worried about you since our last falling out. You have no idea how happy I am to see you. Well, Jean-Claude smiled wryly. Yes, I could tell by the joy in your voice when you first came in. Jean-Claude, the Count said, you should know that as your cousin Renaud, always has your best interests at heart. He's talking about himself in the third person. It screwed me up. He placed his hands on Jean-Claude's arm. Now, why didn't you come to me first? Nancy glanced at Frank, who rolled his eyes. And from the corner of the room, Joe finally broke his silence. Look, we're wasting time. I say we take Jean-Claude's limo and scour every block in whatever area he thinks Bess might be in. Renaud looked shocked. Don't be absurd. We can't just go traipsing around blindly in New York City, especially not the day of the UN gala. There are preparations, and I agree with Joe, Renaud, Jean-Claude said. You can stay if you like, but I intend to go with him. But I shall forbid the chauffeur. You'll do nothing of the kind, Cousin Renaud. Jean-Claude turned to the others. Shall we? Absolutely, said Frank. But first, we do have to call the police. The others nodded. I'll do that, Renaud said. He went to the telephone and, as the others started to leave, punched in 911. I thought he didn't want to call the police. As Nancy, Joe, Frank, and Jean-Claude headed out the main door of the hotel, Count Renaud suddenly appeared. Wait, I shall join you. Nancy caught a look that was almost worried on Renaud's face. I'm not much use here, he said. I might as well keep an eye on my charge. I don't trust this guy. Right? We don't trust this guy, right? The Princess Protection Project? No, not Princess Protection Program. I covered that one. That was the one with Demi Lovato and Selena Gomez. But there's one in Monte Carlo, right? I said Monte Cristo. That's the Count of Monte Cristo, sorry. Different. Monte Carlo is the one where she plays two different characters. Joe and Bess are probably sleeping. Well, Joe and Bess have a thing for each other. This has been a thing, on and off again in the series. Where's Jeff when you need him? Right? Around the twist, one of the early pioneering users of After Effects. Interesting. Hey, Jean-Claude, you crazy bastard prince. Where's the girl you endangered by existing? Right? Meeting the ladies right now, they're pretty good. Nice. Season 2 or 4. Right, I did 2 from season 1 and then 1 from season 3. Is that what I did? Cuddle me! One time Ernest was later accusing Santa of being fake and was in jail. Oh, I covered Ernest Saves Christmas if you're talking about that movie. Oh, a lawyer. Yes, I covered that movie. Ernest Saves Christmas. I do need to do more Ernest stuff, though. And then the Beauty and the Beast 1980s TV series. And the original Beauty and the Beast, too. We've got a lot of Beauty and the Beast. Welcome back, Texas, by the way. Just seeing that your message now. Sorry for missing it. thought Renaud was supposed to be pronounced Renault because it's French. Renault. Probably. I'm probably pronouncing it very wrong. I've never had Vegemite. I hear that it's meant to be thinly spread on toast. That's what I hear too. Jean-Claude deserves some rights as a treat. Like other French people with that name that pronounce Renault. Renault. Okay, I'll pronounce it Renault. That's probably correct. I know nothing about French. Yeast extract and also salt. Put on bread or toast. A decent amount of butter. Model behavior. Yes. My tooth. Ah! Yeah, the screaming on Around the Twist is always a lot. Would you be willing to read Gossip Girl books? Oh no, not the seagulls. I think I've never really seen more than just the first couple episodes of Gossip Girl, to be honest. I'm always interested. As long as there's like nothing too graphic in the books, I don't see why not. You know, the Kingdom Hearts streams are always like flying a little too close to the getting us banned edge as it is. But yeah, as long as it's nothing too bad, I think it would be interesting. How fake they made it look, the texture, but also how disturbing. It's all let alone. The gross out stuff in Round the Twist is just unmatched by anything I've ever seen before. Not the HBO show or that teen. No, not that one. Not that. Alright, I'm gonna take a sip of my drink. HBO is a lot. It truly is a lot. The police said they'll keep their eyes out for Miss Marvin, but can't do much more without more information. After summoning the Sarconne limousine, Renaud climbed in the front seat. At a red light a few blocks later, Francois got into the left lane. Shall I take the east drive of Central Park? He asked. To their left, a block away, Nancy could see the edge of Central Park. Waiting by the curb were a half-dozen carriages and horses. Good idea, Nancy said, but first, maybe we can pick... Let me take a selfie. I don't know why my brain just thought of that after all these years. But first, maybe we can pick up some clues from those carriage drivers. No, Jean-Claude blurted out. Nancy was startled by his strong reaction. But they might know who no, Jean-Claude repeated. The carriage driver had nothing to do with it. It was the men in the limousine. We can't waste our time here. But Nancy could hardly believe what she was hearing. What possible reason could there be for Jean-Claude to be acting this way? He's guilty of something. I suggest we start on the west side. Renaud cut in before she could press the matter. It seems to me there are a lot of abandoned buildings in there. Jean-Claude laughed. How would you know that? Stay on the east side, Joe said to the chauffeur. That's where Jean-Claude picked up the subway after he escaped. We'll look around at each train entrance. Pardon me, Francois said. Do you know the address? He reached into his pocket to pull out a copy of a guide called the Manhattan Street Finder. If you do, I can figure out his cross street. You see, there is a wonderful little mathematical formula here to help you. Suddenly, Nancy had an idea. We need to get to a newsstand, she said under her breath to Frank. Frank started to ask her why, but Nancy just nodded significantly at him. Frank got the message. He stared at her blankly, but nodded slightly. I wish I could remember the address, Jean-Claude said. The limo sped past the fancy shops and elegant brownstones, and the street numbers increased. 63rd Street, 64th, 67th, 79th, 96th. After 67th wasn't on there. My brain inserted that, sorry. After a while, the neighborhood became more run down. High-rise apartments alternated with rubble-strewn lots, and nothing looked familiar to Jean-Claude. Just then, Frank leaned over the front seat. You get the good mileage on this thing, Francois, he asked. Terrible, Francois replied. This car eats a tank of gas in no time. Why do you ask? Well, I was just noticing your gas gauge. I'd hate for us to run out here. Nancy peered over the front seat. The gauge's needle was resting just above empty. Good thinking, Renaud said. Francois, I think our first order of business should be to find a station. But Bess, Joe spluttered. But Nancy jabbed him in the side with her elbow. Shut the fuck up, Joe. And he fell silent. We passed the station just a few blocks ago, Francois said. Then turn around, Renault said edgily. Francois swung around a corner and drove back to the gas station. As they pulled up to the pump, Nancy glanced across the street. A group of shops, a laundromat. Did you know that laundromat was a brand? I didn't know this until very recently. A laundromat, that's just what we call, well, laundromats. That's just what they're called here. And a market, and a candy and stationery store. I think I'll get a snack while you're doing this, Nancy told Francois. I'll be right back. Don't leave without me. She reached for the door handle with one hand as she nudged Frank surreptitiously with the other. Joe and I will go with you, Frank said quickly. The three of them walked across the street, and soon as they stepped inside the store, Nancy turned toward the counter. I wonder where this is supposed to take place in the book, right? Because this is Rockefeller Center. But they're holding this piece of paper, and the three of them are together, which happened at Central Park. So, go figure. Do you have the Manhattan Street Finder? She asked. Sure do, the man behind the counter replied. He took down a laminated sheet from a rack behind him. $3. Remember maps? Those were the days. Hey, Nancy, don't buy that. Francois already has one that we can use, Joe objected. Ignoring Joe, Nancy handed the man the money and then held out the sheet so that Frank and Joe could see it. Take a good look at this thing, she said excitedly. What about it? Joe asked. Don't you see? Nancy said. Those are mathematical formulas to figure out where places are, just like the formula on this. She reached into her pocket and took out the crumpled piece of paper she'd picked up in Central Park. Frank and Joe stared again at the cryptic... Didn't Frank and Joe technically pick it up, to be fair? At the cryptic figures. 2340/2... So 2340 divided by 2, I assume, equals 117 plus 22 equals 139. The first number might be an address, Frank said. Right, Nancy replied. She put the note and address finder side by side on the table. Now it says here that you start with the number of the building, that then cancel the last digit. Depending on what street the building's on, you add and divide by certain numbers to find out what cross street it's near. So we need to know on what street to divide by 2 and add 22, Frank said. The three of them pored over the list, and at once they saw it. Lexington Avenue, Nancy said. That's where Renault was directing somebody. I don't trust him. The building is at 2340 Lexington Avenue. That just reminded me, I just had a flashback to Stay Tuned for Danger. 1723 Lexington Avenue. You got it. According to this, Nancy said, the building is at 2340 Lexington Avenue. According to this formula, that's at 139th Street. Joe's eyes widened. Let's go, he shouted, reaching for the door. Wait, Nancy warned, not so fast. She cast a quick glance out the window. Jean-Claude, Renault, and Francois were all sitting in the car as the attendant pumped gas. Did you guys notice anything funny about Jean-Claude's behavior on the way up here? Frank nodded. He got all shook up when I suggested talking to the carriage drivers. That's right, Nancy said. And that's not the only strange thing he's done in the past couple of days. Oh, no, it isn't. It sure isn't, Nancy. Really? Joe said sarcastically. I know plenty of people who climb buildings. Not that, Joe. Nancy's eyes darted from him to Frank. Do you remember how Jean-Claude reacted after being kidnapped by the chestnut vendor? Hardly phased at all, Frank said. Right. And the same man just happened to be the driver of the carriage that kidnapped Jean-Claude? Why didn't Jean-Claude notice him? And why did the same man tell me that he was going to collect from Jean-Claude? Could it be that he was also trying to collect from Jean-Claude when he showed up at the Rockefeller Center rink? Just a minute, Nancy, Frank said. Are you saying? You bet, Nancy said with fierce conviction. Jean-Claude planned the whole thing. He had himself kidnapped. Aha! this should be a lesson. We stopped suspecting the guy, or Nancy stopped suspecting the guy as soon as we thought he was royalty, or we knew he was royalty. We can't just trust somebody because they have a lot of money. Nancy, when she solves whodunit, I got you now, motherfucker, right? Alright, I missed some things in chat. Let me go back. It's like watching pimple popping videos. It's an experience, but you also can't help but watch. That's true. Pretty Little Liars' original sin is not as bad about sex, but they still have sex scenes because it's HBO. I mean, I have no problem with sex scenes. I just can't have certain things on the channel just because YouTube will get YouTubey about it, so I'd like to not get murked off the face of the platform now that we're just starting to get some help from the algorithm. Off topic, the husband our youngest, the loudest of our children, a karaoke machine. Oh gosh. Be tuning if you'll be allowed to see 2023. Please don't hurt him. The dragon with the cute eggs and the very clear blowtorch flamethrower attached to the nose. LOL. I assume that's around the twist thing that I haven't seen yet. Cameron's seen the round the twist videos. I'm sure he knows, at least as far as what we've seen. But I haven't even seen that much of it. Pretty Little Liars 3. Prettier, littler, and liarer. Either Reno is horribly sus, and we've all been programmed by Disney, or we've all been programmed by Disney to be suspicious of minor nobility with direct relationships to the Crown Prince. I mean, doesn't he inherit the crown if anything happens to Jean-Claude? I'm just saying. Second season is going to be called Pretty Little Liars Summer School. Interesting. Oh, I need to do more Addams Family, by the way. I also want a spin-off called Ugly Huge Truth Tellers. Where's my Michael doll? It's often funny as shit. It is pretty funny. Nancy when she solves whodunit. Ever see the film Evolution? I have not. It's real fun, big budget, speculative evolution piece of media. That's cool. As well as The Future is Wild. I haven't seen either of those. I'll have to check those out. Hang on. I'm just gonna, let me just grab something real quick. Sorry, guys. Both having a spin-off animated show. Everything had a spin-off animated show for a while, didn't it? I kind of missed that era. It was just, like, so much content for those of us who make nostalgic content now to look back on. New York Minute is so 2000s. It really is. Sorry, I just remembered that I needed to upload a project to Drive to send to a client. Forgive me for being sidetracked. Back to the Future cartoon was fun. I need to do Back to the Future videos. The cartoons, the movies. Classic. Oh no, I don't want a new folder. Hang on. Pictured above, an ADHD person getting work done. because I remembered that I needed to. Speaking of Addams Family, my dad asked if your house was going to be just like it, and I said that it was, so your aesthetic, so maybe. And then you get here and my mom's just like, we have a hot pink cuckoo clock and all this other kitsch. From the outside, it does kind of look like the Addams Family house, though. That's really funny. Bless your dad. Where am I looking? Blah, 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 blah. Where's the thing that I need? There we go. All right, cool. Anyway, back to what I was doing. So yeah, I don't trust anybody in this royal family currently. R2-D2 and C-3PO had their own cartoon, as did the Ewoks. Ewoks were better. Yes, I need to do videos on both of those. I did videos on both the Ewok movies and the dreaded Star Wars Holiday Special. Wasn't the Addams Family house pink? No, the Addams Family house was black, right? Or do you just mean like in the original black and white show they painted it pink for black and white TV reasons? That could be true. Favorite reaction to Bronson super gluing himself and the dad. Oh, that would stress me out. It was funny, but I was stressed out. Pink Cuckoo Clock sounds like a band or album cover. Hot Pink Cuckoo Clock. Yeah, I can definitely see that being a band name. The inside was pink. Yeah, the painting thing. Yeah, a lot of things were painted pink. Like also, Dick Van Dyke's show and I Love Lucy, the houses were painted pink because pink just apparently showed up very well on black and white TV. So a lot of things like that were painted just because whatever it was supposed to be, it showed up best. Which is why if you ever have tried to recreate something modern and made it black and white and you're like, why doesn't this look as good as the old-timey stuff? It's because in the old-timey stuff they'd had a million tricks. They knew how exactly to make things look best on black and white sets. And we just don't study that stuff anymore as much because we don't really make as much black and white stuff anymore. The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest. Crime Cartoon Network only did one season. It's true. It's really true. God, you guys just, every time I talk to the community, I just remember how many things I still, like, endless things I want to do videos on. 2 significant episodes of the animated Back to the Future series I had seen back in the old YouTube days. There was one where we met Doc's rival, and the one where they accidentally prevent the extinction of the dinosaurs. That's a cool one. I'll definitely have to check those out. I haven't seen the cartoon in a while. My brother had never seen Back to the Future, and I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean you've never seen Back to the Future? All right. Pull up my view. It is 9:19. Sorry to knock you over, Lucky Rooster Man. My rooster needs a name. I need to give him a very good name. He is a very good rooster. Okay. Oh, that wasn't the only thing that gave me nightmares from that episode, but it was there. I was not expecting the wink. All right. Frank, chapter 15, by the way, is where we are. Frank and Joe looked amazed. I don't know, Nancy, Frank said slowly. If Jean-Claude masterminded all this, why would he have allowed his kidnappers to rough him up so badly at the club last night? In the club starts to play. He was incredibly upset afterwards, not to mention what he went through today. And how does Bess fit into all this, Joe said. She said the muggers at the party went after her first. And when the two of them were taken today, The kidnappers went to her and left Jean-Claude alone. I just figured it out. Guys, I just figured it out. I just figured it out. I just figured it out. Bess is the one that has the chocolate whatever. That's gotta come back into play. That's gotta be why they're after Bess. And that's gotta be why Jean-Claude is after Bess, right? There's gotta be something about that. And she, like, bright green blush and eyeshadow. It shows up best in black and white. Good luck. Not think of that when you see some golden age Hollywood. Oh, I can't unthink about it. I once watched a documentary about all that kind of stuff, and it's always stuck with me. I called it. I called the chocolate would come back into play. I don't know for sure, but that's what I think that's what it is. Because they're clearly after Bess, and it makes sense. Poor Bess. She thought Jean-Claude was just into her. I think that's what it is, right? That's gotta be what it is. She said the muggers at the party went after her first, and when the two of them were taken today, the kidnappers went to her and left Jean-Claude alone. I don't have the whole picture, Nancy said. She's like, look, I can't do everything for you guys. He might be lying, he might be a good actor. He might even be innocent, but it's the only angle we have. True, Frank nodded. But why would he do a thing like this in the first place? Honk! The sound of a car horn made them spin around. They looked outside to see that Jean-Claude's limo had pulled out of the station. Now it was waiting by the curb across the street. We're out of here, Joe said with a glint in his eye, and I think we have a few questions to ask old Jean-Claude. They walked outside. Immediately, the rear door... Joe must be so happy. How many people get the luxury of being like, oh, that person that my crush picked over me? Yeah, they're guilty of a crime. They walked outside. Immediately, the rear door of the limo swung open, and Jean-Claude waved them over. Come on, he said. Reno, sorry, I forgot we're saying Reno. Reno was getting a bit impatient. He wanted us to go looking without you. Well, no, you can't just abandon them. Well, no need to do that, Count Reno, Frank said cheerfully, especially since one of the people in this car has known all along where Bess is being held. He leaned forward and said, 2340 Lexington, please, Francois. That's at 139th Street. Jean-Claude looked blankly at Frank. What are you talking about, he asked. How? Where? Reno stammered. This is an irresponsible accusation. Is it? Joe said accusingly, glaring at Jean-Claude. They're accusing them while they're trapped in a car with them? That's ballsy. Good on them. Or incredibly stupid on them. Honk! I like doing the over-exaggerated honking. The necklace that was given to them by the guy. Maybe that's what it was. Ooh! Alright, talk to you guys later. See you around. Bye, Anton! Thanks for hanging out. Glaring at Jean-Claude, I suppose it's not irresponsible to let yourself be kidnapped in broad daylight by a person whose face you should have recognized. A person you'd been making a deal with only an hour and a half before. What? Jean-Claude asked uncomfortably. Reno just stared at them, his mouth open. Frank chuckled. Oh, Joe's just flying off the handle. He got a little suspicious when we couldn't question the carriage drivers in front of Central Park. Imagine, he thinks that maybe you wanted to keep something from us. Imagine, Jean-Claude said, with a confused smile. Well, that's all right, Frank. Joe does sometimes get a little hot-headed. Hot-headed, Joe bellowed. Is it hot-headed to be annoyed when someone's been lying to you since the first day you met him? Here we have the Hardy Boys interpreting the old-fashioned, tried-and-true method of good cop, bad cop. Wait a minute, Jean-Claude said, sitting up defiantly. I think all Joe means is, well, it's funny, but it sure seemed as if you made some sort of deal with the chestnut vendor, Frank laughed. Just seemed. Jean-Claude swallowed. Where's Nancy in all this? She just chilling? She just chilling back there, just chilling and just looking like Loki in the first Thor movie, just like, this is interesting. Hardy boy, insensitive boy. Yes, the Hardy boy, sensitive boy routine. Hardy boy, soft boy routine. Jean-Claude swallowed. He tried to laugh, but it came out sounding choked and unconvincing. is how I'm picturing it. Oh, by the way, Frank continued in a friendly voice, I almost forgot. Your chestnut vendor friend left a message for you. He said he was going to collect. Joe's steel blue eyes were glinting with rage as he leaned toward Jean-Claude. Yes, and we know exactly what the fee he was collecting was for, don't we? Nancy watched as Jean-Claude's face clouded over. He looked haunted. He looked hunted, vulnerable. Yes, Nancy is just chilling in the back, just staring at everybody. Now was the time for the finishing touch. Calmly, she asked, we want to know, Jean-Claude, why did you have yourself kidnapped? Count Renaud looked as if he was about to explode. Stop the car at once, he yelled to Francois. This has gotten completely out of, but Jean-Claude put his hand out to silence him. No, go ahead, Francois. They're right. I did arrange it all. For a moment, the only sound was the humming of the limo's engine. Well, damn. Why, Jean-Claude? Nancy said softly. She said it more softly than I did, but you know. They're teenagers. Last I checked, they're legally required to make at least one bad decision per chapter. Yeah. True. That is true. They're great detectives, but at the end of the day, they're still 18, 19 years old. Actually, I think they're 17, 18, and 19, with Nancy being in the middle of the Hardy Boys' ages, with Frank being the oldest and Joe being the youngest, so, you know, they're all idiots. They might actually be a little bit older in this one, I don't know for sure. Jean-Claude looked around the detectives' bewildered faces. From the front seat, Count Renaud stared at him, stunned. With a sigh, Jean-Claude slumped back in his seat. I never meant to cause so much trouble, he said exhaustedly. It's just that I've been feeling so trapped. He stared listlessly out the window. In my country, everyone knows who I am. They shout at me in the streets, they throw me flowers and marriage proposals scribbled on notebook paper. Whenever anyone says my name, it's with respect and admiration, and when I wake up in the morning, I look out my window to a palace guard. He sat forward and looked from Nancy to Frank to Joe. He was frustrated. But you know what kind of dreams I always seem to awake from? Dreams that I can walk into a movie, a restaurant, or down the street without a disguise, a chaperone, or a bodyguard. I can just melt in with the strangers and get to know them on their own terms. So whenever I get a chance to leave Sarconne, a whole world of possibilities opens up. Many people in your country don't know me. People my own age, who like to do the things I like. People like you. Jean-Claude cast a sheepish glance at Renaud. Unfortunately, he continued, my cousin knows me all too well, and he watches me like a hawk. I know it's because he cares about me, but it only makes me want to break away. He shrugged. And each time we travel together, I have to think of a more elaborate scheme to do that. Sir, you're the head of a nation? Like, I think this is just a national security risk, but go off. You had yourself kidnapped just to get away from Renaud? Nancy asked. I'm afraid so, Jean-Claude nodded. I arranged a meeting with the man named Julius at a club the other night, the so-called chestnut vendor. For $1,000, he agreed to snatch me away from Renaud in front of the Met. I have never heard of such a thing, Renaud said huffily. He folded his arms as if he'd been mortally insulted. Jean-Claude didn't pay attention. By that time, I'd met Bess, he continued, his face reddening, not to mention you three, and we'd all had such fun that first night. Then, when you found out I was a prince, you still treated me as if I were a normal human being. I decided the best way to be around you was to convince Renaud to let you be my bodyguards. In other words, you decided to use us, Joe snapped. You figured we had nothing better to do. I'm very sorry, Jean-Claude said, especially about, he cast his eyes down, about Bess. The more I saw of her, the more I found myself, well, I can't say here. Falling in love, Nancy asked. Nancy's always out here with the most blunt questions. Oh, please, Renaud said with a sneer. Jean-Claude nodded without a word. How touching, Joe said bitingly. And by this morning you were tired of us, too, and wanted to be alone with Bess. It seems so awful now. But I didn't mean any harm, I swear. Although I don't suppose my word means anything to you. Jean-Claude fell silent a moment. Part of Nancy felt like a reassuring him. But she also couldn't help feeling they all had been used. Anyway, Jean-Claude went on with no one said anything. Julius met me at the rink, and we argued over a fee. Later, he managed to bribe a carriage driver, and you managed to blow it anyway, Joe exploded. What happened, Jean-Claude? You didn't pay your friend Julius enough, so he decided to kidnap Bess until you paid him? Were you planning to sell the crown jewels tonight because you were too cheap to dig into your own pocket? No, no, please, Jean-Claude answered. There is so much I don't understand. I had no idea who those men were at the club, and I didn't plan for the black limousine to overtake us. The men inside were strangers, I swear. At the moment, Francois began slowing down. Your building is to the left, he announced. Startled, they all looked up. On that part of Lexington Avenue, even the snow was grimy and dark from the soot falling from the elevated train tracks that ran above it. Old warehouses and abandoned factory buildings lined the street. Yes, that's it, Jean-Claude exclaimed. The old Perry's here. The old gray warehouse in the middle of the block to the left. Stop here, Francois, Nancy said. We can't let them see a limo. We'll get out here. You wait with the limo on 139th Street. Hang on, Perry. Oh, woe is me. I know, right? I'm too rich and famous. I mean, we do mistreat celebrities a lot, but I mean, really, he could have done this better. He could have gone about this way better. We'll get out here. You wait with the limo on 136th Street. This is preposterous, Count Reno sputtered. I will not suffer the indignity of an American child making my chauffeur an accomplice to such nonsensical. Do what she says, Francois, Jean-Claude ordered. Yes, sir, Francois said, turning right. Nancy, Frank, Joe, and Jean-Claude got out of the limo onto the frigid winter street, leaving Reno smoldering inside. If anything happens to me in this forsaken place, you'll be hearing from the consulate, he warned as they shut the door and dashed toward the warehouse. Hang on, let me get Perry. But he's also a teenager. Yes, he is also a teenager. So, like, yes, he's already taking orders from a teenager, but a rich teenager. So that's, I guess, his holdup. Perry, I can't wait for you to see the sketches of you. You look really pretty in them. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, with the foot? With the foot? Really? Being treated with respect. Truly the worst fate. We all know how nutty rich folks are. Seems rational, right? Kitty! He's also legally required to be a dumbass. Yes, every teenager is legally required to be a dumbass. Everybody say hi to Perry. I'm trying to decide if my camera is out of focus or if my glasses are just failing me. What are we doing? What's this all about? Everybody's saying hi to you, Perry. You do look a little fuzzy. Interesting. I'll fix it. Perry, I might have to get down for a second to fix the fuzziness. I was just looking at it being like, it's not horrible, but it could be, like, slightly better. Okay, what are we doing? You getting down? Thank you. To you, too. Hang on, don't adjust your television screens. Harry, I'm gonna step on you if you're not careful. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Also not what I wanted to do. There we go. Oh, yeah. Already much better. see how this works. Hi, Perry. You cannot steal my seat. Let's see. Whoop. Looks a little bit better, I think. New collars and kitty crack from Santa. Kitty crack is a great way for you to say catnip. Yeah. I don't know how that happened. How did that happen? Did you mess up the focus? Sorry, it was probably out of focus all night, guys. Hopefully it wasn't too awful. Stream and Perry in your seat. Well, let me let you in on a secret. I'm thinking about maybe doing a video where if I can get Perry to sit still for long enough, I'll just have her sit in the chair, get a bunch of footage, and then dub over with my voice. So it's like Perry's doing a video. Hi, do you want to do a video? You really do smell like old lady perfume. I don't know how much of that perfume you must have gotten into. I'm going to get her to just sit there. I have no idea. Sometimes she does, sometimes she doesn't. It's really up to Perry what she does and when. Perry lives by her own very strange rules. Marches to a very strange beat of a very strange drum. You happy now? I know, you went a whole 30 minutes without seeing me. I swear this cat has no object permanence. Okay. Santa Claus. Her eyes are closed, which shows how much trust you have. Yeah, no, she's my homie. I love Perry. Remind me to tell you the Christmas bat story. Ooh, this sounds fun. Hi. Are we homies? She's like, yeah, Avery picked me up after some guy found me under his porch, so we're tight. We vibe like that. Alright, let's see. Can I see if I can read with one hand and keep Perry from falling over in the other hand? Alright. The warehouse stretched the entire length of the block, Perry. The whole block. It was dingy and gray and looked as if it had been abandoned years ago. The paint chips clung to its sides, and many of the windows, don't bite that please, were boarded up. Above what had been the front door were rusted, rotting cast iron numbers. 2340. This building is huge, Nancy said. Frank, why don't you and I investigate the right side? Jean-Claude and Joe can take the left. Nancy and Frank walked along the edge of the warehouse, stepping gingerly around huge plastic bags piled high against the walls. Snow had covered them, softening their edges until they were barely recognizable as garbage. What a terrible place, Nancy whispered, her breath coming out in white puffs. She moved closer to Frank, who turned to her with a confident, reassuring look. I'm glad he's here, Nancy thought, and once again she felt a prick of conscience. This was hardly the time to be thinking about Frank. It's always a good time to be thinking about Frank, Nancy. Still, she couldn't help herself. Nancy fought to focus her attention. Ahead of them, hugging the building, was a long object covered by tattered old tarpaulin. Tarpaulin? Tarpaulin. What's that thing? Frank asked. I don't know. Probably an abandoned car, Nancy replied. Frank pulled up the tarp, and his eyes lit up. The gleaming hood of a late model Cadillac limo reflected back at them in the fading wintry light. Bingo, Frank whispered. Oh, hi, Perry. Yes, hi. What is this that you're doing right now? Then a sudden bumping noise drew their attention upward. Right behind the limo was a rusted emergency exit. A chain hung from the door handle, its lock open. Come on, Frank whispered. As they crept up to the door, Nancy shivered. Suddenly, she was keenly aware of the frigid wind whipping against her face. The howling of a dog drifted in from the distance, slowly in from the distance. Slowly, Frank pulled at the handle. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a black void. And out of the void came a pair of round steel muzzles pointed directly at their faces. Well, that's a bummer, Perry. Yep, sure is. Sure is a bummer. If we've got some time, if you want to tell the Christmas bat story now, Texas. Mother, all the attention must be on me. All the attention is not everything is about you. Babe. One of my cats likes to be upside down, and he'll roll over onto the wrong side of my lap, so I have to actively hold on to him. Yeah, Perry will just roll her ass off of whatever she's sitting on. Because she, too, likes to be upside down. Hi. So got back from Christmas lights. This is the night of the 23rd. Okay. Christmas. We used to go watch, look at Christmas lights on the 23rd, too. Can you purr a little bit louder so they can hear you purring? They need to know how weird your purr sounds, Perry. It's only 9:42. It feels way later than that. Does anybody else have that? Our cat likes being the vicinity of us, chilling out, especially if we're either cooking or in the living room. That's our other cat, Fig, is like that. She just likes to be included in stuff, right? So she'll just like sit on the stairs or just sit like in the dining room while we're cooking, or she just wants to like hover around, you know? Meanwhile, Perry's just like, I need to be the center of attention. Everybody needs to drop what they're doing and pay attention only to me. Perry. You don't need to. You can just retract your claws sometimes. Sometimes the claws can go bye-bye. The claws can go bye-bye, Perry. Staring the audience down directly. Feels late for me, but also time is just weird. Yeah, time is weird. I feel like everybody's kind of recuperating. Like, I love the holiday season, but I feel like we're all kind of recuperating. So we're not 100% sure. We think they guesstimated she was somewhere between 1 year and 2 years old when we took her in, but she was like not even done growing. Like she was very small and looked still like kind of like an older kitten when we took her in. So I honestly think she was about 1 year, which makes her the same age as our other cat, Pennywise, which means she'll be 4 in April. Took an evening nap earlier, and it was trippy. Had a Courage the Cowardly Dog vibe to it, and there was smooth, featherless geese. Ooh, that sounds trippy. Grand Holiness decided that... Oh, Perry. Okay, you want to go down? Go on, go down. Oh, I would love to make other people sit around the twist. Her Grand Holiness decided that her want to be in the garage. Just leave her because I'm busy doing late night laundry. Oh no. Oh no. It's freezing, mind you. Oh no. Our dog Ellis, he absolutely loves being outside when it's cold like this, and we're all like very nervous. We don't want him to be outside for too long because it's been below freezing, but he's got a double coat, and so he just loves being out there. I think because he needs to be shaved, And so he's just, like, uncomfortably warm. So he's just like, ah, ice bath outside. My mom made, like, this cheese dip thing that needed to sit in the fridge. But it was colder outside than it was in our fridge, obviously. So she just set it out there, and it didn't have to be out there for very long before it was ready. Sorry, we took a Perry break, and now I'm just taking a hot chocolate break and listening to the Christmas bat story. Anyway, time passes, and I finally go on to check the dryer and yell at the mighty dragon. Perry, please stop putting your claws in furniture. I can hear you. That's what most of my relatives do up in the north with their freezers and fridges. Yeah. Younger one is going on 8, I think, and the other is like 13 and a half. Oh. Yeah, our oldest cat is probably about 14 too. That's Mr. Monk, bless him. He's a grumpy old man, but he's very sweet. Sun and heat over here. Yeah, southern hemisphere problems of... Must be strange, right? Because all the branding of Christmas, like, globally is very much tied to winter, and you guys are like, well... It's like the, the Peach PRC song, Christmas Kinda Sucks, where she's like... She's also Australian, and it's like, I hate this winter theme, it's 38 degrees. She's at the garage. This is when I hear the high-pitched squeaking. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. Shook TV! Haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Cat as a kitten was leather. Clawy. And, of course, that was the one brother picked because we had a dog at the time who was mine. Oh, we had a great holiday. I did! I hope you did, too. I was just telling them we're all kind of dealing with, like, this weird cold snap throughout most of the US, but Georgia's being hit with, like, more cold than it has in a little while. So we've been, like, it broke down a bunch of the pipes, and so we all have to, like, twice boil our water for now, and it's very dramatic. Atlanta gets a little cold, and then we don't have water right away. Tristan, my older cat, is very sweet and generally just confused about existence. I feel that. He doesn't understand laps. He just stands on them. Oh. My brother posted a picture of our cat, Mr. Monk, and he's been dealing with, like, a hematoma in his ear from, like, scratching it so much, so his ear is kind of, it's kind of a whole thing. And then he was also just, like, kind of slumped down, just, like, with his arm draped down, just kind of like, just, like, looking over the back of the chair. And Natasha commented on Spencer's post and said, same, though. I'll go over, and something's still thinking it's a mouse. Between the door, she's trying to get the thing, and starts doing her, look, I'm mighty hunter, meow. Oh, gosh. My cats love to chirp at birds. I keep talking with my grandfather about wanting a dog again, but we both keep going through the, well, I want a dog, but I like not having to take care of a dog right now cycle. Yeah, that's a fair cycle. Alright, Perry, hang on. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I not come to get you out quick enough? This cat, after screaming to get in for like 5 minutes, has the audacity to peek around the corner when I don't immediately go out there to let her back out. Like, are you coming? I told you I needed to come out. 26 degrees Celsius is equal to 79 degrees Fahrenheit. That sounds about right. I say as if I'm an expert on Celsius. We learned Celsius once in, like, 5th grade here, and then we never use it, so nobody remembers how to use it here. gently kicked out. So hopefully she won't run after the poor thing and pull the door up about a foot. Oh no. I can't see what it is, but husband can. Oh dear. I know where this is going, and it's just, oh dear. My mom decided after I took both cats with me that she is enjoying being able to leave glasses of water lying around without worrying about cats. We've had cats my whole life. I don't think my mom will ever not have cats, especially since we foster, so there's always a rotation of cats in and out of the house. Cat? That's not a mouse. Oh, it was a flying mouse, otherwise known as a bat. These last 3 years here, we've had intense snowfall at least once a year in 2019, 2020, and 2021 this year. It happened. Oof, that's a lot. I was sleeping at a friend's house this Christmas with 3 cats, and one of them instantly fell in love with me. Oh, wands choose the wizards, cats choose their people. My cat keeps meowing at me for some reason. Cats do that. Bats are very cute. Even if they've got... No, they've got cute little faces, as long as you know they don't have rabies and bite you. Most not being their faults. Don't victim blame the bats for their diseases. Let's go back to... There we go. Ooh, I got it on the first try that time. It's almost like it's my own equipment that I should know how to use. Okay, guns pointed at Frank, Joe, and Nancy. Okay, let's see. We're getting there, guys. We're getting to the end. Page 152. We're about 3/4 of the way through. Hey, that rhymed. It was a brown bat, BTW. Anyway, he screamed, hit his head. Oh. Oh no. That is scary. Sat on my shoulders at the shelter until we got a carrier to take him home, and oh. He was like, this my person. I'm adopting this person. I'm convinced that Perry thinks that I am one of her kittens and that she is the one keeping me alive. Had to save a little lizard's life from Perry the other day because she, like, zeroed in on that thing like a heat-seeking missile. Alright, chapter 16. The neighborhood really is frightening, isn't it? Jean-Claude murmured as he... Oh, I forgot Jean-Claude was there. As he and Joe walked around the left side of the building. Oh, I guess Frank and Nancy are the ones with guns pointed in their faces. Joe and Jean-Claude are chilling. Joe answered absently, trying to ignore him. He was listening carefully for any noises in the snow-quiet street and watching for any sudden movements. Clack! Joe and Jean-Claude spun as one to face a sound from across the street. A small man was rushing through the gate of a cyclone fence behind another warehouse. The 2 boys ducked into a shadow to watch. Painted on their side of the building were the words, Biltrite Factory Machinery, and a fenced-in yard in back contained all sorts of tractors, forklifts, and backhoes. The man was wearing a Biltrite uniform. He slammed the gate, looked at his watch, and dashed away. Quitting time, Jean-Claude commented in a low voice. Joe snorted. He ought to be worried he left the gate open. With that, Joe turned back to the 2340 Lexington. Back to 2340 Lexington. Jean-Claude continued to stare across the street at the yard full of vehicles. You know, he said, with the snow on them, they look like a forgotten herd of dinosaurs frozen in time, don't they? The forklift like a Tyrannosaurus, the tractor like a Stegosaurus. Dinosaurs? Joe looked at Jean-Claude with disgust. He couldn't believe his ears. Here they were trying to save the life of someone who was in danger because of Jean-Claude, and he was talking about dinosaurs? Patience, Joe, he said to himself. Nobody said this was going to be easy. I'm trying to figure out if Joe and Jean-Claude have enemies to lovers energy, or if they just straight up hate each other. It's a fine line, you know? Jean-Claude, Joe said as evenly as he could. Maybe you'd better. He was interrupted by a muffled scream and scuffling noises. What was that? He asked. It's coming from the other side of the building, Jean-Claude answered. Joe raced around to the front of the warehouse, with Jean-Claude close behind. They sped past the boarded-up front door, past a broken window. Joe pulled up short, out of the corner of his eye. He had detected a movement inside the warehouse. He held his hand out behind him to signal Jean-Claude to stop. They crouched down and then raised their hands enough to look through the window. Framed in the jagged edges of the window glass were two men in ski masks were forcing Nancy and Frank up a flight of stairs at gunpoint. Those are the men who kidnapped me, Jean-Claude whispered. The other two must be upstairs with Bess. We've got to get up there somehow, Joe muttered. I just said Joe like I was saying Jean-Claude, so it was Joe. He grabbed Jean-Claude by the arm. Look, he said urgently, one of us has to stay here and create some sort of diversion, something that will force all four of these goons out. The other will go up and try to free Bess, Frank, and Nancy. Right, good idea, Jean-Claude said nervously. For a second, Joe hesitated. If he stayed downstairs, Jean-Claude would get the glory of rescuing everyone, but creating the diversion would be more dangerous. It would also take more skill. If it weren't done right, Joe knew he had to do it. But before he could say anything, Jean-Claude said, you go to the back of the building and wait. I'll create the diversion. He set his jaw. I got us all into this and I'll get us out. Joe started to protest, but Jean-Claude cut him off. I already know how I'm going to do it, Joe, so I suggest you find a way to get our friends right now. To get to our friends right now. All right, Joe said reluctantly, but you'd better not blow it. Joe ran around the back of the building. There, a dilapidated metal fire escape snaked down to the ground. It looked as if it were ready to collapse, but Joe knew it was probably his only way to get upstairs. He perched underneath it and listened closely. From the second floor, he could just hear the scraping of a chair and some words from a soft, guttural voice. Put blah 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 in the same room, da 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 da, tie him, same mistake twice. Tie him, da 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 da, same mistake twice. I need somebody to do like that semi-unintelligible ASMR thing to truly get the effect going. My last dog had to be put down 2 days before my... Oh, I'm sorry, Ellery. Thank you for sharing that. That sucks. Not having to take care of a geriatric poodle is still a new experience for us, but both still... Oh, that's hard. Well, cats were the ones who domesticated themselves. Not a whole lot of breeding out their hunting instincts as we did dogs, as their size isn't too different from their ancestors. It's true. Cats really do call the shots in their lives. Why do I have the strong urge to ship Joe and Jean-Claude as some strange enemies to lovers angle? We're thinking the same thing. Polycule with Bess now, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Ellery. They're mentally adult versus a dog who's mentally still a puppy. Oh. Frozen Rabies Vector. I named him Rabies Vector. I like this name. Like the bad guy from Despicable Me, Vector, was unceremoniously swiped into a box, spouting high-pitched profanity the whole time. Oh my god. He spent the night and a day a high cabinet to protect him from the cats and dumb children alike. Oh gosh. The fact that we both thought enemies to lovers for Joe and Jean-Claude. Would their ship name be Joe Claude? I sure hope so. Joe Claude. No, we had the same idea. We were just, yeah. At dusk, I took now warm and still quite angry Rabies Vector down to the front yard and got him to grab a stick in the tree. After about 10 minutes, he was off to find a better inn. Oh. I would love for us to either be in H2O or Saddle Club. I think that would be fun. We're probably all a little too old to be in at least Saddle Club, but We could be like an older version. Why do I ship Joe with this shitty prince? Because he's a good guy. He's on his like redemption arc. He's like, I fucked everything up and now I'm gonna get us all out. The Christmas bat is now a thing. I had to make an ornament of a paper and bat gingerbread. I love it. I love it. You need to like make a little like storybook for your children about the Christmas bat. Make this a thing. Xander, I've missed you. I haven't been able to watch a live stream in a while, but I love how we went from playing the video games to reading the books. Oh yeah, and we've still got more of the games to play. We've still got, you know, all kinds of video games we want to play. Phoenix Wright and all that stuff, Professor Layton, but reading is always fun, and reading these are always a good standby. And I have a lot of them. Now I want a dog. Maybe I can get one eventually. Well, that's what my husband said. No, really? I think you guys need to make this a thing. It would definitely sell better than some of those really terrible books on Amazon that are just selling. I missed these live streams. We missed you, Xander. Hope you're doing well. We are reading Nancy Drew Hardyboy's Super Mystery, A Crime for Christmas. This was a book that I found on eBay with a bunch of other Nancy Drew Hardyboy's books, and I am a little bit... Yes, I know I'm almost out of storage, Google. I fully understand. I'm fully aware. Okay. Well, that's not what I wanted. Any other editor can tell you, like, getting a project done, there's just like a million tabs open, and then you're just like, where's the actual one tab that I need right now? Alright. I was talking about this with Maddie. She was like, how long do you think you'll be reading through Nancy Drew books? And I'm like, we'll never read all the Nancy Drew books. Are you kidding me? There's like over 1,000 and they're still writing them. Like, oh, Nancy Drew in the Cartel movie. The best part is, Dragon Goddess didn't have to go to the vet for Christmas, and Rabies Vector got to live. Yay! Happy ending for everybody. It's like the Doctor when he's like, everybody lives just this once. Joe thinks about how dangerous being the distraction will be. Jean-Claude, I'm going to be the distraction. Joe, oh no, he's going to die. Wait, when did I decide to care if he dies? I know, exactly. You know, love is complicated, Joe. You'll learn that eventually. Alright, where was I? Joe started a protest, but Jean-Claude cut him off. I already know how I'm going to do it, Joe. So I suggest you find a way to get to our friends right now. All right, Joe said reluctantly, but you'd better not blow it. Joe ran around to the back of the building. There, a dilapidated metal fire escape snaked down to the ground. It looked as if it were ready to collapse. But Joe knew. It was probably his only way to get upstairs. He perched underneath it and listened closely. From the second floor, he could just hear the scraping of a chair and some words from a soft, guttural voice. Right. Put the blah, 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 blah in the same room, tie them, same mistake twice. Yeah. Joe heard nothing else. He glanced up. The window was just to the left of the fire escape. He'd been able to climb right into the room next to Bess's. All he had to do was wait for Jean-Claude's distraction and hope it would work. As he crouched stiffly in the cold, Joe felt as if the hours were going by. Voices drifted out of the window and hung in the icy air. A gruff, loud voice. How did you find this place? Frank. Well, we came up park, then took a right. Another tough voice. Wise guy. Are you two alone? Nancy. Our SWAT team is outside waiting for our signal. A third unfamiliar voice. I bet that prince showed you here. Right? Where is he, huh? Crunch. A loud, jarring, metallic noise stopped all conversation. What was that? The first voice shouted. Broom! This time, Joe could feel the building shake. Now the tough voices sounded panicky. Someone's bombing the place! I'll go down there. You guys keep watch. No way. What if the place comes down? I'm not staying up here. Me neither. Clump. I love how they... Oh my god. The sound effects in this book are so vivid. The imagination on this writer. The time no one stuck around long enough to say a word. Joe could hear frantic footsteps clattering down a metal stairway inside. There was no time to waste. Joe climbed the fire escape ladder. Oh my god. Hi, Milo. Joe climbed the fire escape ladder and waited on the second floor landing. The metal platform creaked noisily, its iron supports beginning to come loose. Brick dust spewed out from where the supports were screwed into the wall. A sheet of warped plywood had been placed over the glassless window. Joe reached up to pry it loose. Just then, another blast jolted the building. With a sickening metallic scrape, the iron support slowly popped from the warehouse wall. The fire escape was falling to the ground, and Joe was along for the ride. Is this motherfucker just straight up blowing up this building? Out with Joe X Ned. Now it's Joe X Jean-Claude. Well, the poor Ned needs something. You know, Bess has Alan, Frank and Nancy have each other. Ned has nothing because that's what he deserves. The way I'm resisting the urge to write a fic about Jean-Claude finding out about Ned being a cheating hoe bag, and suddenly his country is hearing about the prince banning this. Yes. For entering the country for seemingly no reason. Yes. Yeah. I love this. I love this a lot. Why resist? Yeah, cave into the temptation. I was trying to listen yesterday while I played Pokemon, but I didn't exactly follow the plot, so I'm just here for the vibes right now. That's fair. It's a lot going on in this book. They crammed a lot into this one. Ned can have the trash bin. Ned is the trash bin, and that's what he deserves. I was along for the ride. Okay, we're on page 157. Sorry. He still had his fingers wrapped around the plywood and prayed that it would support him as the fire escape collapsed in a tangled heap of clanging metal. His fingers stiff with cold, Joe held tight to one edge of the plywood and swung his legs up until he could rest his toes against the ledge. Then the plywood started to give way, and Joe was leaning out from the building like a windsurfer steering his sail. Joe lunged at a single metal hook protruding from a brick. It held as the plywood flew to the ground. Swinging his legs in, he found himself in a dark room with an old lopsided wooden door and one at one end. Joe tried the door, it wouldn't budge. He stepped back to charge it. This is going to make some noise, he thought, but I've got to take it the chance. Boom! Another rumble resounded through the building, and Joe took an instant advantage. With a quick, sharp kick, he forced the door open. He stole out and found himself on a long balcony that gave him a view of the first floor. Two men were gathered around the front door, frantically trying to secure it with pipes and metal debris, and the other two were blocking the fire escape door. Joe darted into the first room next to him. Joe! 3 voices cried. Frank, Nancy, and Bess, all tied to the chairs, were staring at him. Joe tried to smile. Hey, you guys are missing all the action. Don't just sit there. Ned can live in the dump. I love how before Midnight in Salem, everyone was always like, "Oh, why do you guys hate Ned? He's all right." And then after Midnight in Salem, everyone is like, "Ned's trash garbage." Well, until Midnight in Salem, he didn't like actively cheat on anybody, or at least they alluded to it. And we didn't get any explanation. So if they were going to say that he wasn't, you know, yeah. I mean, I've never once liked Ned with Nancy. I have always been a Francie shipper, and we're living in this book as Francie shippers, but yeah. We tried to give Ned the benefit of the doubt. The vindication is very real. We apologize for doubting your judgment, Milo. Let's start it. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and the Arctic had descended on East Texas. Yes. work something in there about Swissmas. You need a good Christmas rhyme. He crouched behind Frank and untied him. Then together the two brothers freed Nancy and Bess. Joe grabbed Bess's hands and ran out to the balcony after Frank and Nancy. "Take the stairs," he called out. The fire escape's history. The four of them scrambled across the balcony to the metal staircase. "Hey," a voice called out from below them. "Where are you going?" "Oh no," Joe said. The masked man had seen them. "You lousy punks," one of them growled. "Think you're so smart?" He reached into... Well, yeah, I mean, they got away from you. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a revolver. "Duck!" Joe yelled, yanking Bess to the floor as Frank and Nancy dove down. A shot rang out, followed by the sound of footsteps running toward them. "What do we do now?" Nancy whispered. Joe looked around, thinking furiously. He couldn't let them down. Where was Jean-Claude? Crack! All four of them froze. It felt as if an earthquake had hit. He's coming through," a panicked voice screamed from below. Joe, Frank, Nancy, and Bess jumped to their feet and looked over the balcony. The four masked men were backing away in terror as the entire front door shook. Then an explosion of bricks and glass, the door fell in, along with a large chunk of the wall surrounding it. Joe felt his jaw go slack and his mouth fell open. Through a thick cloud of dust, he made out a giant forklift with Jean-Claude driving. "Jean-Claude!" Bess screamed. She ran down the stairs. "Bess, get back!" Joe shouted. Below them, one of the four men fired his revolver at Jean-Claude. "No!" Bess screamed. "Come on, let's get out of here," one of the men yelled. The forklift barreled toward them, its Biltrite insignia vibrating with the motion. All four men dashed for the back door. Bess was down the stairs and running toward the forklift. "Jean-Claude," she kept calling. Why wasn't he answering? Oh no, he shot. He shot. Then Joe caught a glimpse of Jean-Claude's face. It was covered with blood, and as Bess ran to him, waving her arms, he slumped forward unconscious. He must have been shot, Joe thought wildly. The big machine suddenly leapt forward, picking up speed. Jean-Claude's foot had collapsed on the accelerator. Joe's eyes widened with horror as he watched the mechanical monster head straight for Bess. Yikes. My favorite child gave me an electric blanket for Christmas. Lousy punk. Such an 88 insult, you know? Joe tried to smile because his friend slash rival slash crush, the Crown Prince, is off doing what he does best, putting his life in imminent danger. Obviously the kind of insult murdering criminals would use. Well, I was talking about this yesterday, Milo. I don't know if you were here for any of it. I love whenever a kid's book and Nancy Drew books and Hardy Boys books are phenomenal at it. They always say the villain cursed, but they won't tell us what they said, because God forbid we put the curse in the book. Oh shit, is he dead? Bess, get back! Joe shouted. He's mine now. And there's more of Joe going through the, oh shit, I actually don't hate this man. I know, right? I remember watching The Breakfast Club with my mom and laughing really hard when the principal calls Bender a turd, and she's like, that was more offensive in the 80s. Yeah, it's a very 80s thing, to insult to throw at somebody, you know? Okay, let's see. Take a sip of my drink. We're making alright time tonight. Last night it felt like we were... It took us till midnight just to read 100 pages, so... Alright, well... I don't know how much longer we're gonna have to boil our water, but luckily all of our water is boilable. Nothing goes as slow as Monster Blood. Oh, Monster Blood was so... I don't even want to say it's so much. It was so little. Like, so little happened. Like, I just look at it every once in a while. I'm like, you're such a disappointment. It's up there. I'm just like, ugh. How dare you be so disappointing. That one was hard. I really felt antsy in the middle, and I would have ditched out if it wasn't for the fact that you guys were all here, and that was what was fun. But the book itself was very bad. I think I'll finish this soon. Toonie, you're amazing! I can't wait to share this with everybody else in the community. TBH, if a man of authority called me a turd, I would not know how to react. I wouldn't either. Monster Blood should have been a short story. Yes. You're on a boil Yeah. So Atlanta got a little cold, and now we have to boil all our water for like a minute before we drink any of it, so. Good times. Right? I need Ricky to come and boil water. Thinking about my twist night. Oh, cool. That's cool, too. Toonie, is being commissioned to do some, Perry art for merch, and we're all very thankful to Perry, so, or we're all very thankful to Toonie on behalf of Perry, so very excited for that. Actually, I think after I get off stream tonight, I'm gonna try to finish up the Perry calendar so I can publish that, and hopefully people don't get their hands on it too late. I'm worried that it'll probably be at least a couple days into January before the first batch gets to people, but Bess looked, Chapter 17. Bess looked as if she wanted to run, but she was glued to the spot. The forklift was in high gear, only a few feet from her. It was narrowing the gap by the second. Nancy and Joe, down the stairs now, ran toward her. "We're not going to make it," Nancy gasped desperately, but Frank had started for the forklift as soon as it came through the door. He was now up next to Jean-Claude and rudely shoved him aside. "Fuck you, you've been shot. Get out of my way, don't hit my friend." With a sharp yank of the steering wheel, he forced the forklift's tires to the left. It swerved, its right wheels rising off the ground. Bess's shriek pierced the air, and the huge, thick-treaded wheels passed by her, with only inches to spare. Nancy and Joe ran to Bess. Her entire body was shaking. I was almost killed," she whispered. Joe put his arm around her and said, "You'll be all right. I'll take care of—" Suddenly, Bess snapped too. "Jean-Claude," she blurted out. "Where's Jean-Claude? Is he all right?" Poor Joe. Frank was approaching them. Jean-Claude slumped at his side. "Get in," he yelled. Bess squeezed onto the seat next to Jean-Claude. She put her hand on his chest, feeling for a heartbeat. Nancy and Joe stepped up onto the foot ledge on either side of the cab and hung on tight as Frank drove the forklift back out through the massive hole in the wall and out to the street. "He's breathing," Bess exclaimed ecstatically. "Yeah, he's going to be fine," Frank said. "Looks as though he was just scraped by some flying shards of glass." Frank's like, "This isn't a real injury. He'll be fine. He'll live. I've been through worse." "Oh," came Jean-Claude's groggy voice. His head rolled from side to side for a moment. When his eyes opened, he abruptly pulled himself upright. "Bess, what happened? Did it work?" "Yes," Bess said, gazing into his eyes with an adoring smile. "You saved me, Jean-Claude. You saved us all." Ugh. "The Tyrannosaurus came alive," Joe added with a chuckle. Joe remembers what he said about the Tyrannosaurus. It was a comment I made earlier. I'm caught up, Toonie. It took me a second. Do you remember that episode where they find out Ricky is quote-unquote poor, but she lives in a trailer, and she's like so embarrassed, and her friends are so shocked? Classism for the win. Joe, "You'll be alright, Bess. Our boyfriend, on the other hand." Bess, "Oh, that's good. Wait, what do you mean, our boyfriend?" Oh, God. Bess would seriously have her hands full. Joe and Jean-Claude are incredibly unhinged. But honestly, so is Bess. Maybe they would be like, it would either be way too much chaos or just the right amount of chaos. Jean-Claude looked up, and for the first time since they'd met, he and Joe exchanged a smile. Aww. That episode was how I realized my family was poor. Oh no. Communism theme plays, yeah. The forklift chugged noisily down Lexington Avenue, bouncing up and down at each pothole. Nancy and Joe hung on tightly. "We're not taking this all the way to the Winslow, are we?" Joe asked. "No, just the next corner. 136th Street, Frank answered. "We'll go back to the limo." At 136th Street, Frank pulled up. They looked left and right. There was no sign of the limo or Renault. Frank blew the horn. No response. "He's got to be here somewhere," Frank said. "We told him to wait." "Look, I think we've spent enough time in this neighborhood," Nancy said. "Besides, the UN Gala is in a couple of hours. If Renault is not here, I say we don't waste our time looking for him. Chances are he'll go back to the Winslow anyway." "Okay, hang on," Frank said. He glanced up at the elevated train tracks. "We're going to find the nearest subway station." By the time they reached 125th Street, Nancy felt as if her teeth were going to fall out from the cold and all the jarring from the potholes. But finally, they saw a set of stairs leading up to the tracks. The four of them clambered up just as a train pulled into the station. After a few minutes, the train plunged into an underground tunnel. From there, it was only a few stops to the Winslow. "We'd better take the back entrance," Nancy said as the group wearily climbed the subway steps. "We're a little beat up looking for the Winslow lobby." I was gonna say, they must be frightening people. One of them's got, bleeding, and the other ones are all beat up, and it's a lot. At the hotel's back door, Nancy and Frank held open the door as Bess and Joe ushered Jean-Claude straight to the elevators. "Let's take him to our room," Bess said. "We have some first aid things there." "Okay," Nancy replied. "Frank and I will meet you up there." I mean, I feel like he needs a hospital at this point, but okay. What the hell was that? Maybe they should go to the ER. Yeah, LMAO. Yeah, probably. Again, they're teenagers. They're like, "We can fix it. 'Tis but a flesh wound." "Frank and I will meet you up there." "Why? Where are we going?" asked Frank. "We're going to look for Renault," answered Nancy. "I have a lot of questions to ask him." Frank and Nancy got out of the elevator and at the third floor. They walked over to Jean-Claude and Renault's suite and knocked on the door. No answer. "Count Renault, it's Frank Hardy and Nancy Drew," Frank called out, knocking louder. They waited again and knocked again, and again no one answered. Finally, Frank said, "Let's go back to your room and wait a half hour or so. I'll check downstairs to see if he's left us any messages. If he doesn't show up, we'll call the police." They took the stairs up to the fourth floor. When they got to Nancy and Bess's room, Bess was dressing Jean-Claude's head wounds with alcohol and talking a mile a minute about the day's adventures. Joe was pacing grimly back and forth as he listened. "So I told them, you can't keep me here. My friend Nancy will be after me in no time," Bess was saying. Well, she has more faith in her than, the whole consulate of, the diplomat boyfriend and all that stuff. The prince boyfriend. He's not a diplomat, he's just a prince. Anyway. I think that's sweet. Bess is like, "No, by the power vested in me and Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys." "Well, you should have heard them laugh." "Nancy," one of them said. "Sounds like the name of a killer to me. The nerve of them." Joe nodded tolerantly. "But what did they want, Bess?" he asked. "Did they say?" "I wouldn't let them get a word in edgewise. I was so mad," Bess replied proudly. "But I did hear them argue about something. One of them was saying they never should have taken Jean-Claude. The other one said something about it being too late now. For a second, it almost seemed as if they were after me, not Jean-Claude." She put away the alcohol and patted Jean-Claude on the head. "There, good as new for the party tonight." Jean-Claude smiled and held her hand against his cheek for a second. "Thanks," he said. "I'll go get ready for the party. I'll see you all soon." This poor guy, he now has to go to a gala after all that? I just want to sleep it off. Joe shook his head after Jean-Claude had left. "It doesn't make any sense. Why would anybody want to kidnap you?" Beth looked slightly offended. "Well, those muggers at the club last night, they also went after you first," said Frank, who had stepped into the bedroom. "That's right," Beth said. "Is it weird?" "It is weird." "Very, very strange," Frank agreed. "It seems that of all of us, Bess would be the least important. Bess gave him an outraged glare. Sorry, Bess, he said with a laugh. You know what I mean. Joe cleared his throat. Listen, we have to take this seriously, he said. What if they are after Bess? Could it be she has something they need? Of course not, Bess began. Think, Bess, Joe continued. Have you brought anything valuable lately? Have you bought anything valuable lately? Project Hope just tweeted. I'll have to keep up with chat in a second. I think we're almost at the end of this chapter. Has Jean-Claude given you anything that those men might want? I know it's a long shot, but Bess shook her head, bewildered. Joe, the only things I have here are my clothes, my makeup, and some magazines. And a few Christmas gifts I bought. You know, perfume, chocolates, clothing. I mean, it's nice stuff, but nice enough for someone to kidnap me. But not nice enough for someone to kidnap me. Joe nodded and turned away. Yeah, I'm sorry, Bess. I'm just grasping at straws. Speaking of those gifts, Bess said with a glint in her eye, I'm absolutely starved. Is one of my shopping bags? There's an absolutely irresistible chocolate crown. It wouldn't surprise me if the kidnappers were after that. Joe, what did you do with all my stuff? Joe pointed to a corner of Bess's room. Boxes and bags in red, green, gold, and silver were stacked so high they looked like an insecure Christmas tree. I know it's hard to tell, but I brought the bags in here yesterday. Sure enough, stuck in the back was a silver bag that said Chocolate Revelations. Bess scampered over and brought it to the bed. Wait till you see this, she said, lifting the wooden box out of the bag. Not only is it gorgeous, but it's solid chocolate. Bess opened the box and took out the chocolate crown. Hey, I've seen one of those before, Joe said, staring at the crown. Now, where was it? Sorry, the guy told me it was one-of-a-kind design, Bess said. She lifted the crown and took a big bite. Yuck, she said, spitting the chocolate out. This is the weirdest filling. It tastes like plastic. Hey, let's see, Frank said. Frank picked up the chocolate and examined it. A yellow clay-like filling oozed out onto his hand. It is plastic, all right, he said, his eyes flashing with recognition. Plastic explosives. Get Bess to a hospital right now. Oh my god. Oh god. The chocolate, Cameron, we called it. Well, Cameron called it first, but then I was like, oh, that's it. It came back to me. Let's see. What did I miss in chat? The logo badge of his car, bike. We're talking about H2O. Some point for teenage hooligans to steal logo badges from vehicles. Going back to the AI art, you still put in the effort yourself to create it. With AI, it stitches together pieces of pre-existing art, like comparing Frankenstein's creations to a normal human. Yeah, that's the thing that's so sketchy about AI art right now, because like the AI technology could be implemented in a way, I think, that just makes life for artists easier, but right now it's implementing it in a way that's like steal other people's art, and that's not cool. Like, you know, there's probably some kind of logical use for it, but the way that it's being utilized right now is not it. I hate how media does the trailer equals trash thing. Grew up in a double wide. Yes, we were on the poor side, but there was nothing trashy about us until my brother. Yeah, I mean, it's just classism, you know? It's just like, oh yeah, trailer equals trailer trash. Like, my dad also, like, grew up in, you know, well, for part of their childhood, they did live in a trailer, and, like, you know, the jokes get very old, and it's very, like, dumb and stupid. It's basically just like, oh, you live in a small housing space because housing is hard to find? Screw you, you know? It's like, what does that mean? Crown Prince has a bullet wound. Good news, the Crown Prince may also have potential throuple now, question mark, lol. Okay, but remember how the entire first season the girls are accidentally and deliberately... I do need to go back to H2O. What did we covered 2 episodes in that first video. Humans in potentially dangerous ways, and then when Charlotte gets powers, they all go on about how she's too dangerous. Right, yeah, exactly. I'm a Charlotte apologist. Yeah, I think that's fair. Show portrays her as such a villain, but the worst thing she ever did was turn off Lewis's phone that one time. The chocolates. It was that. Chekhov's chocolates, yes. Chekhov's chocolates would be a great name for a band. Or an album or something. Charlotte needed to get punted into the sun. Oh, we have very different... We all are very divided in this chat on Charlotte. To be fair, I don't remember too much of the show, so... He didn't... She didn't bother me, but maybe that's just because I don't remember. I don't know. I'll have to reserve judgment for when I can rewatch it. Now I can add detective to my backup career list, along with being a comedian. I always wanted to be a detective. There's a part of me that still does. AI art is fun, but its use is misused. Yes, just like Jurassic Park series with genetic power. That's a great way to put that, Cameron. I'm like the only person on Earth that doesn't hate her, LMAO. Far better than Stein's cat. Stein's cat is the opposite of Chekhov's chocolates, because Stein's cat it wasn't set up at all, and now it's being thrown in your face, and you're genuinely curious as to how it happened. My desire to punt her is less her personality and more just finding the actress's voice annoying, LMAO. Fair, valid. Oh, guys. One of these days, the channel will make enough money that I can hire an editor, and then we'll be able to make more content. Not that we don't make... I mean, I know that I post quite often, and I do make a lot of content, but God, I have so much more content that I want to make, you know? So many episodes of TV, so many movies. Ugh, Bess cried out. She ran to the bathroom to wash out her mouth. I would also do that. Frank quickly broke open the crown. Sure enough, it had only a thin layer of chocolate. Inside was a light crown-shaped container covered with the yellowish substance. Plastique, Frank said. I've seen this stuff before. The terrorist stream, they call it. You smear it over some sort of detonator. He held up the plastic-coated object, which is probably what we have here. Then it's set off by radio signals, usually 2 of them, in sequence. So the kidnappers were after Bess, Nancy said. They wanted the bomb. Frank nodded, which means they either Jean-Claude was double-crossed by the kidnappers he hired, or he didn't hire them at all. Joe interrupted. That must be it. Remember what he said in the limo? He had no idea who those guys in Central Park were. Exactly, Frank replied. We're dealing with a second set of kidnappers. Real kidnappers. But why didn't they ever... Okay, whoa. Okay. Every time I think I have a grasp on this plot, it throws me for another loop, so just bear with me, guys. But why didn't they ever ask me where the crown was? Bess wanted to know. I'd have told them. She's like, I would have given it up. It's not worth my life. Maybe they were waiting for their boss to come and question you, Frank said. Nancy nodded slowly to herself. It was all becoming... And the boss is Rayno. It's all coming together now. It was all becoming clear now. They were the ones who dropped the piece of paper with the address. It probably happened in the scuffle. So they got angry and dumped Jean-Claude in the car, even though they didn't need him, Frank conjectured, and once they got to the warehouse, they started thinking they should have left him behind. That explains the argument Bess heard, Joe said. And the break-ins, Nancy added. First they tried our suite and didn't find anything. Fortunately, Bess's bag was in your room then. Then the next night they broke into Frank and Joe's suite. Joe shook his head. But how could they have made the connection? Because they had seen us at the club earlier that night, Nancy said. Where we had to fight them off, Bess. That's right, Frank said, and they only started fighting Jean-Claude when he interfered. Joe laughed. They must have been furious when they tried our suite and found the bag wasn't there either. I had brought it back to Bess's. By now, this is a pet peeve of mine. Isn't it technically grammatically incorrect to do, like, S''S? Isn't it just supposed to be S''? That's how I was taught. By now, Bess had come back into the room and was staring crestfallen at the ruined crown. This is awful. I should never have talked that guy at the chocolate shop into giving me this thing. I should have left him. I should have let him send it away the way he was supposed to. Nancy, Frank, and Joe all looked at her. Send it away, Frank said. Yes, it was some kind of special shipment. The guy said. Bess took a step back. So don't all you look at me like that. They just looked so good, all sitting there on that metal tray. They? Joe said. How many were there? I don't know. 20 maybe? Think, Bess. This is important, Nancy said. Wasn't Nancy also there? Maybe she wasn't. Maybe that was Bess specifically that was looking. Where were they being sent? Did he say? Bess nervously pulled a strand of hair behind her ear. No, he didn't. We've got to find out, Joe said firmly. Can you show us where the shop is, Bess? Sure, it's just down the block from... Bess was interrupted by a sharp rapping on the door. Joe sprang up to answer. Yes, he said. Reynaud, came the voice outside. Joe pulled the door open. Count Reynaud, where were you? Count Reynaud nodded gravely as he walked in. I must apologize, my young friends. I'm only happy that you were all able to return safely from that wasteland. Whoa. Okay, so Jean-Claude hired kidnappers to kidnap him. And they thought they were going to collect, but it was a second pair. I'm confused. I'm very confused. Hi, Hannah. Welcome. They rage kidnapped a prince. That they did, Adriel. Depends on the situation. Fair. That's fair. That's not a sustainable anger management strategy. I know, right? If it's a plural possessive, that's just an S apostrophe. Like, if the Murphy family owns a shed, it's the Murphys' shed. But if Murphy owned a shed and it be Murphy's shed, but if a guy named Murphy's owned the shed, it would be Murphy's shed. Okay. Interesting. I never knew that. I was just taught that if it's an S, then it's just an apostrophe. Learn something new every day. But wait a minute, this was Bess's with an S apostrophe S, so wouldn't that... No, I guess that would be right, according to what you said. Okay, I'm caught up. Jean-Claude hired kidnappers to kidnap himself, and Reynaud also hired kidnappers to kidnap Bess because she stole the explosive crowns. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Hi, Crazy Hannah. We are finishing up a Nancy Drew and Hardy Boys super mystery, Crime for Christmas, from 1988. It has been quite a wild ride. And we've still got like 40 plus pages to go. What happened, sir? Nancy asked. Reynaud looked gray and tired as if he'd just been through an ordeal. You see, Francois and I parked on that terrible abandoned street. Soon we saw a rather rough group heading toward the car, and, excuse me, Count Reynaud? Joe interrupted. He looked back at the others. I'm going to head over to Chocolate Revelations now. It shouldn't take too long. If they're still open. Wait, Bess said. She got up and ran to his side. I'm going with you. I've done nothing but mess things up so far. The least I can do is help you out. Nancy smiled. Okay, she said. Frank and I will meet you there in a few minutes. Nobody's correcting Bess. They're like, yes, you did mess everything up, Bess, and that's fine, I guess. Oh, cool. Yes, we are. It's about a 15 page book, so we read half of it last night, and then we're reading the other half tonight. Concerning AI art, I feel this quote from Ian Malcolm best sums it up. You stood on the shoulders of geniuses to accomplish something as fast as you could, and before you even knew what you had, you patented it and packaged it and slapped it on plastic lunchbox, and now you want to sell it. Yeah. Again, it's a very nuanced discussion because the technology as a whole probably has a positive purpose, but the way that it's being used right now is definitely negative, if that makes any sense. Like, the solution probably isn't to throw out the technology, just to not implement it the way that they're implementing it. But I don't know that much about it, and I'm not an AI strategist, so. We'd have been better off if we walked, Joe muttered to Bess. Their cab was inching along 57th Street in the late rush hour traffic. All around them, Christmas lights lit up the night sky, and the sound of bells mixed with the blare of angry horns. There it is, Bess exclaimed, right near the vendor. Joe looked over to the sidewalk. There, a woman in a threadbare coat sat patiently on a stool by the curb, tending to a cart full of candies and nuts in glass jars. Just to her left was the chocolate shop. The cab driver pulled over to the curb, took a deep sniff, and smiled. No wonder you were in such a hurry to get here, he said. He turned around and winked. Now, don't eat too much of that stuff. It'll kill you. Joe reached up to pay him as Bess got out of the cab. You don't know how right you are, he said. The overpowering aroma of chocolate greeted Joe as he climbed out. He glanced up and immediately saw where it was coming from. A window that was open a crack on the second floor. Oh no, Bess cried out. We're too late. Joe looked down to see her staring at a sign on the front door. Making delivery. Be back soon. Great, Joe answered. We've got to get in there somehow. Bess grimaced. Please don't say we have to break through the door. It's glass. Joe looked at the door and the large plate glass window. Then thin silver tapes ran along the edges of both. Each tape was attached to a little sensor by wires. No, he said, we'd set off an alarm. There's gotta be another way. He caught another whiff of chocolate and looked up again. A smile crossed his face as he saw small wisps of steam floating out of the second floor window. Oh no, you don't, Bess said, seeing the glint on his eye. Are you crazy? You can't climb up there with all those people walking by. Someone will see you. Joe didn't have to look around to know Bess was right. He could feel the crowds of Christmas shoppers jostling him on either side as they spilled out of the building and into the subway entrances. With an agitated sigh, I think he said, look, Bess, there's no alleyway, no one inside, nothing. Now we could sit around and wait till someone comes back. That way we definitely could find out where the bombs were delivered. We just have to follow the sound of the explosion. He gave Bess a level gaze. Somehow, I don't think that's the best solution, do you? No, but these people, Bess glanced around nervously. I mean, they're not all going to just walk by and ignore you. Well, they might, Joe said, slowly raising an eyebrow, if they have something to distract them. Bess began shaking her head in disbelief. You mean you don't expect me to... What am I supposed to do? I don't know. Make some sort of commotion. What kind of commotion? I'm not good at this kind of thing, Joe. You'll figure something out. With that, Joe turned toward the building. But do it fast. But please, Bess. Bess looked nervously around as people pushed by her. Sure, Joe, she mumbled. Joe examined the brick facade of the building. A cast iron chocolate revelation sign stuck out just above the first floor window. There were filigrees in the sign that could grab onto and hoist himself up. From there, it would be a short reach to the ledge of the second floor window. I've had the urge myself, came a voice behind Joe. He spun around to see a young woman wearing a pinstriped business outfit and sneakers. She smiled up at him and disappeared down the subway steps. Joe sighed. Perfect, he said to himself. Everyone is going to notice this. He looked back at Bess. She didn't really do anything, though, so just keep going. Who seemed to be wandering aimlessly on the sidewalk. Come on, Bess, he wanted to yell out to her. Just then, as if she had heard his thoughts, Bess turned around, but instead of looking at Joe, she walked slowly, lazily, backward along the curb. She's chickening out, Joe thought. I knew it. We're sunk. He rolled his eyes and looked back at the building. Can someone take the 2/3 of the throuple that have eaten plastic explosives and been shot respectively to the ER, please? Right? And then the third third is Joe, who got knocked unconscious. They all need to go to the hospital. Pinstripes and sneakers. Ellen DeGeneres. Let's pretend it's not Ellen DeGeneres, just for the sake of my own sanity. This is 1988. I don't think she was in her pinstripe era yet. All right, Perry, hang on. Hang on, Perry. I'll be right back, guys. All Perry. No, I think that was more like her slouchy jeans and men's shirt era, yeah. I think she still had I think she had her her sitcom by 88, I think. Correction, please send our half-dead thruple to the hospital? No wonder Joe is so bitchy. He's probably had a headache like half of this. He probably has minor head trauma, yeah. Gasp, Perry, hello. Yes, hi, Perry. Perry's very excited because she's going to get her own calendar and various merch on the new merch store. Well, the calendar will be separate from the merch store, because the merch store doesn't let us do calendars. But she will have a calendar, and then she will have merch on the merch store. And her fur is flying everywhere like Pigpen. I only know Ellen from the universe of energy with Bill Nye back in the 90s. Perry the Bush Cat. Nah, Ellen started in 94. Just Googled. Okay, yeah. Hi. Hey there. She was doing stand-up around this time, I think. That makes sense. Ooh, I just shocked you by accident. I'm sorry, Perry. All praise the glory. Glory be. You're just gonna sit there and be calm? Okay, I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much. Oh, she's getting a little massage. I mean, she's just chilling. She just likes to know that she's the center of attention all the time. You guys can't see, but there is so much fur flying around. She's not a particularly long-haired cat, so you wouldn't really think about it, but she sheds like crazy. Alright. Hey, hey, a shrill voice called out. Watch where you're... Crash! Joe's eyes popped open as a sea of peanuts, cashews, and chocolate-covered raisins and hard candy cascaded onto the sidewalk. In the middle of it all, sprawled out on the sidewalk next to the toppled cart, was Bess. You clumsy little fool, the sidewalk vendor screamed at Bess. Look what you've done. Do you have any idea how expensive this stuff is? Instantly, a crowd gathered around Bess. Two men reached down to help her up. Oh, I'm so sorry, Bess said, looking flustered and embarrassed. I must have been looking backward. She pulled a pad and pencil out of her shoulder bag. Here, let me give you my father's name and number. He'll pay for everything. Joe smiled to himself as the throng of people grew. Must be nice being rich. Within seconds, it seemed that everyone on the block was coming over to see what had happened. Wasting no time, he looked both ways and jumped. His right hand clutched onto one of the sign's filigrees. Digging his toes in between two bricks, he pulled himself up. Then he grabbed onto the ledge of the open window and boosted himself into the building. With a self-satisfied grin, he thought to himself, she thinks Jean-Claude is the only guy who can climb buildings, huh? Yeah, that's her type, guys who can climb buildings. Used to always have so much cat hair, and my cat was white with black spots, so no matter what I wore, it showed up really, but it's really stark. Yeah. Perry, why? It's not necessary, Perry. Stepping into the room, he looked around in awe. In the center was an enormous steel vat, attached to about 12 different gauges, and filled with bubbling molten chocolate. On a far table, there were steel chocolate bar molds along with temperature recording devices and a computer screen. Ooh, computer screen in 1988? Swanky. Joe ran back over to the window. Below him, the crowd was beginning to break up. A nearby shopkeeper was sweeping up the debris with push broom. Backing up toward the chocolate revelations, Bess was thanking the men who had helped her. Joe sped downstairs and opened the front door. Come on, you've got to see this place, he said. It's pig heaven. Bess was beaming. I did it, Joe, she exclaimed. Did you see me out there? Not bad, huh? Oscar material, Joe said. I'm glad I won't be around to see your father's reaction when he gets the bill. Her claw is stuck in my drawstring of my hoodie, and I think it's just going to be stuck there forever. Perry, you don't need to do that. Can you not, Perry? Joe, you, Bess, and Jean-Claude all have two hands. Stop being a bitch and get your woman and your head trouble looked at by a medical professional, right? Why would they need computers in the chocolate making room? I have no idea. Maybe to program the machines for something? So we're dealing with chocolate terrorists. Yes, we are, apparently. He ushered Bess into the front door and up the stairs. Bess's face was rapturous as she took in the sight and smell of the second floor. She looked over the edge of the vat. I feel like diving in, she said. I wouldn't, Joe said, punching some keys on the computer. The flies will chase you home. Okay, let's see what we can find here. Just then, a menu popped out on the screen. Accounts payable, accounts receivable, delivery orders, employee records, payroll. Let's start. Oh, what the hell, Barry? Stop. She grabbed onto this with her mouth and was just like, I'm gonna go bungee jumping. So that be Willy Wonka. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, exactly that. I bet you anything Willy Wonka has bomb-making capabilities in the factory. Sketchy bitch. Let's start with delivery orders. If we can find out where they're planning to send these things, maybe we can figure out what they're for. Joe moved the cursor to delivery orders and scrolled down to December. Did you find anything? Bess asked, looking over her shoulder. Yep, here it is, Joe said. Together they stared at the words on the screen. Special shipment. Date, December 21st. Number of boxes, 4. Items per box, 5. They can't seem to want to make, they're not sure when this is taking place in December. Because it's obviously December, but, like, Count Renaud said something about Santa being a few weeks early, but this is the 21st of December, so Renaud does not know when Christmas is. Perry, you will not ignore me. Bess, this is my boyfriend Jean-Claude, and this is Jean-Claude's boyfriend Joe. Nancy, what? Bess, Jean-Claude is gay, but he's straight for me, and Joe is super gay for Jean-Claude, and I hate Joe. Oh, picturing them as April and her 2 boyfriends from Parks and Rec is just so much funnier, too. Date, December 21st. Number of boxes, 4. Items per box, 5. Description, so she was right, like 20. Description, chocolate replicas, 15th century crown, reign of King Antonin Sarconne, on exhibit at Met. Destination, United Nations, CO Sarconne Consulate, Pentacentennial Gala, 500 years. Delivered, yes. Bess gasped as Joe felt the blood draining from his face. He thought back to the jewel-studded gold crown at the Met, the crown that he had only glanced at casually. I knew that chocolate thing looked familiar, he exclaimed. We've got to get over there, Joe, Bess said, grabbing him by the sleeve. There are 20 of them, 20 bombs set to go off at Jean-Claude's party. 19, Joe answered with dread, pushing his chair back. Together they ran to the door. A sudden, piercing whistle made Joe stop short before they got there. Come on, Bess cried out. What are you doing? That's Frank's signal, Joe said. It means danger. He ran to the window and leaned to look out down at the street. Instantly, he tensed. 2 familiar-looking men were breaking the front door down. 2 of the thugs from the warehouse. "Careful, Joe," came Frank's voice over the scream of the alarm as the men made it through the door. Joe watched his brother and Nancy jump out of Jean-Claude's limo at the curb. Frank gestured to the door. "There are 4 of..." They're such power couple. "No!" Bess screamed, pierced the air. "Get your hands off me!" Joe spun around. One of the men had grabbed Bess by the arm. Another man was thundering up the stairs behind him. "Leave her alone!" Joe shouted. He rushed over and yanked Bess's attacker back by the collar. The man wrenched loose and faced Joe head-on. "Just try to stop me, kid," he snarled. "No problem," Joe answered, drawing back his fist. The man stood from a smug grin showing through the opening in his ski mask. Joe put all his weight behind his thrust and found himself suddenly jerking backward. Another one of the thugs had grabbed the neck from behind. With all his strength, Joe tried to pry the man's arm away. "Let's sweeten his disposition a little," the first one grunted, let loose with a punch to Joe's abdomen. Bess screamed at exactly the same pitch as the wailing siren. She pitch-matched the siren? Wow. For a moment, everything went black. Joe's body slumped, but when his eyes opened, he was flying through the air toward a deep, hot, churning mass of molten chocolate. Damn. Hit him with that one-liner, and then hit him for real, and then threw him into the chocolate. Also, Perry, "Vengeance will be mine!" Yes. Or Jean-Claude's country celebrates Christmas in January? Maybe. That's possible. Anything's possible. Perry, the cat goddess of chaos. Are there any countries that celebrate Christmas, specifically Christmas, not on the 25th of December? It's probable, right? They're truly a soul throuple. They'll be the king, queen, and royal consort of being kidnapped, yes. Perry, the cat goddess of chaos. Oh, wait till we read the Kane Chronicle trilogy on live sometime. It will be multiple streams, but we will all find a love of Bess, the cat goddess, and we will feel that she is akin to Perry for sure. "I want to go to bed, but my cat won't decide whether he wants any more food." Ooh, cats are... They have to be a leading cause of insomnia. I can't prove this, but there has to be studies out there somewhere. Perry and my other cats banging on the door to wake me up every time I'm about to fall asleep is such a real struggle in my life. Okay, now I want chocolate, and I also need a sip because my voice is cracking. Joe Xnet is dead. Yeah, the ship went down. It was a good time, though. Orthodox Christians celebrate in January. Okay, copy that. My cat, Luna. Oh, now I definitely don't feel bad about having to post Christmas stuff through January, because for some people, that's Christmas season. My cat, Luna, would sometimes want food early in the morning. Not assuming that many Orthodox Christians are super into my content, but, you know. You never know. My cat, Luna, would sometimes want food early in the morning. Yeah. My dad always says there is no alarm button. There is no snooze button on a cat that wants breakfast. Cat wants to eat, you're getting up. He's such a brat. He refused to eat one flavor, and then when the other arrived, he decided he didn't want it anymore. Ugh. Cat. Perry's currently preening herself on... Yes, you. I'm talking about you. She's laying on the blanket on the floor, giving herself a bath like she owns this place. She's like, I tire of being on camera, but I do want to be in the vicinity of the action. It's 11 o'clock. We might finish this at midnight again. We're getting close to the end. We're on chapter 19, page 179, everybody. Joe plunged into the vat of thick, gooey liquid. The temperature wasn't unbearable. He struggled to his knees and tried to open his eyes, but they were weighted down by the sticky heaviness of the chocolate. Ugh! Before he could raise his hands to his face, he felt a vice-like grip on his shoulders. "Try some more," the guttural voice said, pushing Joe down. "It's good." Joe disappeared under the chocolate. He struggled desperately against the unseen hand, but it was as if he were in quicksand. His lungs hurt agonizingly. This is it, he thought. The first person in history to drown in a vat of chocolate. You're probably not the first person in history. Sorry, Perry. I didn't mean to make contact with my foot. Then a strange hollow sound made its way through the chocolate to Joe's ears, and at the same time, the grip on his shoulder loosened. Joe propelled himself to the surface. Instinctively, he sucked in a mouthful of air, taking in about a quarter pound of chocolate with it. Coughing violently, he wiped away the chocolate from his eyes and saw Nancy standing over the inert figure of the masked man. Over her head, she held a shiny steel chocolate mold. "Look out!" Joe shouted. Behind Nancy, another masked man rushed up, holding a length of clear tubing between his two hands. Nancy spun around and stepped aside. As the man charged past her, she grabbed the tubing and pulled the man somersaulted across the floor. Nancy's badass. Never forget that. Joe grabbed the side of the vat and pushed down, trying to boost himself up and over. Suddenly, he felt the vat tipping forward. It wasn't going to support his weight. He slipped and he plunged back inside. When Joe came back to the surface, he was facing the other side of the room, away from the door. The computer was still lit up with the delivery information in front of it. Frank was facing the other two masked men in a karate stance. "Okay, fellas," he said through gritted teeth. "You remember how much fun this was at the club?" He lunged for them, but he stopped short as they each pulled a gun. "Run!" Frank yelled to Nancy and Bess. The girls backed off toward the door. The men pulled up their masks, and Frank saw their faces for the first time. One had dark hawk-like features, and the other was bald and pasty-skinned. They swung from Frank to the girls, not knowing where to shoot. Joe braced his left foot on the rim of the vat. With a mighty heave, he lifted himself out of the chocolate. The other end of the vat flew upward, sending Joe plunging toward the floor and shooting an arc of chocolate. "Let's go!" Joe yelled, sliding toward the door and pulling the chocolate down off his face and hair. Frank shoved his two attackers into the rushing flood of molten chocolate. Then he ran to the door just behind Bess and Nancy. Slipping and tumbling, covered with chocolate, Joe reached the exit. He could hear confused grunts and shouts behind him as he slammed the door and sprinted downstairs, where the alarm was still wailing. Still no police. Bursting out the front, he ran to the still open door of the limo, leaving chocolate footprints in the snow. That feels like a lyric to something. "When it dries, we'll break it off and eat it," Frank said. Joe climbed in and made a squishing sound as he hunkered in the backseat. Poor Joe. Nancy gave him a deadpan look. "You look awful, but you smell great," she said. But Joe was in no mood to joke. He probably looks like Augustus Gloop. He wiped away some of the chocolate from his arms and legs and rubbed the crystal on his watch so he could look at it. "The UN, Francois," he said, "and fly." The automatic door locks clicked into place, and Francois pulled the limo smoothly away from the curb. Joe turned to Frank and Nancy. "We saw the shop's delivery schedule," he said grimly. "The chocolate bombs were sent to the Sarconne party at the UN. Frank groaned. "Of course. They're miniature replicas of the Sarconne crown. Why didn't we recognize them?" "Let's just hope we're not too late," Nancy said. Then Joe wiped more chocolate off his face and looked around. "Hey, what happened to the two gentlemen from Sarconne?" he asked. Renaud wouldn't let Jean-Claude come," Frank said. "He had to get ready for the gala, but he insisted Nancy and I take the limo. According to him, Francois is the best driver in the business." He glanced at Francois. The driver was concentrating intensely as he swerved around a line of cars and through a yellow light just before it turned red. "I guess Renaud is a good judge of some things," Frank added. Francois gave a tight little smile and kept his eyes on the road. Bess was staring out the window, her face twisted with anxiety and fear. "Oh, the delivery man's probably already there," she moaned. "Can't we just go faster?" "I just do what I'm told, ma'am," Francois said. That seemed like a strange answer, but Joe was too tired to question it. Instead, I knew not to trust the Count. Instead, he put a sticky arm around Bess. It's okay, he said. It's 7 o'clock now. Renaud and Jean-Claude are just getting there. Dinner isn't until 8, and it won't be until dessert. That Joe trailed off as he realized he just smeared chocolate on the back of Bess's dress. Bess wheeled to face him. That Jean-Claude is blown up? Is that what you're trying to say? Tears were forming in the corners of her eyes. Some crazy terrorist is going to kill Jean-Claude, and you're telling me it's okay? Nancy leaned over to Bess. Joe's just trying to tell you that we'll make it in time, she said, comfortingly. She sighed and looked out the window with Bess. Where are we? She asked Francois. A shortcut, miss, he replied. Then she turned back to Bess and the brothers. What I can't figure out is why this is happening. I mean, they have a million chances to kill Jean-Claude. She's like, can't they just finish the job already? Damn. Maybe they want the publicity, Frank said. If they wanted publicity, they could have gotten him at Rockefeller Center, the Rock Club, Central Park, all crowded places. Nancy turned to Frank and Joe. They're using explosives that could wipe out the entire Sarconne delegation, plus who knows how many more of the UN building. Excuse me. Oh. Kaspera's like, because I do own the place. This is terrifying, LMAO. I know, right? They're waterboarding this teenage boy in chocolate. What the fuck? I know, right? You ever think about how a swirly, which is generally considered a harmless and childish form of bullying, is literally waterboarding someone in a bowl contaminated with human waste? Yes, it's disgusting. But usually people that are giving swirlies are not, like, thinking of it like that. Unfortunately, they're just like, oh, we'll flush their head in the toilet. What could happen? Like that episode of Monk where he has, like, long-lasting trauma because his childhood bully comes back and it starts bringing back all his PTSD from all the swirlies he got. Take Joe to the hospital challenge failed repeatedly by everyone in this book. Oh, yeah. Kids can be exceedingly cruel because they have not fully developed empathy yet. Kids have not fully developed, so they don't really realize what they're doing. That's why, like, they really need their parents to be parents and be like, hey, this is why you don't do this. I have had that thought before, actually. Oh, yeah, it's horrible. That sounds suspicious, the shortcut bit. Oh, yeah, no, I've already come to the conclusion that I don't trust anybody in the royal family. Crap, how much did I miss? My phone was on the charger. It's okay, the VOD will be up if you want to get caught up. You want to hear the middle of the story. We're on page 184 now, so there's quite a bit that you'll probably want to go back and listen to. Right now, we know that there are, if you don't want to hear spoilers, if you want to watch back later, I won't tell you, but just warning that that's what I'm going to tell you. There are currently chocolate-covered bombs that are going to the UN party, and they're trying. And Nancy and the Hardy Boys and Bess almost died. They got waterboarded in chocolate, and now they're trying to get there before the bombs go off and save everybody. Oh, look at that! Find love on the best dating site. Wow. I love that. Thanks, bot. Jesus Christ. Hide user from channel, please. Yes, I know the user's messages will be hidden. Oh, look, a bot. That's the downside of the channel growing, is that we get more bots, because the bots are like, oh, look, there's more traffic over there. Send more bots that way. And then we're all extra annoyed. But I'm still glad to have you guys here. It's a trade-off I'm willing to make. Well, that's pretty intense. Bombs in chocolate. Oh, yeah. It's a lot. As we read these 80s and 90s books, I'm remembering how much I did really love this era of Nancy Drew because of how crazy it was. What if this so-called bot gets yeet out? Look away for 2 seconds, suddenly a bot shows up. It's fine, I got it. I reported and blocked and did all the good stuff. What if this so-called bot gets yeet out? There's cat fur all over me, Perry. What have you done? I don't know where she went, actually. I think she's sleeping under my bed, or on my bed, probably. Yeah, Ellery, it's not your fault, Ellery. Ellery's usually watching everybody else's back. Where was I? Where did I leave off? They're using explosives that could wipe up the entire Sarconne delegation, plus who knows how many more the UN building. I've been telling you! The Count is doing it so that he could, inherit the crown. I'm calling it. I've been saying this. It's extreme. Somehow it doesn't seem worth it. Bess, curious now, was straining to look at the street signs. She tried to open the window, but the button wasn't working. Why aren't we there yet? Where's the UN building? She fretted. Francois was silent. Frank looked at him quizzically. He, Nancy, and Joe all stretched forward to peer through the windshield. Above them passed a big green sign that said West Side Highway and Piers. Ahead of them stretched a crumbling overhead highway. On either side were grimly old industrial buildings. This doesn't seem right, Joe said. You'd better believe it doesn't, Nancy added. The UN building is on the east side, not the west. Francois, where are you taking us? Without a word, Francois reached under the dashboard and flicked a switch. A thick plexiglass barrier shot up from the back of his seat toward the ceiling, cutting him off completely from the four passengers. Francois, no! Nancy cried. All four of them tried to pull the barrier down, but the motor was too strong. They had to slip their hands away at the last minute. You can't do this, Bess shrieked, banging frantically on the barrier. This is an emergency, Francois, Frank pleaded. I just do what I'm told, sir, Francois repeated, his eyes never leaving the road, and the limo sped further and further away from the UN. You would be surprised what mischief can happen in the blink of an eye. Oh, yeah. Also reading through the old chat. Plastic poisoning and gunshots? What the hell was going on in the 80s Drew books? A lot. A lot. We also read Secrets Can Kill, which is the first Nancy Drew files, which the first Nancy Drew PC game was based off of. And yeah, this era was... Nancy Drew in general is just more... I think people just get this idea in their head that Nancy Drew, because it's media for girls, books for young preteen and teen girls, I think people get this idea that Nancy Drew is like cutesy and like super mild, and Nancy Drew is unhinged. Everybody who's not reading Nancy Drew is missing out, for sure. I'm so excited to read more and more Nancy Drew books on this channel. I think the Count is trying to frame our boy Jean-Claude for the bombing. Yeah, I think he's either trying to frame Jean-Claude or he's waiting for everybody who could potentially inherit the crown instead of him to be in one place to kill them all. Either one of those things. We, the veteran stream viewers, know this as fact. Oh, yeah. Girls' shows are flipping nuts. Remember Totally Spies? Super weird. Oh, yeah, and Kim Possible. Like, we're really sleeping on Nancy Drew specifically, though, is what I'm saying. But especially, like, girls' media in general, but specifically Nancy Drew, people really underestimate. And then when I, like, show people actual Nancy Drew content, they're like, wow, this isn't Nancy Drew? Totally Spies has a lot of, like, suspicious content. Oh, yeah, Totally Spies is unhinged, but, like, in the actually creepy way. The 5th of November. Now that song is in my head. Now it's in my head, sorry. Okay, we're almost there, guys. Chapter 20, page 186. Yep, Texas, that's exactly what it is. It's not unhinged in the fun way that Nancy Drew is. It's unhinged in the, like, oh, we need to call the authorities way. Like, he's made the bombs shaped like the crown of the royal family, which would give the implications toward the prince being narcissistic enough to, like, sign his work to investigators if the plan works. Yeah, I see that. because it's French and allows more weird content in like Canada? Maybe. Very very Dan Schneidery. Speaking of whom, iCarly and all those shows he ran are way weirder and creepier on adult rewatching. Oh yeah, they're a lot. Does anybody else watch Quentin reviews and all of his giant videos about them? I've been meaning to do more episodes about more videos about individual episodes of those shows, but to be quite honest, they're creepy. A lot of them are creepy. There's a lot of the Clues brothers, huh? There's a lot of books being advertised in the back of this. Totally Spies, Martin Mystery, and the Teen Galaxy. I'll get there eventually. Oh yeah. Dan Schneider is super creepy overall. The fact that that man is not just straight up in prison. Weird. Weird, champ. Chapter 20. Nancy tried the door handle. She pressed the window button. Frank pounded on the plexiglass barrier, and Joe tried to kick the door open. Nothing worked. We're trapped, Bess said. This is like a moving prison. That's a lot like what it's like. You are trapped there. Then Frank slammed his fist into the palm of his other hand. Renaud, he said, how stupid could we have been? It was Renaud, he said. It was how stupid could we have been? It was Renaud all along. I'm telling you, I should be a teen detective. Renaud knew. I'm not a teenager, but I'll settle for just being the detective. It was Renaud all along. Renaud knew our room numbers, and he was with us at the club. It was a piece of cake for him to arrange the break-ins and the mugging. Of course, and he must have had Jean-Claude tailed through Central Park this morning, Joe said. Nancy shook her head in frustration. And that phone conversation we overheard, he was shouting Lexington Avenue. That's what I said to someone. No wonder he insisted on going with us to find Bess and then wanted us to drive up the west side. He wanted Francois to take us around in circles. But why? Joe asked. I know Jean-Claude and Renaud aren't crazy about each other, but what possible reason would Renaud have to? Stop, Bess blurted out tearfully. What's the difference? I mean, here we are, about to be dumped into the river, or maybe old Francois will spare us if we give him the bomb so he can murder Jean-Claude, and all you can talk about is why. Nancy looked into Bess's eyes. She'd never seen her friend so torn apart. Should I give him the bomb? Nancy asked herself. Instinctively, her hand felt her shoulder bag. The bomb was still there. Then Nancy realized that giving Francois the bomb wouldn't help anything. The terrorists wouldn't need it. They had 19 other bombs already, and Francois probably knew that. Frank and Joe were looking around, thinking of ways to escape. Bess was staring hopelessly at Nancy, as if waiting for her to make a move. Francois was now driving around a police barricade, steering the limo up an abandoned snow-covered ramp. Somehow Nancy had the feeling Francois wasn't going to let them off easily. If only there was some way she could get through to him. Suddenly she knew exactly what she had to do. She reached into her bag, and she saw all three of her friends' eyes widen as she dug out a familiar, yellow, clay-like substance. No, Nancy, Bess said under her breath. You wouldn't. Nancy gave Bess a sharp look. In a voice loud enough for Francois to hear, she said, We have no choice, Bess. Oh my god, she's threatening to blow up the whole car. Oh my god. Marcy would have figured this out already if they were here, yes. Oh, quick question. Did we decide that Marcy uses all pronouns or they, them pronouns? Because I know they're like a stand-in for the reader. I just can't remember what we decided. I don't want to I don't want to use the wrong pronouns for our dear Marcy. Quentin reviews videos are like my first real exposure to most of those shows. They're great deep dives. Are we talking about the Disney showrunner? The Nickelodeon, yeah. Instantly thought of Degrassi, which is funny because I live here and know for a fact that our media is more diverse than that. Oh, Cassidy, I was wondering if you were also Aussie. I just saw a lot of talk of Aussie TV in chat last night. More intense at first glance. How did they get guns? I mean, they have, I believe they have guns in Canada. It's just not as easy to get a hold of them as in America. I just woke up again and holy shit, this is insane, LMAO. Oh, Rachel, you gotta watch the VOD back. It's been a lot. I'm telling you, Nancy Drew books are being counted out. They are a wild ride. It's all after my time. I just heard some things on the internet, watched the video, but can't remember who did it. Yeah, it's Dan Schneider. Although the person who worked with Dan Schneider also went on to work for Disney after getting out of prison, I believe, for doing Dan Schneider-y things. And then worked on The Sweet Life and all that stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of creepiness going on, unfortunately, in kids' entertainment. I think we said all pronouns with the default towards they, them. Okay, that works. That totally works. I just was curious because I didn't want to mislabel our Marcy, because they're amazing. Maybe Illuminati. I watch a lot of her stuff. Well, I haven't recently, but I do have watched. I have binged, gone through cycles of binging her stuff. I believe one of her editors might be, or they were subscribed to the channel. I don't know if they still watch, but I kind of knew one of her editors in passing. Really sweet. So the chapter I was talking about talked about how he treated the cast and put it in the episode. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Oh, where was I? Nancy was threatening to blow up herself and her friends. With a broad motion, she smeared the stuff on Francois's plexiglass barrier. Recognize this, Francois, she said. Francois blanched, and an uncertain grin twitched on his face. Young lady, do you have any idea what you're playing with? He asked. I don't know. Maybe you can give me some advice. Nancy shoved her hand back into her bag, ripped the detonator out of the chocolate bomb, and planted it firmly in the gooey mess on the barrier. Is this right so far? The limo screeched to a stop when Francois spun around. His jaw was quivering. Now, see here. No, you see here, Nancy retorted. She reached into her bag once again, pulled out her portable radio, and took the cover off the battery housing. Then she tore out the wires from her headphones. Holding them up close to the detonator, with the batteries in her other hand, she looked straight into Francois's terrified face. She's just building a bomb! What the fuck? Spit take. Nancy's gonna what? I know, right? Wild. Marcy also would have taken Joe, Bess, and Jean-Claude to the ER by now. Oh, yeah. Damn, Nancy. Question mark? I'll fucking do it. Damn, Nancy. Everybody's like, what the fuck? Nancy isn't playing around. No, Nancy is not playing around. Nancy is able to hold it together, but she has a little bit of unhinged, and she knows exactly when to pull it out. And that's what makes her so frightening. We stan. If we're going to go, Francois, she said simply, you're going with us. With that, she plugged the headphones into the radio and turned it on. Francois hit the lock release. All the locks popped open. Shaking wildly, Francois pushed his door open and fell out. He scrambled to his feet. Without looking back, he ran down the ramp, holding his ears and screaming. I can't do it. Nancy Marie Eloise Drew, what the ever-loving fuck are you doing? Oh my gosh, I almost choke on my drink on that. Nancy, no, Nancy doesn't fuck around. Jesus Christ. Perfect timing with the topic of conversation on how the Nancy Drew books are not what most think. No, they're really not. Like, people underestimate the Nancy Drew media in general, and I, for one, have been championing Nancy Drew for years. Out of curiosity, I know they're still writing the Nancy Drew books. What's the newest Nancy Drew book to come out? There's probably a batch of them. I haven't looked it up. I'll look that up in a second. At last, Nancy dropped the wires. Let's get out of here, she said. She and Frank opened the doors and sprang out, but soon as Nancy put one foot on the road, her body stiffened. She had just seen what was coming. Near the base of the ramp, another limo was racing toward them. 4 men with sunglasses were inside. All but the driver were hanging out the window with guns drawn. Uh-oh, it's the return of the chocolate soldiers, Frank said. He jumped into the driver's seat as Nancy fell in the back. Hang on, Frank said. And floored the gas pedal. With a screech of tires, the limo tore off, swerving on the frozen crust. Nancy, Bess, and Joe crouched low in the seat. Joe quickly popped his head up to look out the back window. Piece of cake, he said happily. They're having more trouble than we are. A shot rang out from behind them. The limo went faster despite the fact that it was still fishtailing and climbing up the ramp, and up and up. Suddenly, Nancy, Bess, and Joe were thrown violently against the front seat. That's why you wear your seatbelts, kids. Frank had hit the brakes flat to the floor. The limo swerved left and right and around in a full circle before grinding to a full stop. Hey, what's going on? Joe shouted. Get out, Frank ordered. Joe gestured toward the other limo. But do it and stay low. It's gonna blow. Frank and the others pushed their doors open, slithering along through the snow, and pulled up short. Nancy's heart sank. They were all lying flat, looking down 30 feet over the edge of the road. The road had obviously collapsed years earlier. If the limo hadn't stopped when it did, they would have flown off and dropped into the crowded highway below. No wonder this ramp was blocked off, Joe said. Most of the chocolate had rubbed off his coat. Well, at least that's something. There was a crash and what sounded like a gunshot. Quickly, Nancy looked over her shoulder. She had been half right. It was a crash and a blown tire. The other limo had run into a large piece of metal that had been hidden in the snow. Quick, follow me, Frank called. He went to the extreme left edge of the road and started to clamber hand over hand down a rusted steel beam. Nancy followed him, and when she was at the bottom, looked back up. Frank was successfully stopping the traffic. Bess was standing there shaking and clutching Joe's arm, her face dead white. Come down, Nancy shouted. I can't, Bess whimpered. I'm afraid of heights. Another shot rang out. I lied, Bess said. Quickly, she sat down on the edge of the road and began scrambling down. Hurry, Joe yelled, clutching onto a crossbeam. He lowered himself after Bess. Nancy started across the street, but a sharp cry from Joe made her spin around. She turned to see one of his hands slip from the beam as he dangled from the other hand. Nancy spotted a gunman leaning over the side of the road, taking aim at Joe. Jump, Joe, she yelled. Joe let go and fell to the ground, rolling out into a sprint. With a burst of speed, they all darted across the traffic and onto a side street. They ran to the end of the block, and an unoccupied taxi cab was just pulling away from a gas station. When they got there, stop, Nancy shouted. I just see chat going crazy out of the corner of my eye. Car chase. He basically shot. Oh, we're still talking about Degrassi. Okay. I've not seen Degrassi. Don't kill me. Nancy really just played a game of chicken. Oh, yeah. It's the 80s. It's not... Is there not a phone in that limo? Call the cops. You would think maybe there would be a phone in the limo by 88. Maybe not. Always wear your seatbelts, kids. 90s later had those phones in cars. Yeah, my parents back in the day used to have a car with a car phone. Grassi was always committed to being like pretty. It's a major selling point of all limos in the 80s. Yeah, I think you're right. I think limos would have had them for sure. But I don't know. Didn't they say it was like a 60s style limo, though? It was like an old vintage limo. I think that was a thing. I don't remember because of the whole bomb situation. I'm not afraid to meet death, are you? Nancy, what do we say to the Lord of Death? Meh. I'm afraid of heights, gun shops, but I'm even more afraid of guns. Yeets herself. Yep. Rachel's dying at what Cameron said. The second one. A lot of Americans have not seen Degrassi. I know. I need to cover Degrassi at some point. Cars had phones in the 60s, 70s, I'm sure. I wonder how the show... Yeah, I mean, everything's a product of the time it was made, whether you realize it at the time or not. Like, it's just how that is. Hang on, I gotta get a sip of drink for a second. Think any writer would be ballsy enough to have Nancy Drew face off against the Nazis or Soviet Union. I mean, we'll have to take a look back at some of the older books. I'm sure she faced off against Soviet Union. Like, all that stuff in the... I'm sure that was a thing at some point. I don't know about World War II stuff. We'll have to go back and read some of the really early ones. Like, we read the first one on our first ever reading stream. We'll need to read more from that era. Oh my gosh, your cat coaster is so cute. Thank you. Paulo gave me this really, really cute cat mug with a little cat spoon. And it has a little top with a cat bobblehead on it. And it came with this, so it's super cute. I was late tonight because I was making hot chocolate specifically so I could use it for the first time. Didn't she face the Soviet Union in the last one we read on stream? That's true! She did! She did do that in Secrets Can Kill. Because it turned out that it was, like, tied up with, like, the Soviets. They were, like, selling government secrets to them. Russians are a very classic villain for the American literature of that time. Oh, yeah. Ah, oh, that's so cute. I know, Paolo, thank you again. I remembered a kid. Drew didn't fight Soviets. No, Drew has definitely fought Soviets, and she probably also has fought German soldiers in the earlier books. I just can't remember, because it was a very big source of pride in the 40s to, like, make media where the American hero was taking down the Germans for obvious reasons. Just like in the 80s where the Soviets were the big bad guy. Nancy Drew versus Illinois, yeah. I sold a bunch of reprint OG Nancy Drew books my aunt gave me when I was 12. Now I feel bad. No, don't feel bad. eBay is a girl's best friend, that and Goodwill, when collecting any kind of books like this, but especially Nancy Drew books. I could have sent them to you. That's okay. Well, I'm sure we'll find them. We'll find copies of them all eventually. 1980s Nancy Drew so busy dealing with various embassies. I don't know. That was the thing for sure. The driver skidded to a halt and all four crowded into the back seat. The UN, Frank panted. It's an emergency. Gotcha, the driver said as he floored the accelerator. The four of them huddled together in the seat, warming up and gasping in lungfuls of air, depleted from their frosty run. Whew, that was close, Nancy said. Are taxis still a big thing in New York? Because they're kind of phasing out everywhere else because of Uber and Lyft. Are they still part of the New York culture because New Yorkers just trust it better? It was this big box set that Costco was selling. I need to check because I don't own all of the original. I own lots of Nancy Drew books, but there's literally like probably over 1,000 of them at least. I don't own all of the original ones from, like, the original run of Nancy Drew, but I own a few of them. I should go back and see which ones I need. I'm Costco was called the Price Club old. You're not old. Wait, what did I miss? I missed something. I've never been to NYC. I'd like to, though. I've only been through NYC, and this was like over, oh god, this was like almost 12 years ago now. So very much taxis were still a thing when we drove through, but I wonder what it's like now. The four of them huddled together in the seat, warming up and gasping in lungfuls of air, depleted from their frosty run. Phew, that was close, Nancy said. Close, Joe said with disbelief. I thought you were going to blow us to bits. How could you be so reckless with the plastique? Nancy smiled. What plastique? She looked over to see 3 pairs of dumbfounded eyes. Oh, the stuff on the plexiglass, she said with a mischievous grin, with a mischievous smile. She reached into her bag and pulled out a small plastic tub. On it were the words, La Beau de Visage, European Facial Regeneration Treatment. It was Chekhov's facial regeneration treatment, guys. Bess's face broke out in a broad smile. The face mud from Bloomingdale, she crowed. I told you that stuff would come in handy. Face mud, Joe groaned, rolling his eyes. I thought you'd lost your mind. Mm-hmm, came the cab driver's voice. His smiling eyes were staring at them in the rearview mirror. One of you eating a chocolate bar or something, he asked. Joe slumped back self-consciously in the seat. Just keep driving, he mumbled. In a few more minutes, they were at the UN. They raced around to the main entrance where... I don't know why my phone just went off. I might have just been the charger. To the main entrance where a receptionist sat at a high marble desk. Behind her, in white letters on a black felt board, was a sign that said, Sarconne, Pentacentennial, room 610. Sarconne Gala, please, Nancy said. Elevators are to your right, the receptionist answered without looking up from her work. See the security guard on the 6th floor for clearance. They ran to the elevator and got off at the 6th floor. The sound of Christmas carols filled the hallway as they approached the elaborate security setup. Okay, phone, calm down. A metal detector arched across the hall, and 4 armed guards were watching them approach. Nancy put the most composed-looking smile she could on, but it didn't keep the guards from noticing Joe. What'd you do? One of the guards called out to him. Roll in the mud? It's chocolate, Joe said, matter-of-factly, peeling off a piece from his sleeve. Want some? The guard gave him a drop-dead stare. Quickly, Nancy said to another guard, Drew, Hardy, Marvin, we should be on the list. The second guard frowned and looked down the list. Drew, Hardy, Marvin, he muttered. Hold it, Ralph, the first guard said. He leaned over the desk, the supervisor tag in plain sight on her lapel. I don't care if your names are on the list, she snapped, looking over them from head to toe. Nancy suddenly realized how scruffy they all looked. In fact, I don't care if your names are Rockefeller, Ford, and Getty. Especially you, Candyman, she added, glaring at Joe. You vagabonds will enter the party over my dead body. Jeez. Don't be so judgy, lady. We're trying to kind of save everybody's life. Nancy, I'm rather unhinged, to be frank. Yep. It's cute you thought I was ever sane in the first place. I know. Just couple things. He'll figure it out eventually. That's an understatement, Mr. Taxi Man, right? Oh, I lost that a long time ago. When the repercussive system starts checking out, you are old. I mean, I think I'm already there. Brave taxi driver. 4 unhinged teens. One of them is half dead and bathed in chocolate, asking to go to the embassy because it's an emergency and taking them seriously. I know, right? NYC is very overwhelming. I'm sure it is. Like, I never want to be in NYC, like, for New Year's. That would never happen. I can't imagine. I would be super stressed. I don't like crowds. I bet the other 3 have designer clothes. He knows they can pay fair. Well, I think you also see a lot in New York City. I think you become kind of numb. Chekhov's gun, but with a makeup routine. Yep. I'm getting in there and I will plow right through you if I must. Yeah, Nancy's not going to be stopped at the front door by this lady, this Karen. They are going because of a bomb threat, but the taxi driver doesn't know that. So Ellery's point is these 4 kids that look incredibly beat up just jump into the car and go, send us to the UN, stat. And he's like, okay, look, lady, my boyfriend might get murdered by his uncle, so you better let my girlfriend, my brother, and my sister-in-law to this party, or so help me God, I will waterboard you in chocolate, Joe. Yeah. Didn't think you'd still be on. Not done yet, are you? Almost there. Almost done. Just have to read the last 20 pages or so. We went till about midnight last night, and we've certainly gone later than midnight on some of these books, but you know. Are you technically a Karen if you are the manager? Ooh, this is an interesting question. I'll leave that one to chat. It's too much for one woman to decide. Context that is pretty funny. Wonder about the clothes that Milo mentioned. Is your name Karen? Yeah, the Nancy Drew and the Hardys are, and Bess. I mean, I guess you could say upper middle class, but that would be an understatement. Their parents are all high-powered lawyers and rich business people. So yeah, they're all well off. The cab driver probably is just like, they can pay fair. I can feel it in my bones. Chapter 21. You don't understand, Frank said urgently. This is an emergency. Mm-hmm, the guard said. You'll have an emergency yourself if you don't clear out right now. Excuse me, a nimble-footed waiter sang as he walked by. On his right shoulder, he was balancing a tray stacked high with steaming plates. The guard let him by. Then she looked back at Nancy as if she were looking at a child she wanted to spank. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm through playing games with you kids. You're blocking traffic. Joe stepped forward to say something. But before he could, another waiter sped by. Watch your back, hot stuff, he called out. Nancy pulled Joe's arm. Come on, she said loudly. We're just going to have to watch it all on TV. But, Joe sputtered. Just follow me, everybody, Nancy whispered. They walked away and turned left down another hallway. Loud voices, cooking smells, and the clatter of china floated out of the open door on their right. Ah, the old pretend that we work here routine. I'll still watch later. I'll listen now while playing Ninja Turtles. Nice, thank you. Is your name Karen? If so, yes. Oh my gosh, Ellery. Is Karen not but a state of being? Busily preparing food in a bright white industrial kitchen. Each person was dressed in a crimson and white uniform with the insignia of the United Nations. Now they've all got to get their uniforms from somewhere, Nancy said. She hurried down the hallway, testing each door. At last, one of them opened up to reveal a large changing room filled with stacks of women's uniforms. Come on, Bess, she said. Down the hall, Frank had found the men's changing room. Good, there's a shower here, he said. You can get cleaned up, Joe. He and Joe disappeared inside. Minutes later, they were in the kitchen, stacking salads on big oval trays. Put those tables 8 through 11. Put those on tables 8 through 11, a large, bearded man called out without looking up. Right, Nancy answered. She gave her friends a wink, and they headed out the door. Now remember, hold on to the tray on your left shoulder and pass the guard on the right side. That way, she won't see your face. The 4 of them scurried back down the hall. As they got to the security guard's desk, they called out warnings. Excuse me, watch your back, coming through. The guards all stepped aside, or at least Nancy assumed they must have. She couldn't see them. The din of loud music, shouting voices, and clinking glasses washed over them as they stepped into the room. Nancy put her tray carefully down on the stand next to the table, marked 8. She looked around at the room. It was beautiful. Tiny white lights glittered on dozens of miniature pine trees in pots, and candles gleamed in all the windows. But the focal point of the room was a huge glass display case against the wall. Inside were the Sarconne crown jewels they had seen at the museum. In the middle of the room, there was a circular platform surrounded by a high curved wall of clear plexiglass. Sorry. On it, a DJ in a tuxedo was leaning over his electronic equipment. Nancy smiled despite her nervousness. A DJ at this posh party? She knew that must have been Jean-Claude's idea. Yeah, the one and only. My coworker is named Karen, and she's the least Karen person I've ever met in my life. My improv teacher was named Karen, and she was also the least Karen person I've ever met in my life. Hashtag justice for Karens. My eldest daughter just made it a point to come over here and do an impression of me clicking away at my keyboard. I love my new keyboard. It's so clicky. I love clicky keyboards. Oh, update. So my computer is back in my possession, but it is by no means fixed. Basically, I dropped it off 3 weeks ago at a local repair shop. They tried to fix it, and then they couldn't get any of the parts in, apparently. So they shipped it off to another repair shop in New York that apparently specializes in computers like mine, who shipped it back and said that they couldn't fix it either. So now I have to call Dell directly and be like, please help. Please save my boy. Makes me want to write things. Yes, a good keyboard, a good clicky keyboard definitely makes me want to write. One bitch Karen ruining it for everyone. Yep. That. Karens are out here struggling in the real world, I think. Alright, let's see. Let's get back to this. Jean-Claude's idea. Okay. There was a dance area around the platform, and beyond that, about 20 large round tables. On each table were 8 sterling silver place settings, along with fresh cut holly, pine boughs, crudes. I don't know how to say that word. An ornate. I'm sorry, I'm uncultured. And an ornate carved silver dome near the center. Nancy reached over to the dome on the table 8 and gingerly lifted it. It was just what she'd feared, a chocolate crown bomb. Don't touch, a heavy-set waiter barked at her, and she reached for the deadly crown. Nancy's stomach nodded. What was going to remain of this room, this building, when all the bombs had been detonated? She exchanged glances with Frank, Joe, and Bess. Here we are, she thought, finally at the party, and all we can do is stand here completely helpless. What are we going to do? Bess whispered as the 4 of them huddled together. Rip out all the detonators? No, Nancy said. They'd take one look at us and set off the bombs right away. Somewhere around here is a transmitter, Joe said. Only where? Frank eyed the DJ. Suspect number 1, he said. I'm going to take a look at his equipment. As Frank went over to the platform, the waiters scuttled by, setting salads down on the tables. Frank's like, I don't trust DJs. I wonder what DJ screwed Frank over. Soon, the music began to soften, and the DJ's voice boomed over the loudspeaker in a French accent. Oh boy. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to try to do a French accent. I'm told dinner is... I'm just not going to try. I'm told dinner is about to begin. There's been a slight delay in the kitchen because the chef can't fit all 500 candles on the birthday cake. There was a smattering of laughter as people in tuxedos and long silk dresses all moved toward their tables and began sitting down. I don't see Renaud, Nancy whispered to Joe. Accidental bars, Nancy. or Nancy, or Caroline Keene, Nancy's, Nancy's narrator. I'm not surprised, Joe replied. You can be sure he doesn't want to be around when the bomb goes off. Beads of sweat were starting to form on Nancy's forehead. This was getting too close for comfort. She looked around the room for some sort of clue, but all she saw was Frank on his way back from the DJ's platform. Not only does that guy have a lousy sense of humor, he complained, but his equipment is pretty run-of-the-mill stuff. A couple of turntables, an amp, and a soundboard. The DJ's voice echoed through the room again. I've also been informed that our guest of honor has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the entrance on my left and let us rise in a hearty welcome to the eminent court, the eminent Count Renaud and the heir to the throne of Sarconne, Crown Prince Jean-Claude. Bravo! A cry went up. Everyone in the room stood up and faced the archway on the opposite wall as Count Renaud entered with a big smile. What's happening? We'll use our imaginations, Avery, no worries. Thank you, I appreciate you. Oh shit, oh yeah. Someone protect Jean-Claude from himself. He's a sweet boy, just a little bit unhinged and in unbelievable danger because he trusts his murder cousin. Murder cousin would be a great name for a band. Is that mug good? Did it keep your hot cocoa warm? Yes! This is amazing. I love this mug so much. I've wanted one like this for a very long time. I appreciate you so very much. It is a very good mug. The sweets are all great too. My family adores you because they all love the Portuguese sweets. So thank you on behalf of all of us. Okay, let's get there. We're almost there. Alright, we're on page 200, guys. We're in the end of the home stretch. Then he moved aside and let Jean-Claude step into the archway. Beaming, Jean-Claude nodded his head to the crowd. His hair was swept back and his tails draped perfectly over his lean, athletic body. Gorgeous, Bess said. Jean-Claude, why did my brain picture Joe saying that? Okay. Jean-Claude strode into the room, then stopped. It looked as if Renaud wouldn't walk with him. What's he doing? Frank asked. Nancy watched intently. Jean-Claude gestured into the room, but Renaud shook his head and pointed back out toward the arch. Finally, Jean-Claude shrugged and walked toward the platform. Renaud isn't going up with him, Joe said. Uh-oh, Frank murmured. No one else in the room seemed to have noticed anything amiss. To another burst of applause, Jean-Claude stepped up and took the mic from the DJ. Look at how they spelled Mike. They spelled it like the name Mike. I like how we hadn't figured out by 1988 how we wanted to spell that word. With a warm smile and a gentle wave of the hand, he quieted the crowd. Did he notice us? Bess whispered. I don't think so, Nancy replied. Hello, Jean-Claude said into the mic. When my father told me about the celebration, he said not to worry. Cousin Renaud would take care of everything. Well, he was right, but he didn't mention one thing. That Renaud would make me speak in front of all of you. I really don't know what to say. Not a good to know. Deaf Australian novel. Jean-Claude, run out of the fucking door right now. Joe's inner monologue, probably. Yeah. The crowd laughed. A few people shouted encouragement. Anyway, Jean-Claude continued, speaking of my father, I guess I should start by saying he would have liked more than anything else to be right here today. As we all know, he's been looking forward for many years to the official entry of Sarconne into the UN. He speaks so well, Bess whispered. Shh, Joe hissed. For a long time, Jean-Claude continued, many of you were opposed to this accord, including my cousin. I know that my father is thrilled and thankful that the difficulties have all been worked out, and that Sarconne can finally enjoy this great opportunity. This time, the applause was like an explosion. Jean-Claude acknowledged the cheering with red face and a bow. Then he looked to the back of the broom closet. broom closet. Jesus Christ, brain. He looked to the back of the room and called into the mic. Did I do all right, Reno? There was no answer. Nancy looked back at Reno, deep in conversation with the DJ. When he realized that Jean-Claude was talking to him, he stepped forward and gave the prince the OK sign. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Reno and the DJ resumed their conversation immediately, and Nancy watched them closely. The DJ's eyes seemed to shift furtively up to the platform and around the room as he listened to the count. They're all doomed. They'll be fine, probably. They gotta keep writing Nancy Drew books. Do you think what I think? Frank asked. Do you hear what I hear? Sorry, the Christmas songs are still rattling around in my head. Nancy realized that Frank and Joe had been watching the same scene. She nodded. I think we've got our man, she answered. The DJ began walking back up to his platform. Don't let his hands out of your sight, Frank said. He edged close to the platform, followed by Nancy, Joe, and Bess. Okay, thank you, Your Highness, the DJ said, grabbing the mic. Jean-Claude shook his hand, stepped down, and walked to his seat at the center table, just below the platform, as the DJ continued talking. Now I'd like to draw your attention to the centerpiece of each table, the pièce de résistance, which means piece of resistance. Sorry, I can't keep quoting Monk until I keep covering more Monk and people actually know what I'm saying. He edged backwards while he spoke. His free hand groped for something behind him, his eyes darting to Reno at the back of the room. Reno glared back at him and made a tiny gesture. The DJ's brow was glistening with sweat. It was made by special order of the government of Sarconne, he continued. He stopped at the other side of the platform. There, just inside the plexiglass barrier, a little metal box was clamped to the side of a soundboard. A box with a small switch. That's it, Joe murmured. The circuit connector for the bomb. Nancy, I have to get to Jean-Claude, Bess whispered. I hope this VOD doesn't get taken down because the amount of times I've had to say the word bomb. He looked to the back of the broom closet. Holy X-ray vision, Batman. X-ray vision for Joe confirmed. Or was it Frank? I forget. I forget which one was looking through the broom closet. Oh no, that song I can't hear. Do you hear what I hear? Ever again. Ever since I've seen Gremlins. Oh boy. I mean, that movie. Home and Away, like Chris Hemsworth and others. You know, a bomb. Sniffing Beagle would have solved all their problems. Yup. Please draw your attention to the fucking bombs at the center of your table. Right? YouTube, calm down. It's fake. It's a Nancy Drew book. Children read Nancy Drew books. Calm down. No, Bess, Nancy insisted. Not yet, if they see you now. But it was too late. Bess ran across the room towards Jean-Claude, toppling a tray full of dinners. Bess is very loyal. With a loud clatter, the plate smashed against the ground. Every head in the room turned towards the noise. Jean-Claude stood up from the head of the table. Bess, he said, bewildered. In the archway, Renaud's face was contorted with fury. The DJ looked petrified. We've got to stop this, Nancy whispered. Let's go. Nancy, Frank, and Joe moved to the edge of the platform. Suddenly, Reno screamed, Now, you fool, now! Good way to keep your cover, Reno. And with a frantic thrust of his hand, the DJ flicked the switch. Frank dove under the plexiglass barrier and grabbed the man's feet. With a startled cry, the DJ fell to the ground. You fools, he hissed, forgetting that the mic was still in his hands. His words boomed out over the speakers. You'll all be killed in the explosion. He doesn't... Mastermind foils his own plot by not knowing how microphones work. All at once, hysterical screams sliced the air. Let me out! Let me out! A woman next to Nancy babbled. People rushed toward the exits, shoving one another in their desperate hurry. Oh god, the party had turned into total terrifying chaos, you think? What an idiot, LOL. YouTube be like, a scary word being said must ban. Stream. Yes. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, it's midnight. We can all practice for New Year's, guys. This should be the, after this should be the last. Yep. We've got this last end of this chapter and then one more chapter and then we're done. Have there been many bots lately? Just a couple tonight. There were definitely a few the other night, but we kept it under control. It's just part of the channel has been luckily growing, and I'm very grateful for that. But the downside of that is we're bigger targets for bots now with the more traffic we get, because bots are like, ooh, there's a lot of people over there. It's 5 a.m. where I am. Oh my gosh, Rachel, thank you for staying up all night with us. You know the ghostwriter had to love writing this book about an unhinged prince and his even more batshit cousin, yes. This is probably one of the craziest Nancy Drew stories yet. I wonder who wrote the Nancy Drew stories of this era. A lot of different people, and trust me, you have not this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy, but yeah, Nancy Drew and Hardy Boys are just way more unhinged than anybody thinks. Stick around. We'll show you even crazier shit. Copyright 1988. It doesn't say... It doesn't say any person's actual name. Which we had the same problem with Secrets Can Kill. Happy New... Right. Not yet. Not yet. But we can practice. You should get Perry a fedora hat. I wonder if I could keep a fedora hat on her. She'd probably freak out and then, like, chew it. It's too late, Frank. Forget him, Nancy shouted, trying to pull Frank off the platform. No, Frank answered through gritted teeth. All he did was open the circuits. We've got to keep him from getting his radio detonator. Yanking his foot out of Frank's hand, the DJ jumped off the platform. As he began running to the rear of the room, he reached out into his pocket and pulled out a small radio-sized box with an antenna. There it is, Frank, Nancy called. Frank raced after him. Oh, no, you don't, he yelled. He dove into a flying tackle, grabbing the DJ around his knees. With a shriek, the DJ fell to the ground, knocking over a potted Christmas tree. The detonator flew out of his hands right into the arms of a party guest, Count Renaud. Frank scrambled to his feet. Immediately, Renaud turned and fled from the crowd toward a dark area at the far end of the room. Frank raced after him. Nancy looked over her shoulder. Bess, Jean-Claude, this way, she shouted. You can't set off the detonator now. Everybody's gonna know it was you, dumbass. Ahead of them, Renaud disappeared behind the red velvet curtain that had been drawn along the far wall. Frank yanked open the curtain. A few feet inside it, Renaud stood in an open fire door, his face crimson with rage. Take one more step and I'll blow you to bits, Renaud shouted. He was holding his finger over the detonator button. Joe lunged for him. Don't, Joe, Frank yelled, but it was too late. Renaud's eyes burned with fury as Joe leapt towards him with a single frantic gesture. Renaud pressed the button. Hey, remember how there were other jewel thieves being suspected? Whatever happened to that? That lady and her dad? We got one more chapter to solve all this and then figure out what happened to them? Okay, am I just sleepy, or do we think that Renaud and the DJ are murder husbands? Oh, no, definitely. Absolutely. Murder husbands for sure. Also a great name for a band. Why don't they credit the authors? If I wrote this masterpiece, I'd be so mad. My name is another book. Ooh, that was my neck. Ooh, that helped. I've been having terrible headaches today. I was having a horrible panic attack, and then I got to go to misdirection, maybe? But also that doesn't explain... I don't know. Let's just see what happens in the last chapter. A lot of ghostwriters sign contracts where they can't disclose what books they've written, because that's the whole point of being a ghostwriter. So maybe it's like, I'm sure like the people in their lives know. How big is Bold and the Beautiful here, seeing how very in the know of it? Oh, it's big. It's still very big, yeah. I mean, like, soap operas as a whole are definitely not as big as they used to be decades ago, but as far as soap operas in America go, Bold and the Beautiful, definitely up there. Days of Our Lives, Bold and the Beautiful, Young and the Restless. I would just say the 3 most popular to this day. Kicks door down. Did I hear the Bold and the Beautiful soap opera? Wait, I missed something about Bold and the Beautiful? Oh yeah, my mom loved Bold and the Beautiful and Young and the Restless and Guiding Light, so like I definitely went through a soap opera phase. I still say we need to do videos where we just cover random episodes of soap operas, just like plopped right into the middle of the storyline with no context. Down, Frank yelled. This is chapter 22. We are on the final chapter. Down, Frank yelled. Before Nancy could react, Frank pulled her to the floor. Together they rolled out the door, Jean-Claude and Bess right behind them. Get up! It was Joe's voice. Nancy looked up in disbelief. Joe was racing down the stairs after Reynaud. But the bomb, she began to say. Don't worry about that, Joe yelled. I clipped the wires near the DJ's platform. The sound of a gunshot rang out against the stairwell walls. Joe! Bess cried out. She dashed down the stairs. No, Bess! Jean-Claude tried to grab her hand, but Bess was already halfway to the next landing. Jean-Claude, Frank, and Nancy took off down the stairs, past the 4th floor, then the 3rd. Don't come any further, Joe's voice bellowed. They stopped short between the 3rd and 2nd floors. A few steps below them stood Bess, her hands in the air, her eyes staring down the muzzle of a gun clutched by Count Reynaud. Joe was staring up at them. How did the man... Would he teleport? Joe was staring up at them, all from the 2nd floor landing. Beside him were the Count, Reynaud, and the DJ. Reynaud waved his gun ominously. I'm sorry that it's come to this, Jean-Claude, he said through clenched teeth. I don't know which one of your worthless friends to finish off first, although I suppose even killing all of them wouldn't change the fact that months of planning have been completely destroyed. With a sudden gesture, he stepped up and grabbed Bess's wrist, twisting it around with one hand and pointing the gun to her head. Don't you hate it when your plans to bomb a big, like, international dinner get ruined? So disrespectful of those teenagers. Definitely do soap opera stream. Game show stream also. I've been trying to do game show streams forever. Thank you for saying that. I need to do those. Stay back, he said, if you want her to remain alive. Slowly, Reynaud backed down the stairway and made his way into an expansive marble lobby. The DJ walked ahead of him and barking warnings to anyone around. Definitely murder husband. 12-year-old me watched far too much Days of Our Lives. There was a brief time in high school where I was working my first job and I was trying to get through my senior year. And so I had I just had tons and tons of computer work to do. And so one day I was sitting down in the living room and whatever I was watching in the background went off and Days of Our Lives came on, and so I got like minorly sucked in for a little bit. But the ones that I had the most experience with were the ones my mom was obsessed with when I was like 7, 8. Way too young to be watching any of that stuff, but boy did I. My mom swears that even as a baby, I would sit in like my little playpen thing, and when I would hear Bold and the Beautiful come on, I would immediately turn around and I would know. Would they love to see some FF or Jeopardy? Yo, we're trying to get... Yep. I was watching it at 2, granted not by choice. Did anybody else watch? It was basically like a nighttime soap. It was called Providence. Took place in Providence, Rhode Island. My mom and grandmother were obsessed with that show. And my dad. Jean-Claude. Oh shit, my girlfriend is gonna get shot trying to protect our boyfriend, and I need to unravel that realization later when they aren't in mortal peril. Yeah, it's been a long day for everybody. How is Bold and the Beautiful soap more wild than something? Why are the soaps so weird? Because there's designed to never end. They're designed with plot points that will never resolve, so they have to be the craziest shit you could possibly think of because they've literally been going on for like 100 years. And what was left to her, quote, death was missing. If I can get my hands on some reality, or some game shows in Australia, or reality shows, that would always be interesting. That's when I even think the soap stories in Bold and the Beautiful to be silly. Oh yeah, they're very wacky for soaps, but so entertaining. Oh yeah, we all know how I feel about, how much I love Once Upon a Time, and you want to talk about just goofy plot lines? It's Once Upon a Time, but damn, do I love it! Gotta start doing videos of that in the new year. Just one episode at a time. Maybe dragging my friends in occasionally to suffer with me. I say suffer. I love that show more than I care to admit, because it is ridiculous. Oh my god, Once Upon a Time was crazy. It was crazy, but it's also my comfort show. I've just watched it so many times. Once is a soap opera. No, it is. It's a soap opera with Disney characters, for sure. I would say it's a soap plot-wise on my watch list. Once Upon a Time. So Once Upon a Time, I always tell everybody, I'm sorry, I know we're right at the end of this book, but real quick. Once Upon a Time, if you go into it expecting, used to watch it with my mom, it's a Disney soap opera. It literally is. If you go into it and watch it expecting like high quality, like primetime TV, you will be disappointed. If you go into it expecting just like a high budget kid show, you'll be like, wow, this actually has some really underrated points in it. Because there is some, like, occasionally you will get some really good writing mixed in with all the craziness. And it's just fun. It's just weird and fun and stupid, and I love it. Telenovelas are 100 times better and crazier than American soaps. I've heard that. Downside, I send the whole... I'm saying, Nana, what'd she say? What happened? Nana, what'd he say? Yeah, I've heard it's dumb fun. It is. It's dumb fun. I want to start covering it one episode at a time on the channel, which will take me, like, until I'm 35 to get through the whole show, because they're for a lot of episodes. But it would be so much fun. They're just wild. I think maybe I'll launch it in Fairy Tale February. That would be a perfect timing, wouldn't it? Once Upon a Time is my favorite TV show. It's so entertaining. It's crazy, but it's really entertaining. And isn't that what TV is all about? Televans are pretty interesting from my understanding. Ooh, that'd be cool. Yeah, I'm excited for Fairy Tale February. If it goes well, I think we'll make it an annual thing, but hopefully it'll be really fun. Anyway, sorry, let me finish this book. Where were we? About to kill Bess. Barking warnings to anyone around. Nancy, Jean-Claude, Frank, and Joe stood powerless in the stairs. Get out of my way, Reno shouted over his shoulder. Screaming, their faces taut with fear, the crowd of onlookers in the lobby scattered. Behind them, uniformed guards knelt along the periphery and aimed their revolvers at Reno. Drop the guns and slide them to the center of the floor, Reno ordered, tightening his grip on Bess. He's got one gun. He's outnumbered. Slowly, the guards followed his instructions. Why? The guns made a swishing sound as they slid across the marble floor. This is what I like to see, Reno said with a sinister grin. A spirit of international cooperation. He pulled Bess toward the front door. Suddenly, Jean-Claude's voice boomed through... We've got like 6 pages left. I can't wait to see how this all wraps up. Boomed through the lobby. No, Reno, stop. Reno jerked his head at Jean-Claude, came running down the last remaining stairs. Stop where you are, Jean-Claude, Reno commanded, if you care anything about the life of your opportunistic little girlfriend. Bess panic-stricken eyes grew even wider as Jean-Claude slowly advanced on Reno from across the lobby. Please, Reno, he begged. I've always known you as a man who has never hurt anyone. I don't know why you're doing this. Who's forcing you to... Something in Reno's iron control seemed to snap. Forcing me, he yelled, his eyes ablaze. Jean-Claude, how naive of you to believe this underground movement against your father was dead. All these years I've worked so tirelessly to plan our takeover, smoothing out every last detail, plotting the gala tonight, all under control, all under complete secrecy. Sorry, I can't get into the mind of a fascist. I think that's a really good sign for me, but it also means that I just really can't take this guy seriously. Once Upon a Time is my favorite also, but by no means is it technically speaking good. No, and that's the thing. I feel like that's half of what I champion on this channel all the time, is just because something is not technically good doesn't mean you're not allowed to say it's your favorite. You know what I mean? There's a lot of bad TV, bad movies that are way more entertaining than like the stuff that wins awards. And also Once Upon a Time definitely won awards. It won Emmys. You never know which Disney character was next to arrive in the story. You really never knew. And sometimes it wasn't even Disney characters. Sometimes towards the end they were just like, shit, Count of Monte Cristo, throw him in there. Seems like something that I would like up until the ball drops on season 4. That is yeah, they did start putting in Disney characters after the Frozen season. It's fine. It's sometimes a bit like Disney fanfic. Oh yeah. It's one of those shows that got popular because the world is very like fanficky and easy to latch onto. Anime TV show, Copy You. I would kind of prefer the fairy tale stuff when I first heard of it. I mean, so they mix, right? Because it's made by Disney. So it's a mix of straight up Disney characters, and then just a lot of it is just fairy tales that Disney's adapted. If you love your opportunistic little girlfriend, Joe. And what am I, bitch? Chopped liver? I used to watch a telenovela about a blind girl. She was pretty. Shit, I knew. Shit, if I knew what they were saying. When I was brushing up on my Portuguese a couple of years ago, I was watching like local access TV from Lisbon, and there was a show called Bem-vindos a Brais, which is a crazy bonkers show. I'm trying to get my son to join the mariachi band at school, but he won't lose his favorite child. Oh no. Okay. Okay, so let's just resume. We're right at the end. The DJ is evil, like the Count. Come on, Frank whispered to Joe and Nancy. Reno was so caught up in what he was saying that he didn't even notice. As he ranted on, they crouched low and inched their way down behind a wall of people who had gathered along the banister. I hope all these people have good therapists. Jean-Claude was standing only inches from Reno now. Calmly, he held out his hand. Come on, cousin, he said. You know this will never work. Give me the gun. When Reno spoke, his voice sent an icy chill through the lobby. Very well, Jean-Claude, he said. I will give it to you. And with a grim intensity, he turned the gun toward Jean-Claude's head. Without a sound, Frank and Joe sprang through the crowd toward him. No, Bess screamed. Desperately, she swung her arm upward. Bang! Came the sound of a shot. Jean-Claude! Nancy gasped, but Jean-Claude was still standing. The bullet had gone into the ceiling. Nancy rushed forward, but Frank and Joe had already reached Reno. With all the strength he had, Frank grabbed Reno from behind. The Count staggered backward and let go of Bess. Joe pulled her away as Frank forced Reno to the ground and kicked the gun out of his hand. Within seconds, Reno and Frank had been surrounded by UN security guards. Nancy ran toward Bess, but suddenly stopped short. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the DJ trying to slip out the revolving door. Hold that thought, Bess. I gotta go catch the other murder husband. Oh, no, you don't, she said. She raced to the door just as the DJ entered it. He started to push his way through until Nancy grabbed hold of the next section of the door and pushed the opposite way. She dug her heels in and angled her body against the door. The DJ was stuck in the glass compartment, inches from escape. Help me, Joe, Nancy called out at the top of her lungs. The DJ was forcing Nancy backwards, but Joe was right behind her. He leaned to the door right beside Nancy and began pushing the other way. Slowly, the DJ slid back into the lobby where a guard slapped handcuffs onto his wrists. Renaud was also chained to a security guard. A wave of relief swept through the crowd. Nancy stood still, dazed, as nervous chatter erupted all over the lobby. She watched as Frank and Joe walked out with the guards. She saw Bess in a corner with Jean-Claude, hugging him and sobbing. With a half-joyful, half-exhausted sigh, Nancy headed outside to help with the police report. The brisk winter wind sent a chill through Nancy as she watched the police car take away Renaud and his accomplice. The other four had been picked up too. She looked into Frank's and Joe's faces and sighed with relief. It's over. Yes, Jean-Claude said sadly. He looked haggard and depressed. All this time I was fooled. I should have known not to believe him when he said he supported the UN Accord. He shook his head. Who would have suspected Renaud could deceive us like this? I did. I suspected him pretty much the whole time. I still don't understand, Jean-Claude, Bess said. Why did he do it? For years, my cousin was one of the loudest opponents of the Sarconne admission. That's what you're not clear on, Bess? That's not what I'm not clear on. Sarconne's admission to the UN. He was active in the opposition party, demanding all sorts of reforms that would weaken the monarchy. Some of the suggestions made sense, but it was revealed by Sarconne intelligence that the party leader had secret plans to overthrow my father. Most of the party members had no idea of this. When the party realized they'd been deceived, the opposition dissolved almost overnight, or so we thought. Was the leader ever found? Nancy asked. Jean-Claude shook his head gravely. No, to this day, his identity has remained a mystery. There was an awkward silence, and Frank spoke softly. I guess the mystery's been solved at last. I guess so, Jean-Claude echoed in a choked whisper. A few moments, no one knew what to say. Nancy looked around nervously, watching the people in the lobby. Just then, her eyes were caught by a couple heading toward the door. She wasn't quite sure what it was about them that was familiar. One of them was a fat man. Hey, Nancy. One with gray mustache and a wispy gray hair. Next to him was a thin teenage boy with black hair and a rosy, smooth complexion. Pardon, please, the older man had said repeatedly, in a heavily accented French voice, as the two worked their way through the crowd. Strange pair, Joe remarked. They sound as if they may be from Sarconne, Jean-Claude said, but the accent is a little off. Where have I seen them? Nancy kept asking herself. She took a few steps toward them and looked more closely enough to see a few strands of hair peeking out from around the younger man's collar. Red hair. Fiona, Nancy blurted. And that's Dr. Fox. Staring straight ahead, the couple suddenly pushed their way out the door. I don't like the idea of calling them a couple when they've been known to us as a father-daughter duo. Anyway, semantics, I guess. Nancy and her friends tore outside after them, but by the time they got there, the couple had flagged a cab and sped away. What's that they dropped? Frank said, pointing to a small leather duffel bag lying on the sidewalk. He picked it up and peeked inside and gasped. Then he held out the bag so Nancy could see inside. The bag was full of jewels, the Sarconne jewels that had been on display upstairs. I don't believe it, Nancy said, shaking her head. She began to giggle, and the giggle grew into a laugh. What a great detectives. We thwarted the cat burglars after all, and we didn't even know it. Passengers in rows 15 through 23, please have your boarding passes ready. Well, that's us, Nancy said. She turned to Joe. Bye, it was a trip to remember. Joe smiled. Yeah, I'll never forget the look on Jean-Claude's face when he actually did sign the treaty. I'll never forget the look on Renaud's face when they carted him off. I was about to say, tell me he's in prison, right? He'll have a great Christmas in jail, I'm sure. Joe laughed and gave Nancy a bear hug. Bye, Nancy, he said. Then he held his arms out to Bess. Maybe next time we can get hold of some real chocolate. Yeah, Bess said quietly, giving him a quick hug. Nancy looked up at Frank. What could she say? That it had been fun? That didn't really describe it. That she loved working with him? That sounded too official. That he made her feel so wonderful and so confused that she couldn't think straight. None of the above, she decided. Sometimes, honesty wasn't the best policy. It is! You fool! Bye, Frank, she said, trying to keep her emotions checked. I have a wonderful Christmas. I hope we get the chance to do this again. Me too, Frank said. With a quick wave, Nancy skipped off to the loading gate, where Bess was already showing her pass. They walked on the plane together, settled into their seats. Bess didn't say a word until the plane left the ground. Then she burst into tears. He told me his trip taught him about responsibility, she wept. He's going to stay in Sarconne and learn to become a good leader. That sounds wonderful, Bess, Nancy said. Bess nodded. I know, that's the problem. Everything about him is wonderful except the fact that I'll probably never see him again, unless he decides to have an international conference in River Heights. She blew her nose and reached down under the seat to pull out a bag of chocolate chip cookies from her shoulder bag. She took a large bite from one and began to munch as she looked sadly out the window. All I can say is, you know how to do it right, Nancy. You never get involved. Nancy nodded. Bess was right about that. At least this time, anyway. Sure, Nancy. And that's the end. We did it. That's the end. We ship Joe. Wait, let me go back. I missed a lot of things in chat. Hang on. I was hoping the DJ was a decent guy tied up in his partner's crime. Jean-Claude is the prince. Yes, Jean-Claude is the prince who is a good guy. Frank and Joe run through the crowd. I imagine Joe moved first and pulled Frank along at first, yeah. I was watching telenovelas, dang. Oh yeah, telenovelas sounds super interesting. Your husband tried to kill my boyfriend, don't test me. Joe to the DJ. Then again, the telenovelas are crazy, so it could have been another show with the same plot point. I don't think it was that one. It was newer than 97. Boyfriend, I thought Joe left Ned because of the cheating. Here the Koreans are off the wall. I've heard that too. I can't. I just watched the Last Week Tonight semi-recently, where they were talking about how crazy Korean soaps were. That wasn't the point of the episode, but that came back into play. Joe, comfort your boyfriend and girlfriend. I swear upon my time shared soul. Nosebleed means death, and in Japan, nosebleed means attraction. Interesting. We ship Joe with Bess and Jean-Claude, now at least. Yeah, Ned disappointed us. So I used to watch some of those Portuguese soaps. The ones from Brazil are batshit. I haven't seen any of the ones from Brazil. I'm so glad. The anime. Ooh, what anime have you been watching? Bess is one of Nancy's friends. She usually makes somewhat better life decisions, but she was very boy crazy in this one. Bess is Nancy's best friend who Joe and Jean-Claude started this book both being attracted to. Yes. She has another best friend who's Bess's cousin George, who is much less interested in boys. Tired of the accidental pervert trope. Well, that was wild. It was indeed wild. I really don't like... They're still pretty wild. What a wild ride in the Big Apple. Oh, yeah. No, I'm telling you. People are missing out on the untapped potential of Nancy Drew and Hardy Boys. Not us, though. I'm watching My Hero Academia, and the kid with the singing ball on his head is driving me nuts. The name was Beth. Maybe that's why I missed it. Pro, he's HR Nightmare. Webcomics are very intense. A lot of them become TV dramas. Interesting. I like how he gets pushed. I had a phone jack stuck in his... Ooh, that sounds painful. I'm gonna dip now later. Yeah, I'm gonna get off too. But thank you guys for hanging out with me. Fun fact, Minetta, the kid with the balls on his head, is the author's self-insert. Interesting. Finding out which characters are author's self-inserts, isn't it always fascinating? Alright, guys. Well, I will call it a night for tonight. Let me log this book as read real quick. Tomorrow night, let's read the Nancy Drew werewolf book that Patrick sent. I think that one will be fun. And we might be able to read it all in one stream. Goodreads, can I please be a librarian? Please, I just want to add all the books and fix the book listings that are broken. Oh no, I didn't want to update. I'm finished. We finished. No. Have a good night, y'all. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Yes, thank you, Cassidy, for being here. I appreciate you guys. He's also canonically bi and in love with the protagonist. Aw, cute. I say fun as sarcastically as possible. Oh, I see what you're saying, Ellery. I'm caught up to what you're saying now. Okay. Good night, everyone. Good night / day, everyone. I'll be on for full stream tomorrow if you're on. Yeah, I'm planning to be on as long as nothing like major comes up. I'm planning on. I've been missing, like, even though we only took a few days off during the holidays. I've really I missed like sitting down and reading with you guys at night. We're just watching the school festival right now. That's cool. Good night, Ellery. Thank you for being a knight of the bot table. Appreciate you, dude. Appreciate all of you guys. Mods and viewers alike. You guys are all awesome. Thank you so much. I will see you guys in the next one. And hopefully I'll have a new video out tomorrow. That cooking video, hopefully, but we'll see. I should be here tomorrow too because I only was scheduled 2 days this week at work. Okay, cool. I hope to see all of you. Good night, guys. I appreciate you. Bye.